evil also in the pharma industry, but I won't go there. But what I would say is you need to be highly profitable to then reinvest. So 80–90% goes in reinvestment. And then when shareholders get behind you, you spend money on either a dividend or buyback of shares, which are really the evils of making too much money. So I think today when people say you can't make impact unless you make less profit is really wrong. Because frankly, I think either you're for profit or you're not for profit. You can't be for less profit. It doesn't work that way. Because then you're going to get choosy. And I think look at the medical plot. I mean, if you really want medical access in this country, you're not going to be able to do it by just having tertiary hospitals that can go out and give free medical aid, because the motivations to set them up and the reach is not going to be there. So would you rather have a 50-bed hospital in excess of 3 kilometers of any person in India, but you have to pay 5,000 rupees? Or would you not have that and subsidize it for 1,000 rupees? So there's always going to be that balance. So today I think, and you know, Upgrad is a for-profit. The foundation we run, Swadesh, is a not-for-profit. I can see the two distinct elements, and we do education, skilling, exactly that in the not-for-profit, and we do education and skilling in the for-profit. And I think both have an impact. In the not-for-profit, it's only impact. But you need to generate and attract CSR funding in many years. Here, I think when you are in the profit, you establish the concept. And the last thing I would say is skin in the game, right? Because I think when everyone subsidizes it, when everything is for free, for example, it's never appreciated. Never, ever appreciated. So I think it's already written in the norms of how you go about it. The only thing is you need your principles and your ethics right in that, right? But I think today, 80% of all profits that will be generated by a sector like AI are going to go back into research and development and innovation.
No, thanks, Ronnie. And you know, you mentioned Swadesh, and I've personally visited the Swadesh communities many times. You know, clearly, something like AI can impact rural communities at scale. So taking Swadesh as an example, your thoughts on how AI could be leveraged in developing or uplifting rural communities to participate in the boom that India is at the cusp of today?
You know, I think for all of us here, and you know, many countries, joining the army for 1 year is mandatory. I think in India, spending a year in rural India for the people who have versus the have not, I think should be almost mandatory. I think for 1 year, you need to be a teacher. Genuinely, I think anywhere and everyone, the real course, if you really want to change this country by 2047, is that 1 year don't be in the army. We've got an incredible amount of people in the army. But just be a teacher, skill and adopt 5 people, and spend 1 year in rural India. Firstly, it's going to be benefiting you more than the other person, I can guarantee you that. The mentee always benefits, the mentor always benefits, the mentee is always the second one to benefit. So all I would say that if I look at that element, today what is needed in rural India is lifting aspirations. If I had to say how 1.3 billion people are going to contribute for us to be the nation we want to be in 2047, it's ambition and aspiration. Yep. We're all sitting in very privileged circumstances here, very entitled in the way we come. We're always trying to criticize, like Cyrus said, the traffic, somebody else is talking about, but I'm not getting enough, you know, and everyone's looking for the next. But that's a very entitled and privileged way to look at things. The 700 million people are not going to be able to be part of the growth story unless their ambition and aspiration changes. That's where I think the democratization of what AI will bring to the table, not just from a technology point of view, but what, therefore, you can communicate with them with. And the younger generation, for me, I think it's a very powerful tool for changing aspirations and ambitions in the country. And it'll happen anywhere and everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. And you know, the need or the desire to actually uplift themselves and uplift the community is very palpable when you visit a rural community. And technology can act as a bridge. And in fact, going back to the point that Cyrus made about the traffic, it can have significant implications on things like urbanization, things like transport, because suddenly if you take the job to where the person is, as opposed to bringing the person to where the job is, which is what happens in the economy today, how do you think that will impact the economy?
So I think, look, there is an obvious attention to the fact that the word displace comes about and the word replace comes about. But I think the impact of augmentation is kind of underscribed in that whole process. If you displace and replace, it actually means that something else takes its place, and then the water moves to another level, and there's more opportunities. So I think we're missing that bus, because if you can augment, look, we're a nation which has always been in cost arbitrage. We've been in being, and you know, the IT industry has done an incredible job putting us on the world map, being a great exporter. This city is privileged to be that. But at the end of the day, the best way we're going to move up to be one of the top economies in the world is to be an intellectual capital base. So the benefit that's going to come from us uplifting our overall selves and putting up benchmarks of where we want to be. And I think even if the government, the Prime Minister, and the mantra is we want to be in that roadmap, right? Now, the present challenge for all of us is jobs. Actually, the most contrarian thing for a politician to go out on the pulpit when you're talking about jobs is to then say we want to be the AI capital of the world also, because you know that's going to replace people. But the fact of the matter is that is the visionary part. That is the one where you're sending out the message that we will find occupation for many people. Anyway, jobs and skilling the world over is going to be a huge challenge. I don't think we should blame something like this. AI is not a technology, right? Because I think what you put in there, what it communicates, so the content, the creativity, and the innovation, and I come from that field of AI, is as important as the technology of what it's going to do, the logarithm of what it's going to do. Yeah. So I think today we should not look at it as that huge threat. And if we were, as I said, the political mantra in the country would have been no, because if the present ruling party wants to win in 2029, they're going to have to solve development. They're going to have to solve jobs, and I think that's the biggest crisis. So I think we're using this tool in a very productive manner. And I think for all of us here, the privileged, we need to find ways in which this is going to augment. Yep. How is this going to create multiple more opportunities in content, in creativity, in innovation, in many other aspects, rather than worrying how just the technological part is going to replace it.
Absolutely. No, AI is an augmentation, completely agree. And you talked about India being the intellectual capital of the world. I think we should probably take a minute to celebrate our chess boys and girls who won the world championship. Yeah. So maybe a round of applause. That's just a start, but hopefully a good start. Very, very proud of them. But coming back to the point that you made earlier about, you know, the fact that you could, with technology's enabler, change lives for many people by giving them new skills. How does one bridge that skilling gap? How could AI help?
You just be going to be at it. Obviously, it is an imperative need. There is absolutely no question that what we need to do is unlearn and learn. I mean, I think we've been saying that for MBAs for the last 10 years. We've been saying that for many other parts of that. And this whole unlearning is a mindset change, right? Because actually we don't unlearn. What we do is we kind of squash it there, yes, yeah. And we kind of little bit of adapt. Real unlearn is jettisoning. You know, it's like you take your drawer and you clean it up one day. Yep. That's a different feeling than having just the things you need at the tip of the drawer and then the rest is still there, because frankly, you haven't figured out whether you'll ever need it again, which is the most indecisive thought process. Either you need it or you don't need it. Either it's junk or it's not. And I think unlearning is about knowing to press junk and delete forever. So yeah, I think that's what it would be.
Oh, makes sense. And talking about reskilling, talking about deploying AI across multiple industries as an enabler, there are a lot of entrepreneurs in the room as well, in addition to people from large corporates. What would you suggest to an entrepreneur who's looking at AI as an opportunity?
See, I think let's look at what we're doing at Upgrad, right? We don't see this obviously as a threat, yes. Because firstly, it's a maximum tool for intellectual property creation. We're looking at it as an innovative tool. If I look at my media days, I would look at this not as a threat to script writers. You know, I think that influencers, YouTube today, short form versus long term, there are 90 other threats before even AI came in, right? The fact that somebody can tell something in the distraction levels, yeah. Or the way we consume content, yeah. You can say is a much more threat. So I think if you look at the innovative part, then you look at the augmentation. I think we're all looking at it as the end. There's so much in the means to the end where the business opportunities are going to arise. I don't think we've even realized that. So most of us are looking at an outcome versus we can be part of a value chain in the entire process of what we want to do. So if I have a cohort of 60 people learning together in management of data analytics, etc., the ability in the online where AI is telling me which learner went back to that lesson 3 times online, where did he stop, where is she or he having a problem, how is everyone else solving that, and that data point for us to be able to in nanoseconds go back to them and saying, hey Mohan, you had a struggle doing this here, where do we want to go? To the fact that I think when we are designing our courses for what we want to do, it is a process where in 3 months you can learn X, but in 1 year you can learn Y. So I would just urge everyone here that let's not look at it as an output and only an app and as an outcome, but there's an incredible journey and a means to that. Second, just like I mentioned and gave the element of chess, you've got to be able to pause and not look for those competitive outcomes. The beauty about a technology like this and about opportunities that are coming out in India is to outlast others, not necessarily be the first. And I think some of the people who just go out there to be the first in something may attract a few VC investors, but we know how fickle-minded they can be as we go forward. You've got to figure out, especially for something like this, which is here to stay, between the technology part and the innovation part, how are you going to outlast people for the next 3 to 4 to 5 years? If you start answering those questions, your vision statement will be a lot more clearer, your business opportunity will be humongous, and I think you'll attract the best talent.
No, completely, and talking about education and the impact, I can firsthand tell the audience that real-time customization of curriculums for millions of people is now a reality. Language is not a barrier. Access to information is not a barrier. Interventions to be able to help people sort wherever they stumble. I mean, we've all been at school where some people stumble with a particular problem, some stumble with paying attention long-term. All of these can be impacted with technology at huge. But shifting gears a bit, Ronnie, you've got Unilaser Ventures, you're also an investor. In that context, if you were to look at impact investment opportunities, how do you see that space playing out over the next couple of years?
I think India is a country where impact is going to make a lot of money, but it's also going to create a lot of impact. And I think that's the beauty of it. And today, I'm excited to be hands-on in the businesses that one is building because I see the combination of both. Otherwise, at this stage, I would only choose impact and look at a not-for-profit. But I see in the profit the ability to create impact being 10 times more powerful because you're in much more control of your destiny. When you only do it for low profit or impact, you're always going to be subservient to the resources you can garner and the funding you can raise or the profitability that you want to do. So I would urge everyone that look at, to me, the impact sector in India is huge. Second, look, we are a market that is price sensitive, whichever way we look at that. We've not really paid for content. Brands take a long time to get established in here. Outside of the top 50 million people out of 1.3, 1.4 billion, nobody pays premium for a brand. So when you look at that market, the fact that you can impact and make a lot of money is going to be the opportunities. And I think large companies today that are successful have been able to do that. So I think even in the telecom sector, look at the change that has necessarily happened, right? The fact that we're the lowest talk price country in the world, but actually what's the impact that it's made? It's made anyone from anywhere being able to talk, communicate. So we've actually, and cut short so many things. Today, nobody thinks of bandwidth here. 10 years back when you wanted to launch a business, everyone thought India is going to be 50 years away because of bandwidth. But we broke that cycle. Now you can say the people who are actually doing that, yeah, they're the top market cap companies in India, right? So they didn't choose profitability versus impact. They chose both. And I would urge everyone that that's the way you're going to build incredible value, good profits that need to be plowed back.
So then is it fair to say that it's actually not a choice to be made, that it's either profit or impact? It is profit with impact because both go completely together.
Yeah, I just don't see a formula for the other one. The or is a path where you'll feel good for 6 months. The honeymoon period may last for a year. You may be very satisfied if you're running As I said, there is nothing wrong with not-for-profit, but then go with it whole hog, because then your ability to create impact will be without that accountability.
Yeah, makes sense. And I think one last area I want to touch on before we throw it open to the audience for questions, Ronnie, is we've talked about the impact of AI on education, on skills, on employability. And other area that's talked about, and this is traditionally an area where corporates focus, is sustainability. Where do you see AI and sustainability playing out in the potential for impact?
Yeah, so there I think there's actually all we need to do there is a lot of innovation. I mean, the whole sustainability, the whole environment part today, we just touched the tip of the iceberg, no pun intended, because we're worried about all the icebergs melting all over the place. So, but really, that is the absolute tip of the iceberg. So the ability for past data and past precedents to be able to give us that. See, the reason why it's data analytics and not just data is because we're going to be paid to analyze. We're not paid to generate data. And I think what AI is going to do is augment our analytical skills to be able to come up with that. Because whichever way we look at it, our minds are not going to be trained as 360 degrees. So if you have a 360-degree tool that's going to be a great prompter, it can't go ahead of you. Because if it's going ahead of you, then I think the technology is replacing that.
Absolutely.
But if you've got a great prompter, imagine if you're having an entire working environment and you're working there and you've got a great prompter. Imagine a group where 4 founders coexist because they complement each other with 4 such specific skills that all together they're a powerful impact of what they want to do. I think that's the journey that everyone needs to be on. And I think for that point of view, if you harness that part, you're going to get to a lot more innovation. And again, we're at such an early stage that let's not uncork any bottle of champagne. This is not the time to celebrate. When people say, oh, I got funded for an AI, I would say, good luck. I definitely wouldn't say congratulations, because the journey starts now.
Just begun. Absolutely. No, thank you, Ronnie. We've touched on a lot of things. We've touched on AI across the space, investment, sustainability, education. I'm sure the audience has a lot of questions. So maybe we can take a mic around, ask a few questions. I'll curate them.
Maybe we can have the lights on a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to have the lights on in the audience.
If you could just introduce yourself.
Yeah, I am Siddhant. I would like to know how do you make important decisions in life? Like, do you have any mental framework that you use?
How do I make important
How do you
decisions?
make important decisions in life?
Like,
Do you have a
what
mental framework?
frameworks do you use? Whether in investing or your life in general?
Yeah, I think it just depends on what you first. Yeah, please sit. But you know, I'll say it in 2 ways. You have to first define what is an important decision. I personally feel all of us are defined by the choices we make, and we make 10 choices a day, but that cumulatively defines us. So an important decision at that time may not be. It may be an important decision that you took, which actually has an impact 5 years later. So first, I would just urge you to dissect between what you think is an important decision to what could be a really important decision. And if you can differentiate between the two, you won't put too much stress on the fact that, oh God, this is an important decision that's going to change my life, because there's going to be a lot more follow-ons on that. There isn't too much that you take in a decision, in my view, that is so pivotal that you need to get nervous about it. The second one is important decisions take a little bit of time. I think people look at saying, I need to go with my gut. I think my best gut is over a period of time, mainly fueled by failures. So I would look towards my failures, look to what I need to necessarily do. And the last question I ask is, what's my worst case scenario? So I think when you're making a really decision that could change things, you really have to play out in your mind, what's my worst case scenario and can I handle it? Normally after that, the whole temperature comes down and you can take that. And all I would say is, just don't put too much pressure that a decision is that important, because even if it is wrong that you took, you can still change it. The problem with some of our important decisions is that we get fixated and then we don't accept that this could have been wrong, and then we pivot or we change. That is 10 times worse than whether you took a right or wrong decision at that time. Because at that time, if you can say, at that time, I'm convinced what I did was right, I think you'll get by. I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, thank you.
I think just as a note to Ronnie's Bollywood connections, even if you're on a tough spot, kahani abhi baki hai, so don't worry about it. So yeah, go for it.
Hey Ronnie, I'm Sweta. I'm representing Australia's largest bank, Commonwealth Bank of Australia. Loving the session, loving the unique perspective that you're bringing, right? And particularly around the continuous learning side of things. So, what are you currently upskilling yourself on, and what is your preferred method of upskilling and learning?
What am I currently upskilling myself on?
Yes.
Life, I think, overall. Um, I think change is something that today is becoming a big problem. I've seen that with the younger generation. I'm talking about 2 younger generations beyond here. If I look at some of the things that we're discovering in education also today, is really the click point of everyone between what they think is depression, the pressure they feel here. So today, I know we're talking about the threats of AI, but I think for some of the Gen Z and some of the people that are getting in here, the balance of life is going to be very important. I've seen people just fall off the cliff at a very young and early stage and get into depressions that they don't necessarily get off. So I'm not saying I'm upskilling myself in that, but I'm concerned about the fact today that we put some of these on a pedestal of such a high nature that we don't actually realize that our mental bandwidth, because of the pressure that we're putting ourselves on, is too acute, and that would be one. But I think for me, the curiosity element of always working with different generations of people, I think when I do my webinars with our learners and students at Upgrad on a weekend, that actually gives me a lot more back. I'm here today because I feel I just want to understand. The questions that you're asking gives me a lot of clarity of what people are necessarily thinking. The questions that we're debating here. Why is for 3 days, why are we discussing a topic on one innovation or content called AI? So I think being out there, being outwardly focused is very, very important.
I think we've got, maybe we'll go to a different part. I'll come back to you if that's okay. The person in the back over there, can we pass the mic along?
We're having someone go at the back.
Right, thank you. I'll come back to you for sure.
Hi Ronnie, this is Rekha Bhatt. I work for Voya Financial, and thank you for a very inspiring discussion today. My question to you is this: while you spoke about rural India being the underprivileged sector where India has to work for 1 year to bring them back to the mainstream, right? My question to you, what research we are doing on the AI side in the edutech for people on the autism spectrum kind of learning capabilities?
I didn't hear the whole.
So the question was, what research is going into what AI research is going to people on the spectrum, for example, autism, how do you augment their learning capabilities?
Yeah. I'm not an expert at this, so I don't know what more has gone into R&D, but I think what you raised is a very important point, right? Because I talked a little bit about the underprivileged. I just said half of India works, and they're not underprivileged, actually. They're also very privileged. They just have a different sense of aspiration and ambition. And I think you raised a relevant point that what are we doing for lifting some of the bigger challenges in the world rather than figuring out how we can make more money in that. And I think that's very relevant. I don't know which companies and what are doing that, but I do know that there's an incredible amount going in medical innovation today, which hasn't happened. I think what has happened in the last 5 years, 10 years, hasn't happened in the last 30 and 40 years. I know we still haven't found maybe solutions for cancer and autism and Alzheimer's and many other ones. And it's terrible that in the 21st century going to the 22nd century. But maybe the combination of innovation and AI can actually give us some serious life-changing elements when it comes to some of these. But other than that, I'm not sure I have the requisite knowledge to say what kind of research is going in that.
Yeah, I think here, just if I can add, again, not an expert, but I do know that there are a lot of companies out there, whether they be mental health startups, whether they be medical startups, who are working on this area, because often for people on the spectrum, it's about identifying earlier, and also they need a safe space in which they communicate. And technology can help provide that safe space in a way that humans can't. So maybe something worth talking about, in a bigger chat outside, but yeah, I just want to leave that thought with you. Maybe we go to this side of the room, maybe someone there, and then we'll come back here and. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Hi, sir. I was very glad when I found your book, the autobiography which you wrote. But one thing which I wanted to ask you always when I meet you is, when you ventured into UTV and when you sold it to Disney, what was the thought process that went in? Because you had some beautiful run, blockbusters. There are blockbusters, you had TV channels, you're really out there in terms of putting yourself as a brand out there. And RSVP is also a successful brand. So how do you manage all this, and what's the thought process behind venturing into different verticals, I would say?
What's the thought process of exiting it, or what's the thought process of getting
Venturing into these different areas. What's the thought process? Media to,
When I started and becoming an entrepreneur, there was no angel funding, there was no debt context in life. So at the time, the spooky part, when I told my parents I wanted to be an entrepreneur, and today at a dinner table, it's much more encouraging a conversation than when I decided one, because I came from a lower middle class family, and I think my best advice my dad gave me, well, not advice actually, he was making a plain straight statement that says, look, if you finally decide you want to start on your own, go ahead. But all I can tell you is, if you financially fail, we just cannot bail you out. So that one single line gave me my base element of what I necessarily want to do. At that early stage, I think nobody was looking at media and entertainment, but as a hobby, some people play golf, some people do chess. I used to do theater and drama and host some front of camera shows at the single channel at that time, which was Doordarshan. So I think my passion at that stage was being extrovertish and theater, which actually changed my life and gave me a lot more confidence. All my soft skills in life have come from theater, not from doing a soft skills program. So I think that connection with theater got me into media, got me into a B2B element where we started as a B2B company. We morphed into a B2C program, but one fine day, an analyst asked me, but how is the predictability in this business? You're doing all these great things in the business. And I said, yeah, because you're a B2B, you're always going to be dependent on the business that you get. That's when I focused and changed and converted ourselves into a broadcast studio, a movie studio, an animation studio, and became a B2C company. So my simple answer is, not everything is necessarily clearly unscripted. At the time at which I wanted to start something, the scary part was I wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to do, but I started my passion. At a time when I exited that, it was just one of those situations where you feel at that stage in your life where you've peaked to a certain level, and the next level of innovation for me was to look at something else also. Now, most people, especially in media, normally felt at that stage when we divested in 2012, you hadn't had the Flipkarts exiting in 2015 and become glamorous. In 2012, exit was a bad word. It was abandonment. And cashing something meant you abandoned what you want to do. But I think at that stage for me, to take a brand that we had built and sell it to a brand that was 1,000 times bigger than our brand, which was Disney versus UTV, was a great privilege. It also meant that 1,300 people that worked for us then went to the next level of what they wanted to do. And for me, it just opened up a vista of opportunities and made me rediscover myself. So, as the young lady here asked me, what am I discovering, what am I learning? At that stage, it was a cross-section that I wanted to go into. Education and learning and skilling came up because actually there are a lot of parallels. In media, you're storytelling. In education, learning and skilling, you're also storytelling. It's basically at that fundamental level, you're holding attention and creating impact of a different nature. And one of the things a young student asked me when I was looking, and he was talking to me about my Swades, and he says, but your media is much more impactful, which is a fact. Because I think the stories you tell in media shape people's lives. So I think I've been privileged enough at both counts to do that. You're never really dead clear on an idea. And if you hold on to that dead clarity, the possibility of you to accept the first 5 failures, change, pivot, move forward, and adapt will get limited. So watch out. Thank you.
Maybe one on this side? This side of the room, maybe? Can we get a mic here, please, if that's
We're doing okay on time?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Manjula here from Commonwealth Bank, this side.
Yes, hi. Yes.
So I know I'm standing a bit back, so yeah. With the advent of new technologies in AI and AI growing very fast, being a leader or a board member or somebody who is in leadership, what's one strategy which you think a person should adapt for AI thinking about future for 5 or 10 years more?
Yeah, the speakers are pointed the other way. You need to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
a
So I think if one is a leader, what strategies does one adopt for, let's say, use AI for the next 5 or 10 years?
in leadership.
Yeah, as a leader for companies, right? That's your question? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to make a little bit of a controversial statement firstly, before even that. I think today, leadership cannot be taken for granted. Leadership has an expiry date, in my opinion, of almost every week. You could be a great leader, and every week you'll have to innovate yourself in some form or the other. So if you think once you're a leader, forever you're a leader, you're going to get demoted in your life. You may not get demoted in a job because that takes a lot in an HR department to do that. But you could be demoting yourself if you're not in leadership, walking up the steps every single day. And it's got to be multifaceted. So whether it's AI or technology, whether it's innovation, whether it's the approach to how you're going to adapt a workforce, how you're going to take people with you, how you're going to marry today profitability with impact, these are all absolute stepping stones. So my broader answer to you would be, today in leadership, consider that every week you have to go like a parking ticket and revalidate your ticket, because most people, when you get into some sense of position of leadership, there's that element of complacency and comfort that I've at least partly arrived, if not fully alive. And you haven't arrived. It's an actual moving train, and there is no platform in that context. And so AI is going to be a great tool as many others. I don't think it's a central one. But it's definitely going to help you stay on your toes in many ways, because somewhere down in that room, the conversation is going to give you optionalities that's going to keep you on your toes. Just use it as a tool. In my opinion, I use it as a tool to augment, not to threaten. I think if you use that, it'll work much better for everybody.
No, thanks, Ronnie. I think we're out of time for questions, but I promised you I'll take your questions. We'll come back to you. And
thank you so much for keeping your promise. So hello Ronnie, thanks for the session. My name is Natali. I'm colleague of Shweta from Commonwealth Bank of Australia. So generally we see that when people start their journey into entrepreneurship, they are like more into impact. We will create an impact, and eventually they move into profit, and that's where their business goes topsy-turvy. So what is your thought on that? What is your recommendation or thinking for those people?
Yeah,
so,
sorry.
people
I've
talk
got a little
about
tinnitus, so I get a
No,
little
it's okay.
clarity.
So people talk about impact when they go into
Yeah.
business, and things get awry. They go awry. They get topsy-turvy. So how do you stay the course? I think that's your question. Yes.
Yeah, but I think you've answered the question. I mean, topsy-turvy is how it works. Topsy-turvy is how it works. 3/4 of the land mass is sea, and the waves are always topsy-turvy. So if you didn't have topsy-turvy, do you think you'll ever be able to build a business? And I think most of us look at it with the cup half full versus the cup half empty, and we're thinking, it's the waves that actually keeps you going and keeps you afloat. Imagine if you were just standing dead still in the Dead Sea, you'd sink. So today, I think you're learning from the topsy-turviness. Don't get rattled by that. You have to go with the flow. And yes, there'll be large waves that'll dunk you in that process. That's absolutely part of it, because otherwise your learning is zero, your innovation will be zero. So don't think that a good environment and I need a lucky break, because that luck factor for a lot of people plays in your mind. That it's not a lucky break. You have to be in multiple good places at good times to be once in the right place, the right time to get some tailwind. But it would be a horrible place to build a business if it was all calm. That's all I would tell you. There'd be no learning.
Super. I think that's all we have time for. Ronnie, thank you so much for the insights. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'd like to get a quick picture of you. Would you like to do it there or here? In the center? Could you all step right here if you don't mind? Can we get a picture with them and the audience? I think that would be better. Gents, Shrikant, if you don't mind coming up on stage, can we get a picture with them and you? Would that be okay? Yeah? All right. If you could very quickly turn around, and we'll get the gentleman on stage. Perfect, right there. Would you all rather sit, stand, what? Stand, I think. Stand would be better. Big smiley faces, everyone. Big smiley faces. What a fantastic conversation, a fireside chat. Can we put our hands together for them? A beautiful way to start day 3 of Cypher 2024. Stay right there, getting a quick video and a few pictures. Can we get a fun one with all of your hands up in the air? Come on, make some noise for yourselves. Make some noise for the people on stage. That was pathetic. So bad. So bad. Can we try once again? Can we go woohoo, like with a little enthusiasm, like we believe in it? Come on. Okay, much better, much better. All right, we're going to quickly jump into the next session. This is a session that is actually quite intriguing for me. It's a controversial topic. We're going to be talking, is Gen AI for real? We've all heard about, can Gen AI do this? Can it do that? But we're going to hear from this gentleman to see what his opinions on this topic are. Can we have all of y'all settle down very quickly, if you don't mind, please? Thank you very much. Taking the lights down for this, please welcome to the stage your speaker. This is a fireside chat once again. Please welcome Mr. Kailash Nath, CTO at Zerodha. Come on, put your hands together for him while he makes his way to the stage. Joining him to moderate this session, senior technology journalist from AIM Media House. Please welcome to the stage, Vandana Nair. I like how when the gentleman got on stage, there was complete darkness, but when she got on stage, there's all flashing lights and whatnot. But can you give them a huge round of applause? This is the second session of the day. Vandana, you have the honor of the conversation. Over to you.
Vineet. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's day 3, and I promise today is also going to be a very exciting day. Well, Kailash, it's a pleasure to meet you again. I think the last time we had a podcast, we discussed one interesting term called pragmatic pessimist. And somewhere you said you relate to that. But if you think more about it, I think that's a very interesting lens to look at Gen AI through. A little bit of pessimism as well. A lot of things is happening, obviously, with Gen AI. And recently, there was even news on an Israeli regulator approving an AI startup for using a chatbot to do the stocks and invest in stocks with partnership with the bank. So now the question of how much of AI is a hype? I mean, are all these real practical use cases? So is it a hype, or is there a real thing to it? Like, is Gen AI for real?
It's both for sure. There's a whole new class of technologies that have emerged under the umbrella of AI in the last few years, and they're all real. But is there immense amounts of hype around them? For sure, absolutely. So it's a bit of, no, it's a lot of both. There's a lot of reality and there's a lot of hype. And specifically about the example you cited, the funny thing is AI research and computational AI machine learning research have been going on for 60 plus years, 50, 60 years. And some of the earliest use cases and attempts of using such technologies have been to make money in the stock markets. All through the 80s, Wall Street bet heavily on using machine learning technology. So the first use case people attempted was to make magic money out of stock markets with AI. So there's nothing new. And I don't even know why it's in the news that a chatbot got approved. People have been doing it even before generative AI for decades in stock markets.
So So that's when it comes to finance, like adopting AI technology, I mean, it's always a little, I mean, people are a little wary about it. Like, there are a lot of risks to it, or are there like security concerns? So how is the current ecosystem managing through it? I mean, are they like completely adopting it, or they're still kind of taking it slow?
A couple of years ago, I shared a bunch of personal views around this where I got really sick of uh, enterprise sales spam, as I call it, where people were hawking and selling powered by AI, quote unquote, solutions in our industry, finance, technology, fintech, AI for fraud detection, AI for this, AI for that. This was 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I can't recollect. But it was before the Gen AI explosion. But even at that point, it was so overdone and oversold, where a lot of people were claiming to use these things before they didn't even exist. So you can imagine how much that would have accelerated today when some of these technologies are now legit. So about adoption, again, it's a bit of both. There are a small fraction of organizations looking at adopting this meaningfully. A large number who are trying to really adopt it because everybody else is adopting it. But it's the same cycle all over again. When you had big data, everybody had big data. When you had something else, everybody had something else. So it's adoption is a mixed bag. Lots of hype, lots of adoption for the sake of adoption, and some meaningful adoption. It'll take a few years before it settles down to a reasonable level.
Got it. So just moving on from the Gen AI, we'll get to that in a bit. I want to talk about open source community. So I think Zerodha has been known for embracing open source technologies, and you yourself are a big proponent of FOSS and free open software service. So how big of a thing is open source, developer ecosystem? Like, how important is it? I mean, is it really required for bringing technology to the next step?
Oh, absolutely. I think this massive and exponential explosion of generative AI technology is entirely driven by open source. The ecosystem of tools, the entire stack, deployment tools, development tools, all kinds of things, evaluation tools, the frameworks, developer frameworks, the entire developer experience, engineering experience, and tooling around this is all open source. Yes, OpenAI released their first set of models, which is what really kicked off this wave. So those are proprietary, large proprietary models, but setting models apart, there are high quality, open source or open weight models that are hitting the market. We've been experimenting with a few at Zerodha ourselves, but those are the models being open source or open weights. But the entire ecosystem of tools that you need to use these technologies, fully open source. And without that ecosystem, we wouldn't be talking about Gen AI today.
So can you talk a bit about FOSS and how that growth has been for, say, the open source community that in India specifically? Like, what are some of the things that you're doing, or say Zerodha is doing, to kind of encourage this whole ecosystem?
I mean, so it's open source. I call it FOSS, free and open source software. It is so absolutely fundamental to Zerodha's existence. No open source, no Zerodha. No open source, no Indian startup ecosystem. No open source, no global technological explosion of the last 2 decades. Internet runs on open source technologies. Absolutely everything runs on open source technologies. The largest government systems run on open source technologies. Our phones all run Linux kernels, let's say Android phones. So open source is absolutely everywhere. Open source as a movement, open source as a model of building and distributing and collaborating on software, it's absolutely everywhere. One of my biggest gripes, and it continues to be a gripe, has been that in India, in the Indian context, the industry has largely failed to acknowledge, I mean, forget largely, has utterly failed to acknowledge the role of open source technologies in the development of the entire ecosystem. You pick any startup, small or big, you pick any tech company, they're all largely 90% built on open source technologies. We pick up the best databases, we pick up the best frameworks, we pick up the best programming languages. Just go download, install, build a business on top of it. But acknowledging that, absent. Giving money and support to open source projects, absent. So this is something we've been very cognizant of, and I'm personally very passionate about it. I'm an open source developer myself. So at Zerodha, from the very get-go, we've taken extreme care. We've been cautious of acknowledging, this was more than a decade ago. And as we became successful, as we had material and monetary resources, we started funding open source projects that we used freely. We helped set up the FOSS United Foundation, which is a non-profit foundation that works in India across open source communities to strengthen the open source system. And in fact, next week, we're launching a dedicated open source fund to fund critical open source projects globally. And as Zerodha, we also produce a lot of open source technologies ourselves, which we give out to the community. So these are all common sense things, and every organization should do at least some of these to the best of their capabilities.
So does it also mean the awareness is less? That could also be one reason why we're not developing these kind of community.
I can't, no, it's not an awareness thing. I mean, like I said, without open source technologies, there would be no startup ecosystem. Every tech company is built on these technologies. So the awareness absolutely exists within the engineering teams. But most enterprises, the management probably doesn't care about encouraging engineering teams to contribute back. Because software developers and engineers, they work with open source technologies every day, right? We hear of terms like React or React Native or Flutter. These are all open source technologies, and we use them freely. But unless an organization from the top down has that push and encouragement for a culture that gives back to open source technologies, it is not going to happen. And I think it's not a matter of awareness, I think it's a matter of callousness.
All right, so then I think Zerodha has always had a particular approach. Like, for example, when this AI wave started, and I think many were kind of saying AI will replace jobs. I mean, that fear kind of set in. But I think Zerodha was one of those very few companies which consciously said that, you know, that's not going to happen. We're going to safeguard our employees. So how is that possible when you have so many companies actually saying that, you know what, AI can or cannot replace? But Zerodha has been very clear about, you know what, that's not going to happen.
That was a philosophical decision, not a technology or business decision. I can cite an example. So we've been experimenting with open source large language models for solving very specific problems within the organization, things to do with customer support, etc. And recently, some of these systems that we took online, where we just had one developer working on it, experimenting with it, it kind of invalidated the mundane, tedious, manual jobs a team of about 100 people were doing. And logically, if you look at it, those 100 jobs are lost. But last year, we took a call, and people were, when it was peak LLM hype, we took this call. We set up this policy where we explicitly stated that nobody at Zerodha is going to lose their job because just because we happen to adopt a certain technology. There'll be avenues for people to migrate to other roles and whatnot. And that's what's happening here. So it was a philosophical decision. It was a human-centric decision that we took. Nothing to do with AI in general. It could be any technology, any automation that outright invalidates a bunch of roles. And that has happened from time to time. So we've created an environment where even if that happens, the humans are not left hanging. They have other avenues to explore within the org.
So can you talk about some of the tools or something where you are already experimenting with AI, right? It's not that Zerodha is not doing it. So anything that you can talk about, like what you're experimenting with, or to what scale that would be implemented in your function?
This particular example I cited, it's a very tangible one. A lot of large organizations would face this. So we get hundreds of thousands of customer support calls every month. People call us every day, tens of thousands of calls per day. And we have a quality team, I think about 100 people, and their job is to randomly pick up and sample calls and analyze the quality of the customer support that our team delivered. Now you can imagine 100 people sifting through lakhs of calls, picking up a random sample, listening to 5-minute calls, listening to 40-minute calls. It's a mundane, soul-sucking thing to do, but there was no other way for us to ensure quality. Now we have had one developer on the side, on the periphery, experimenting with some of these things, and we've stitched together a pipeline of open source AI models and technologies. Some language models like Llama, speech-to-text models like Whisper. So there's a pipeline through which these calls just pass, and now we get nice transcripts out of each call, and it's a continuous thing. Calls keep on going in, zero manual intervention or supervision. And once you have nice transcripts of these calls automatically made from one of these models, you can run language analysis using something like Llama and get meaningful insights from it. Were there a lot of pauses? Was the customer happy, unhappy? You know, basic sense. Now, will this system take any sort of a decision? No. That's also another policy that we have. These systems will aid decision making, and the decision making lies with humans. Now, instead of sifting through hundreds of thousands of calls, the team just has to look at the calls that the system flags. That's saving them 99% of the effort. And the efficacy of the entire process, where you have a bunch of these metrics and analysis of language, tone, style, etc., length of the call. So the sample size that you get, that this model outputs, is already high quality. So you're not picking up random calls where there's nothing to find. So this is a big, big deal for the organization. The process of quality, the quality of a customer support improves, and the lives of about 100 people also improve. That's a very tangible example made entirely using open source models, running on a super, super cheap cloud infrastructure that we self-hosted.
So that's a wonderful integration of AI and human, that I could say that. I mean, I could put it that way. So then coming on to like how you're using AI for the transcripts, like evaluating it. So then now there are a lot of limitations also to AI models, like the whole hallucination, it's a black box, etc. So do you think employing this AI for this function can also have its own challenges? So can you talk about that? And also, as a whole, what are the generative AI challenges that maybe enterprises will also face when adopting these kind of technologies?
Oh, absolutely. There can be serious challenges. I'm not a fan of the word hallucination in language models because that behavior that looks like hallucination is inherent to how language models work. That is how they work. And when they work in ways that we don't really want them to work, we call it a hallucination. So we shouldn't anthropomorphize that too much. But absolutely, that's a big challenge. If you start relying on language models for critical decision making, imagine using language models or some of these similar models for that you employ for automated insurance claim decisions. That could be disastrous. The example that I cited was where it's purely an aid to a human, and the agency of decision making, the accountability of a certain decision lies with the human. But if you start depending on these models for decision making itself, then I think that's a very dangerous path to go down, especially today, because we're talking about stuff that has been around for like 3-4 years in that sense, right? So the challenges are not really technical. There are many technical challenges, but I don't think that is what really matters. The challenges are going to be of decision making and agency. And organizations looking to adopt these things should be extremely wary and cognizant of the decision-making capabilities of these models. Yes, they will easily make decisions, but most likely they'll end up being wrong and disastrous for the org. So the focus should be there. Our focus is absolutely there. Yeah, so it's not just about hallucination, it's about humans losing agency of decision-making. And another thing, and I think we've already started seeing that in some places, is if you end up employing black boxes in areas of decision making, when something goes wrong, nobody knows where to point fingers at. You reach out to customer support says, but the system says it's wrong. Customer support escalates it to a management layer somewhere, they're like, but the system said it's wrong. So once the system decides, and the system is so entrenched in an organization, nobody really will even remember after a point what went wrong. And if the system says so, the system says so. So I think those are the biggest risks. And irrespective of the kind of AI technologies that you use, these risks are inherent. And these are the things that occupy my mind, at least.
So then how can, I mean, how would companies know when to draw the line, or how should they approach this when it comes to adopting it? So what are some of the steps that they can take to prevent such kind of failure?
I think it's common sense. There's no formula to this. It's the same with adopting any kind of technology. However, these technologies are of a different class altogether. So organizations really have to stick to first principles. Do not rely on these things for critical decision making. Now, if you do, make sure there are paths to fall back to, graceful paths to fall back to. The system says something, it's obviously wrong, then there should be a clear process for that decision to be deferred to humans. So it's just common sense. But if you're overhyped and you really want to incorporate this everywhere, then you've already lost that.
So then, just again, a little extension to that is, so there are a lot of misuses also that happens with these things. So you say AI can help, but at the same time, it can also expedite the kind of breaches. So especially in a finance sector, how can companies take like stringent steps to ensure that does not happen?
That's a tricky one. So abuse and misuse of technologies have always been a cat and mouse game. Now, when these language models help you deep fake live videos on a webcam, or deep clone and fake somebody's voice, things like KYC, etc., become really difficult. Even your unsophisticated spam calls, where people would just randomly dial you and try to sell you something. You know, my mother got a call from the RBI governor last month. So, not joking. I mean, RBI governor, but she hung up immediately because I've sensitized her enough. These calls can now sound realistic and very sophisticated. How do you beat them? How do you overcome them? I don't really know. It has to evolve. Just like fraud is never going to stop. You will have sophisticated fraud. You will have sophisticated fraud prevention mechanisms. Then there'll be slightly more sophisticated fraud. It's an absolute cat and mouse game. And fraud has existed throughout human civilization. So we'll just have to figure out and evolve and be more careful and cautious. A lot of things that we take for granted will have to go away.
So like you said, so each time something new comes up, you kind of find new ways to counter that, but then something progressive comes up. So does it, I mean, can we say that this will never end, like any kind of misuse? You cannot probably say AI will solve all these things, like say deepfake problems or those kind of things.
No, it'll never end. For as long as there are human beings, there will be fraud, there will be scams. And technology accelerates everything. Technology accelerates good stuff. Technology also accelerates bad stuff. Forget AI. Internet, the advent of internet, which was meant to be the global information superhighway, which it is, also accelerated fraud, right? People sitting in a country can now defraud people sitting in other countries. That was never possible before the internet. So it is going to continue. It is going to accelerate forever.
That's kind of sad to hear. But so now with the capabilities the AI models are coming out, can we say that in the near future it would surpass human intelligence, or would AI still remain as a tool to just augment human capabilities?
And this debate goes back, I think, again, thousands of years. Thousands of years ago, philosophers were philosophizing about machines that have cognition. So we still have not been able to describe objectively what consciousness is, what intelligence is, what self-consciousness and self-awareness are. So it's a very tricky question to answer. This question has no answer. If we can't even define intelligence, how can you discern? But when LLMs became like a big deal a couple of years ago, there were a bunch of people, a whole school of thought that said and truly believed that LLMs internally have attained some sort of self-awareness. Not human-like, but in their own right. But then there were other big camps that said that no, that's absolutely not true. So unless you can agree on a framework for intelligence, I don't think it's possible to even definitively say that, oh, this thing is generally intelligent. 5 years ago, if somebody said that there'll be this chatbot that will be able to interact with you exactly like a human being, solve real problems for you, speak to you in natural language, nobody would believe it. But today it's become commodity, and the goalpost has shifted. So LLMs are not even considered intelligent anymore, and all it took was 24 months. So the goalpost will keep getting shifted. Will, at some point, I don't know, centuries from now, will we attain non-biological artificial intelligence? Highly likely. But will a lot of people still say that that is not real? Highly likely. It's the no true Scotsman's thing.
So then the discussions that we have today on AGI, artificial general intelligence, and a lot of these leaders talking about how we'll get there in 2 years or 5 years. So does it mean that we've also not got the definition right? Like, what is AGI exactly? If they're saying it's something that can be easily achieved, then I think something's not right.
It must be their definition. They must have some definition that they've made up for what intelligence is. And it might be very intelligent looking behavior or technologies, but for anyone to say that it'll happen in 2 years or 5 years, no way. I mean, you can't. It's physics, it's biology. You really can't. And people have been saying that from the 50s and 60s. In fact, before there was computation, before there was general computing, people were trying to build AI using analog technology. So AI research and hands-on AI modeling predates general purpose computing. And AI was always 5 years away from the last many, many years. Today we have amazing breakthroughs built on many decades worth of research, but to say that in 2 or 5 years or 10 years we'll have AGI is, I don't know where that's coming from. Probably business reasons, valuation reasons, I don't know.
So just coming to the end of it, so anything that you want to say on, say, what would be the future trend, or what do you foresee will happen, say, maybe in the next 5 to 10 years, with the whole, say, the way the AI has expedited in the last 2 years at least? Is there something that you see? Or something that can go wrong as well?
I think predictions of future, especially with technologies, have always aged like milk. And I have, my foresight when it comes to technology is very, very limited. But that these things are going to be commonplace is a given. There's evidence that what large language models, when they came out 2-3 years ago, people assumed that these things can only really work on massive systems. Today you have really good models running on Raspberry Pis, tiny little computers. It only took 24 months of decentralized open source innovation. So these systems are going to keep getting better and better. And I think they're also going to open socio-legal regulatory conundrums. A big hot topic right now is the very basis of things like copyright or intellectual property. What does it even mean in the framework of machine intelligence, right? And from that perspective, so I think a bunch of legal conundrums are going to open up. Regulators are going to try and regulate, but from the looks of it, these things can't really be regulated. Yes, the good actors can be regulated. They can be made to abide by frameworks and laws, but the bad actors don't care. So that's just going to accelerate. So acceleration is going to happen, good and bad. That seems like a given. These things are going to get better and better. That also seems like a given. But anything beyond that, I'm unable to predict.
Got it. Thank you so much, Kailash. I think, yeah, we have a lot to look forward to and be wary of as well. I think we can open up for questions now. Yeah.
Just point out to the person. We'll have a mic come up to them.
Hey Kailash, my name is Amita. I came across your blog a few years ago when Zero Dart first shot up, and you identify as an absurdist. And it seems contradictory to the conventional way to build, because we build for a better future. So how has your school of thought sort of been an underlying catalyst to building Zerodha and beyond over the past few decades?
It's strange that it's unconventional. I think what we've done or what we've ended up doing ideally should have been the conventional way of doing it. When you can build stuff and scale stuff with X and not 10X, that seems like, again, common sense. The size of our tech team is something that is discussed regularly, and ideally that should have been the norm. In fact, that was the norm 20, 25 years ago. But now everything needs to be 10X to pull off the same thing. So our philosophies of sticking to first principles and common sense stuff, it hasn't changed at all. It was the same when we were starting out. It's the same today when we have become big. And it ideally should not be considered unconventional. It should be conventional, but the conventional way of building businesses by way of excess, I'm hoping at some point that becomes an anomaly. So nothing really has changed in our worldview. Common sense, first principles based building works at all scale, when you're nothing and when you're big.
Thank you. And please write more. It's so lovely to read.
Hi. First of all, thanks for sharing the information. And I really liked your point of view about open source, because no enterprise can solely rely upon intellectuals, right, or proprietaries. So it has to be balanced off, both open source and proprietary. My question, if you can please share some light. When generative AI wave started, we all started talking about LLM, large language models. But over the time, we realized larger may not be the better all the time. So what has been the adoption and the significance of SLMs, small language models?
So large language models work. You get the LLM-like behavior from the largeness. So a small language model doesn't really work in that sense. If the models weren't so large, they wouldn't be so conversational. They wouldn't appear so intelligent. They wouldn't be so good at what they do. So the behavior that we see today is the direct outcome and function of their largeness. So it's not just, there are feats of engineering. There have been breakthroughs where the largeness is compressed purely from a perspective of engineering and efficiency to smaller models that fit on your phones, etc. But they're still very large. If you just feed a model a dictionary and it has nothing else, it really can't become an LLM. So there will be engineering breakthroughs. These things will become smaller from an engineering perspective, but LLMs, by their sheer nature, are going to remain large, unless there's a new form of AI that figures out. I mean, so when the human brain starts, it doesn't start with all the knowledge out there. It's an emergent property that really learns. And that for 60 years, that's all research, AI research, was concentrated on that very model. But then whatever happened in the last few years happened, and it all turned upside down. You started out massively big with very little learning from zero, and that really worked. So who knows?
Do we have time for? No, okay. So we're done with the time. If Kailash is outside, I think people can connect with you if you're available. So please do reach out to him. Yeah, so thank you so much, Kailash. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all very much. Before we let you all go, could we get a picture with the two of you all right there in the middle? Kailash Nath, CTO at Zerodha, and Vandana Nair. Can we hear a big round of applause for them, please? Thank you all very much. It's time for us to jump into the next session, but before we do, a very quick announcement. I have the winners for a particular contest that you all participated in, pulling that up. The winners from Day 2 Raga's AI Reliable Gen AI contest are as follows. Sanchari Das from Eli Lilly, Sanket Sonu from Philips, Nayan Pandya from Ingersoll Rand. The winners, please visit the Raga AI booth on floor 1 to collect your gift hampers. The reliable Gen AI contest from Raga AI will continue today as well, so make sure you head over to their booth to participate. So those are the winners. If you're here, you can head over to the this is the Raga AI stall outside, all right? Thank you all very much. We're going to move on to the next session. This is transform every aspect of your business with AI. This is the conversation for the next session. The topic will cover a holistic view of realizing AI use cases from an end-to-end perspective. And to deliver this talk, we have an engineering leader with more than 22 years at SAP, having extensive experience in designing, developing, and testing enterprise software products. Please welcome to the stage your speaker. We're going to take the lights down for this once again. Rahul Lode, Global Head of Engineering for SAP Business AI Copilot Joule. Please welcome him to the stage. Put your hands together. Rahul, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. I think it's been going on quite interesting sessions this morning. So I'm following many of them, and I thought maybe a little bit change into the from the practical or more technical aspects, and the look at more at the business term of it. How does we look at our businesses turn into the actual reality with AI? So I've been with the industry for about more than 23 years as such. Been in the AI for last, I would say, 5 years, driving various topics at SAP on the AI side. And I would tell you the last 1.5 years is more exciting than ever in the industry to see how we make things. But today's session, I would like to focus more on some of the practical aspects of how do we really deploy the AI use cases, and what do we look at the strategizing it as well. So just stay tuned for the maybe more patience. I think it's been everyone agrees that, right? There is an immense amount of potential that we get with generative AI, especially last few years has been quite transformational, but the moment we get the ChatGPT and the more generative AI models, things has become really, really bullish. I mean, Morgan Stanley expects that to have 4.1 trillion potential economic impact that the AI could have. More importantly, when we look at today's world, right? The AI is everywhere, and more importantly, not look at the specific sector of your industry, but is impacting across all the sectors of your industries. You talk about the procurement, talk about the HR system, you can look at the IT functions as well, right? Which predominantly also get into the space where it makes huge amount of difference for the developers starting to the end user. And that's what the spectrum that AI today covers, that interacting in and impacting to everyone's life in some other ways that we take forward. But let's look at what does it need to build the right AI system. And I think that's where all of us been thinking about that, what a successful AI system to build, right? We also know that there is a 66% of executives are many times dissatisfied with the AI projects. Sometimes a lot of frustration comes in it. If you are engaged in some of the AI projects, this something would also resonate with you, where you look at there's a lack of skill, technology is moving at very faster pace as we move on. But at the same time, you also look at the roadmap, and Gen AI priorities keep changing because we don't get the right outcome that we look forward, or the hype or expectation that made by AI. And many times the POC doesn't turn into the actual value that we need to take out of the complete project. You also look at the strategy is not get properly aligned with your business goal, as well as the responsible AI, right? Because you see every time there are new governance model keep coming in, every time there are the ethics guidelines comes in, and that's also important part. That's something that you build, how it goes to the production aspects as such. What do we need in order to make it more requirement to get the AI in the right aspects of your businesses? We look at the 3 pillars that we call at. It's RRR. It's a reliable, relevant, and responsible way of building the use cases. And this is the high-level framework, at least impacting to make sure that you get the right use case with the high availability. What does it mean for us, right? So relevant is where you pursue the scenario to get the right business value, which impacts on the three important aspects: your strategy that you are building, the ROI, and the business processes that impact your businesses. First part is strategy. The strategy of the building the AI in your businesses is importantly to align with your high-level business goal. What exactly your organization want to do? Who is your target audience? Does it exactly meeting their goals in a right way or not? So having the larger strategy not only for an individual use case level, but looking at to impacting on your larger application, that's where it's make to the more relevant for your end user and your target audience as well. Because without having the right end-to-end strategy in mind, starting the AI use cases or deploying the AI project just because of their cool hype there, it is not going to sustain for a long time. Second part is the ROI, because at leadership level, at the management level, everyone want to see what's the ROI I'm going to get if I deploy to certain investment that I bring it in. And that's ROI, that's something would be very clearly defined when you align your goals in order to make what is the right ROI you look for the investment that you're doing, and how long term it can go also, right? Because ROI is usually, in case of AI case, you might not get the instant ROI out of it. It's again the long term that you time need to build the use case and get the output out of it, and the appetite your organization should have to build them in a right way. Third part is the business processes. It would not work the way business processes has been working in the past. So we know traditionally, I come for most traditional aspects of where the SAP has been there for last 50 years. The business processes are been there for a very long time. But until the time you don't think using the transformational way of impacting the business processes, when you try to use the AI and GenAI capabilities, it's not going to be same processes that you are using for last 15 years that going to be work in a similar way. You have to think of what business process I can change, how I can leverage the power of the new technology that getting adopted in a way that my business processes can work smartly. Can I cut down some of the transactions? Can I cut down some of the screens? Can I cut down some of the processes to really leverage the power of AI? It's a new way of thinking in order to revolutionize your businesses end to end. And that's where you really see the benefit of it. If you try to force fit something into the current business processes, definitely the value would not be as much as you like to get, but at the same time, you will not get the end-to-end goal also to meet the right ROI at this point of time. So that's the important part where we look at your use case make more relevant with the strategy, ROI, and the business processes alignment there. Next important aspect is the reliability, because unless you don't build a strong, scalable foundation to deliver the AI use case, is never going to be going as strongly as reliable for the building the use case that you need to make it to your customers. And it has two more important ingredients when you talk about the reliability part. First is the data, another one is the abstraction layer. Data is something, is a platform that we need, so everyone knows that the good data you have, you can really able to make the good AI use cases. But in the current world that you see, is the data and the model is a first part, but again, how you ground your model with the right data, how you use the LLMs that you choose for making it happen, how your data pipeline look like, which feed into the some of the grounding you want to do in your overall pipeline that you want to make it there. So having this right data platform is also the important part when you think about building your reliability aspects of it. Because what you don't want to get is that customer is using your AI use case and is just hallucinating at that point of time. It's just giving you some different output than something that you are looking for getting the right outcome from your system. So having this right data and the right data pipeline with the right selection of model for a specific use case is very important. That's something the building the platform is important. Nowadays there are plenty of models are there in the market. We are just having before discussion about the large language model versus the small model language model, and also there are now I think region-specific models coming up there, industry-specific models are coming in there. how you can ground this model in the right way in order to get your use case at the right place. And that's where data platform going to play the very important role in order to realize the real AI use case. Second part is the abstraction, the part which you keep the topic about as well. When you build your platform and try to realize the use case, it's such a fast-moving word nowadays. I mean, we just had a 4.0 came some time back. Now I think 1.0 is coming up, which is multi-agent model from OpenAI. The Gemini is delivered at the faster pace. We have Meta delivered the new model there. Look at the way transformation. You can't even predict now, not even the 6 months, I would say even the 2 months what's happening. I would also say the 1 month what's happening, I don't know. So keeping your platform open is something that's something which is very important when you think of building any AI use cases now. Even tying to the specific model and very dependent on them is not also the good idea, I would say there. So having this right abstraction layer, which has the openness of adopting what's best thing happening in the industry, that's a way to look at when you make it the more reliable use case. Because, I mean, you never know what's running today. Tomorrow it can shut down because of some ethics, some AI biasness, or some country put the litigation on them. So it's very important that when we build the use cases, also keep in mind that either I can take advantage of a new latest and greatest thing coming in mind, or I can also look at that how I can ensuring that the innovation that I'm delivering is a future-proof and more little bit loosely ties with the overall infrastructure to make the right abstraction layer. And the next important part that unavoidable in the case, and that's what the responsible AI we talk about, right? You have to build the system in order to make the user trust you. And this trust is very, very important aspects when we make the AI use case. This can be the part which can really make or break your use case, or make or break your usage of your aspects. And there are, I would say, 3 important ingredients when you look at it to build the use case with the element of the governance, getting the right tool, and the workforces. The governance is the integral part when you are defining your use cases in order to ensuring that what right processes you want to follow to make the use case more ethics friendly, but at the same time it also should give the right value. I can give you an example, right? I mean, when you look at building the use case, if you try to ground it more, so if I don't want to talk about more competition, I have to very heavily give you the bias detection that I ground a lot with the specific data coming in this specific use case. You are not going to get the right outcome that you're looking for, because if you try to ground use case with the lot of stringent way, the output going to be always very narrow focus, I would say, and that's something would not make right for your use case. So you have to take a right balance between what exactly you want to take till the governance aspect versus how much openness you need to have in your use case. Second part is the importantly look at when you forming your governance, there are the situation that when you take a decision is maybe the more relevant use case, right? Because we talk about relevance, that it's provide the high business value to my customer. It can be the, if I implement this use case, I'm going to get the 1 million revenue per X amount of users and going to impact my end-to-end portfolio. But what if that use case need personal data to be used from your end user? What if that use case you need to compromise your ethics policies that required in order to have that use case in? So you have to take a very right conscious decision that how you're going to make that balance, right? And in the case that, at least we take it at SAP sometimes when there's a very high value use case, but if it's involved to compromise on your responsible AI aspects, we not take forward those use cases. So you have to really have to impact that aspect where, or take the foot down, saying that no, the trust is the important part that I build. I may build more use cases, or maybe I can find some work on analyzing some of the aspects or using more tools to have it. But having the right governance framework in place is very important. I mean, we have seen and hearing it all the time, right? Because of the sum of the use case or the data link or the biases created, some of the applications are just bringing down or ban in specific countries, right? Your users just trust you to use the AI, just because of they feel safe on that. Moment they don't feel safe, the usage go back. And also it can cause a lot of litigation, right? It's been a very sensitive topic when we start using. It's all cool to see how the large language model or the small language model can give you the lot of empowerment, quite easy thing to build the use cases. You also have multimodal capability, which can really go beyond what traditionally someone can do. But also it has high chances of getting hallucination. It has high chances of using the personal data from an end user. It's high chances of using data that user use for the training and then making the creating the footprint to make for a product. That's something which is not likable for that. Jailbreaks can also be a very easily formed within such kind of a product. So you have to be very sensitive to ensure that how you are adding the governance within your organization, within your processes that we do in order to ensure that the right combination can be bring it up. There are a lot of tools available, so would leverage the tools to especially look at the ensure the safety, content moderation, look at how do we the output of the model can be used in a certain way, and that's where I think the data protection, privacy tools, anonymization tools would come in the picture as well. That you need to ensure that you put the right responsible tool that we need to make it there. And the last and important part is unless your workforce is not upskill on the what is right and what is wrong, you will still see the leakage of the specific contents would be keep happening there. So it's very important to also invest in people to make sure that the use case that they are building are aware of what is data protection privacy they should go, how far they can use customer data, what legal framework that we have in the organization that can allow me to use the X amount of data, or after that the only anonymization can be work, or I cannot use it. So it's an investment that you need to do in the organization in order to achieve the right responsible AI framework to make it in the perspective. I have to bring on how does it looks like when we try to productize the use case, and that's an important part that we talk about, the relevant, reliable, and responsible AI in the framework. And it's I would say, high-level framework that we use. We call in SAP as the business AI framework, where it's all on the top, orchestrate with the Copilot. The Copilot is something we call as Joule, which is abstract the information from the more complex systems that we have, and it's bringing all line of business system, but abstracted with the Copilot, where you can get the more value out of the system, but at the same time you are also getting the simplicity, the way you can reimagine the different aspects of your businesses. Then you look at the second layer, where we try to make a lot of embedded use cases. And that's a more relevant part, because if I am a purchase officer, I want to get recommendation of a document there. If I'm doing HR, I want to generate the automated using AI, the job profile, or even the questionnaires for interview to generate. I need to bring within the tool that we want. That's why we more focus into making the embedded AI use cases are prominent across our portfolio, following the principle of the relevant, reliable, and responsible way of building it. And the third important part where we put a lot of guardrail, and that's a part where is the SAP Foundation, or we call AI Foundation layer, which provide the technical guardrail where we could do data protection, privacy, content filterization, your commercialization that comes there, prompt management, or hosting the new prompts, doing the foundation model, training your own, I would say fine-tuning models and stuff like that. And that's where the layer which kind of abstract you from your business value cases, and the layer can guard completely to ensuring that provide you a lot of tooling to get to the right aspects. And as we spoke about, the last layer is making the partnership with best and breed in the market, right? So it's a pretty open framework where you can always rely on them to add the new components or new best in the breed capabilities which come, because every use case that you build in your overall business is going to be unique in the sense that it needs a specific kind of a model, it needs specific kind of fine tune in order to get the maximum value out for your businesses. And as we spoke earlier, right, the openness is the important part in today's world, where you could have to partner with the key player in the market and maybe get the more players in order to make it in the right sense. And that's where we look at the high level aspects of building it. Just to give you some perspective on how does it look like in practical. So we talk about more on the Joule, which is we'd say our co-pilot for businesses, abstract the different aspects of the business. This is the example of how does we really in the real time make this abstraction layer with making the single interface to hide the complexity with the co-pilot, when it's a working prototype that make it the smarter, insightful achievement. So it's a right there in your console. So as an end user, I don't need to think about filling something extra to go performing any specific operations. But let's say in this case, I am owner of the large guitar company, and I want to just look at how is my revenue going on for last 6 months. I would just call to my co-pilot, ask about the revenue, and I get my analytical information right here to analyze that, what's the revenue going on in market. But I get the idea that, okay, I can really do more because I'm making good profit and I want to really open a new shop. I would ask that, can I get some information from the internet to just find out what are the best cities in Switzerland where I can make my business, and I could see there Geneva could be the right place where I could really go investing it. And that's the time I have the control in my hand to get the large power of large language model and the internet of the data, where I can really take this decision to see that how I can take it, move it forward. And I say, okay, Geneva looks like a good, and I have to open the store. Next thing I have to do is hire the store manager. And I would say that, can I hire the store manager? And already I have store managers in my own organization. I am a owner of the shop, of the industry, and I already get to select the store managers that I have and similar store manager opening that I have to create in the system. And that's the point of time Copilot would propose me to get started to create the new job opening in my HR system at this single window to make me created the store manager. I am still not interacting system, but my profile has been created. The request is created, and I could directly go to system and HR system and check that my position has been created for the store manager right here on in the system. And I can again move to the HR system. Still, I have same context of the Copilot Joule that's been there in the next system as well. So though in SAP kind of world, you have zoo of 10, 15 systems, but what we try to see that hiding all the complexity by the one truly loaded Copilot, which can make it more reliable answer, and it goes via the complete layer of complexity to hide underneath as well. The second part that I would like to touch upon, that most of how we look at to reimagine also the aspects of the writing the code, because one place where LLMs and AI is very transformational in the sense that where we are making the businesses right, but the second place is where we also look at how Copilot is important to also making easy for the writing the code as well. So what we look at in this example is that we are a developer persona in this case and want to write the application, and this application is RAP application, which is on the SAP proprietary, I would say, system. And here as well we have a Joule which enables you to write the prompt engineering, and with the prompt I would just ask to can you write me the application for the loyalty management, for example, right? And the LLM kicks in underneath. There's a fine-tuned LLM with the data models that's been created, and it's actually start putting the code to understand that what kind of data model I could create based on the prompt has been provided. And anyway, the end user have a complete control on the processes, where now he look at, okay, it looks like to be what kind of CDS view or the database views that we need to create in this case. The views get created. Definitely I had to add the business logic, because I can not only create the back end and the front end, and how can I add the more business logic, some validation, some master data that I need to make this application really useful for my productization aspects as well, right? And that's where you could add the more valuable aspects just in the form of the prompt, not in the form of lot of writing code or thinking and the recoding done by the large language model in LLM that we have underneath in this case. And I also realized that, okay, I built the basic part, but I also need to enhance the application. And that's where I again modify the prompts and then add the few more fields and few more modules to my application in order to make it more real, give me the logs that I can be rightly prompt to the end user, because it should also save me time for doing the exception handlings and doing the validation and a lot of error checks as such there. And LLM do provide me the suggestions at the application level right there. And I get all the right thing for me to run the application. I just have to do is execute it, which get the deployment on the runtime. It basically deploy your application as well, create the instance in the Cloud Foundry account that as I have, and then you have your application ready. I mean, your application is just ready created by the generation of a code. It's not only with the ready, but it also has a test data in it. It also has a validation in it in order to make it right happen. And as well at the same time, you could also interact in the way the application that you could want to make it here to get the right creation and testing the complete end-to-end flow with the enhanced capabilities as well. And there's something that I always forget as a developer to write, is writing my unit test. And then in this case, I also asked that, can you write the unit test for me? And it just keeps generating the additional unit test code for the application. Isn't it cool to have such kind of a capability that really works for an end user and save, at least I would say, not completely, but save me the 50% of effort of writing the application as such. And that's what is the application that would make the power of large language model to make it more workable, to set the test framework, not only developing application, but also setting the test framework for us. Again, there are more business examples, I would say, to look at how does we look on the real businesses. There's definitely having the physical copy of your invoices, right? That bill that you get from everywhere. In case of SAP kind of a complex system, we have there are multiple places you get delivery note, you get your bills, you get to process your documents, and how I can make this OCR reading more smarter using again the power of the large language model and AI. Earlier time I used to do this job to run the lot of models to run, lot of data to feed in order to the system to make them more readable and then make by the system. But nowadays this can be done at very faster pace, and that's where we see the another important evaluation to done across our portfolio, which can be get very high value. Wherever there's a manual receipt upload, where there's a manual PDF upload, where there's an email to be read, we get to use this kind of service in order to automate our document processing at the faster pace. Another important part where the complexity can be again reduced by the large extent when you look at the help documentation, right? The huge amount of help documentation is now put under the RAG, and the RAG is accessible in your tool rightly. And that's another application where the huge amount of search that the user can save in order to directly point where he want to go, where he want to direct himself, and how does the overall productivity gain can be get out of the day-to-day job that someone want to do. Because in the system it really became complex that things doesn't work in the right way, and most of the time people just spend a lot of time to find right documentation, right CSS they want to do, and it's a very high value use case that we look at information retrieval across the system. Finally, to summarize, I mean, to start your AI journey, the very important part to look at that, how to make the relevant, reliable and the responsible fulfillment to your businesses, ensure your make the cross-company effort to get the contribution across your journey, and is always the strategy to have the crawling, walking, and running. I think that's something which make the AI use case successful. Is not going to do that first day. You try big bang thing to do, and then the underlying technology keep changing or it doesn't scale at the same. So always take your approach, the scale by scale to take it forward. With that, yep, we could open for the Q&A. Yes, you are, sorry.
Can we have the lights on? we have a question up front.
Hi. Hi, this is Shankar from Renault Nissan. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Typical problems some of my finance customers ask me is...
I'm not able to hear because of echo. I'm not sure.
Really?
You put that mic on the monitor, I'll just go check.
Hello?
Yeah, can you say something?
Hello?
Yeah, just push it up a little more if you can stand right here.
Okay.
Yeah. So a typical problem some of my finance customers ask me in SAP is they have problems in extracting information from documents. So you showed Copilot for building different activities and do automated developments. Do we have AI inside SAP for different information extractions from a lot of invoice documents and storing it in SAPs? Or do we have any plans to do this in the future? Is there any modules available?
Yep. So in SAP, we do have a common service for document extraction that we build and is adopted across the different applications level. So, for example, in Concur, where we have a document that basically bills to be extracted, our physical bills that extracted, and for a travel expense management. So we had already adopted that. It's live versus in S4, where we need to get the delivery note, invoices extraction from a physical document. So those modules also are embedded and available in some of the applications.
I'm talking about supplier invoice documents, right? From different suppliers, you get different.
Yes, yes. That's also the same service is also integrating for the supplier. I think DSC that we have supplier management also getting integrated in that. So there's definitely across all the portfolio wherever we have the documents coming in, you use via the document extraction service to embed it into it. So some of the applications are already available, some of the applications are in the roadmap to happen recently.
Okay, maybe if you're available.
Yeah, maybe I can share with you offline details. Yeah.
Hey, hello. Yeah, this is Jalal
Hi.
here.
Hi, Jalal.
So I have a question like an enterprise using flagship SAP releases like ERP, CRM, and other softwares.
Jalal, could you hold the mic a little closer if you don't mind?
Yeah. Is it fine? Yeah. Every now and then SAP releases a certain list of products and pushing the organization to use all the products. So, okay. So is that a feasible solution, or do you have a single product that solves a n number of solutions for an enterprise? So even now we have an AI kind of solution from SAP. So how will an organization easily adapt to that so that it can be report a maximum benefits?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't got exactly what.
Yeah, sure. So SAP then and now release several products. Okay.
Right.
Then and now, so if I'm upgrading to a particular version,
right.
Again during my completion it releases another code. So it is, and if we have a cloud and your SAP is directly pushing the upgrades now. So that is also available. So will there be a feasible solution like it is a common product that solves multiple problems? And also organization are finding difficult to adopt each and every solutions. So for that, what are your comments?
I think the only way to solution for that to going more on the cloud way, because traditionally there has been an SAP been there where we have a on-prem system. Now we are moving to most of system on the cloud with the RISE aspects that we have. So we have private cloud, but moving the right way of solving this problem is going to the public cloud that SAP has, and also the most of solution, right? So I think the days are now a little bit diminishing where you have your own system set up and then you maintain and upgrade and adopt and do rollout, versus the area where that just look at like a Gmail or Google or maybe any of the other SaaS solutions where the end user not even bothered about what's coming in, right? You just get to have tomorrow get up and let them the completely new experience rolled out to them. And I think that's a way forward to solve this issue of a faster pace, because there are always the customer who want the more innovation, right? They are on the cutting edge. There are always a customer who look for the more stability and looking at, okay, I'm good with my stable version. I don't want larger disruption. But the way going forward is always the gap is, I think, diminishing more and more. And at some point of time, we'll be in a situation where everything on the SaaS world, on the cloud world, where you just, the innovation is there, it just get to you in a definitely the more reliable and relevant, responsible way for the user. And that would solve this, this problem, I would say, from the large aspects.
Hi, I'm Somshekhar from Deloitte. So we do HR transformation for our clients. So success factors and AI. So what is the roadmap that SAP is thinking of in this space? And are we already having these conversations with the clients that you are actually having discussion on success factors?
Yeah, I mean, success factor is one of the front runner for the AI adoption, I would say. So already we have a Joule for success factor. So, and it's available for $0 contract, we would say. So just customers who sign the contract and they get Joule as a co-pilot, which can do job like job creation. It can tell you my organization, job profile. Is going to get a lot more capabilities in it. So as an end user, he just interact the Joule and get the information he wants to see, including the pay slip, explaining your pay slip, looking at the different aspects of it. So everything would happen with this confined window in SuccessFactor. There are a lot of new capabilities coming in SuccessFactor. For example, the recruitment, how I can make it simplified, how can just get the job creation can be simplified way. So there's a huge amount of roadmap that SuccessFactor has. I can maybe share with you, but it's one of the growing, I would say, the AI-centric product, because also it's based on SaaS offering. So we just can push the innovation at the faster pace to there.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that is our time for questions. Can we hear a big round of applause to the gentleman on stage?
Thank you.
Just in case anyone else has other questions, would you be kind enough to take them outside? Yeah, thank you very much. We will move on to the next speaker who's going to come up onto the stage. This talk will cover transforming patient care, enhancing operational efficiency, and advancing medical research. So for this session, we have with us a leader who has over 18 years of experience driving data and business intelligence initiatives across industries in the digital space. We're going to take the lights down, your kind attention to the screen once again, and please put your hands together and welcome the session speaker, Nikhil Dogar, SVP at Tata 1MG. Can we put our hands together and welcome the speaker to the stage, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me. So I'll take the next few minutes, the next half an hour to talk about the use of data and AI in the healthcare industry. Healthcare is an industry which is ripe for disruption through digital innovation. I think all of us recognized this particularly during the COVID times. Prior to that, there was always a question about digitization, use of digital platforms for healthcare innovation. But I think since that time, the industry has grown significantly, the innovation has come up significantly, and it's not just commerce, not just clinical, not just primary, secondary, tertiary healthcare, but pretty much across the entire spectrum that innovation is happening in healthcare. So what I'll do is I'll talk about partly what we've been doing at 1MG, at Tata 1MG over the last 9 years. We've kind of been at the forefront of digitization of healthcare. And I'll break that into 3 parts. I'll talk about the data journey because AI is nothing without the data. You need the data. Accessibility to digitize data. Healthcare, traditionally, a lot of data has been residing in physical assets. You have physical records. Patients would carry folders of prescriptions and lab test reports to the doctors from one place to the other. That whole ecosystem is now changing. A lot of it is becoming digital. I'll talk a little bit about driving outcomes across the ecosystem and then spend some time on some of the cutting edge innovation which we are doing and what the industry is doing in general. So just to give you a sense for those who might not be aware, so Tata 1mg is India's largest integrated healthcare platform. We started off as a content platform, what you see on the top left, and today we have more than 200 million users coming on the platform every year. We have billions of page views. We have a lot of data which is coming through the content side, but we also run India's largest online pharmacy business, along with the diagnostics and consultation businesses. Of late, we've also gone into the physical retail side through retail pharmacies, which also provide diagnostic services. We're also running supply chains for hospitals and working with corporate, specialty, and insurance. So what it does is it gives us a footprint across the entire ecosystem and accessibility to data across the entire ecosystem, which is used for innovation. So on the data side, while the volume is there, what I want to emphasize is on the quality, on the breadth of data. So when you talk healthcare, it starts with the clinical data sets. It's very important that prescriptions, diagnostic test reports, a lot of these things which typically lie in physical records are also digitized to make them accessible for AI consumption. Unless data is digitized, it's available in a digital format, you can't do a lot of AI on top of that. And even in the best of scenarios, you would have a scanned PDF file which someone would have. But standardization of data across, and I'll talk about that later in the presentation, standardization of data across the ecosystem. Very hard problem. I don't think anyone has gotten it right. But a lot of effort is going on across the ecosystem, not just in our company, but across the ecosystem to standardize data. For example, if 10 different doctors write the term diabetes, they'll use 10 different terms for that. Diabetes mellitus, type 2 diabetes, DM, whatever. So when you bring all of that together, how do you say that it's one condition? So that standardization is a big part of it. Obviously, the supply chains and commerce part of it is important because there are nuances. Cold chain, for example, vaccines, cold chain, medication needs to be transported at a certain temperature. How do we monitor that? How do we make sure that we have the constant tracking from the source till the end user consumption through IoT and multiple other innovations? Those things have started coming in. And then basically merging the patient profiles with the clinical data and a bunch of all these data sets is where the magic starts to happen when you start getting all of that data in one place. On our platform, we have more than 200 million users every year, 130 billion data points. The volume, just by virtue of being in a country like India, where healthcare is something which everyone is passionate about. Everyone wants to know what their health situation is like. I think there's a lot of data out there for AI consumption. Like I said, data is not just commerce, it's not just clinical, it's not just longitudinal journeys of patients, drug research, clinical trials. India is not known for clinical trials as of today, but that is changing. So a lot of clinical trial space is moving to India. Longitudinal journeys of patients. Can we look at how patients are taking medication over time? How the doctors are prescribing, how the patients are consuming medication, is that resulting in improvement in their health conditions measured through diagnostic tests, and looking at the efficacy of medication over a period of time? That's very important. Can we make it more preventive? A lot of focus today is on medication, on treatment after the condition has happened. But post-COVID, even in India, there's a lot of recognition on prevention. So can we be more focused on our healthcare through preventive tests? So we see a lot of movement towards preventive testing, which is happening, where people want to know and then supplement their diets, get a better lifestyle going. India, as we know, is moving from being largely non-communicable diseases to now chronic lifestyle conditions. So diabetes, cardiac problems are on the increase in India. So all of these are preventive. And how can we use AI across the ecosystem to actually give people more predictive knowledge in terms of, is there a risk to their health profile which they can manage? So now coming to the AI side of things, what can we do? Let's say we get all of this data. Let's say companies or organizations or even the government is working on initiatives like Ayushman Bharat and all. Let's say we build a repository of all of this data. How do we bring it together to influence using AI or traditional machine learning models to actually start making some impact? And that's where things like building a knowledge graph where the patient or the user is at the center of it and you have all these data points and you are able to figure out the correlation between different data points. For example, food which has a high glycemic index, how is that related to your diabetes conditions and how can the journey be preempted? We know for a fact that in case of diabetes, and I picked this condition repeatedly because it's one of the most common ones in India now, the onset happens a few years before you actually get to a diabetes stage. And even after that, you go from medication to insulin to a bunch of other things, a lot of which can be solved through lifestyle. Now, if you can build this repository of data around the patient and keep the patient at the heart of it, there's a lot of work which can be done with AI and with innovation to actually become more predictive in this space. What's required? 3 things. I think, at least at Tata 1mg, what we are trying to do is from a data point of view, have 3 pillars which make sure that the data is robust and clean enough for us to be able to use it for any kind of innovation. And if that doesn't happen, like I said, integrated data, most important, you should have multiple touch points, even things like what kind of content people are reading on the platform or on YouTube. Our YouTube channel has almost 1.9 million subscribers. Now, a lot of people are interested in all that content, but it's not something you'll just generally go and start reading, right? If you have a condition, you read that content. All of that data needs to be integrated. It needs to be standardized. Very, very important. Without standardization, data in healthcare does not mean anything. The data which we are capturing, because there are so many doctors, so many sources of prescriptions, so many sources of diagnostic tests, everyone has their own way of writing health records. How do you standardize that? So there are global libraries like Loink for diagnostics and SNOMED for pharmacy products, which we use today to firstly digitize the content and then standardize it. And then lastly, there needs to be a strong process to also validate the data and do a lot of QC around that, just to make sure that the accuracy of data is there. Because when you are building longitudinal journeys, when you are looking at patient conditions, in healthcare, unfortunately, 99.9% is not good enough. That is just not good enough. 99.9999% starts to make sense. So I think a strong, robust, and validation of that process is very important. And if we do these 3 things right, then at least the data sets are clean enough for us to be able to use them to start building something on top of that. So now, how do we use some of this data? The first and foremost, I think very clearly is to influence patient outcomes. Can we help users be more in control of their healthcare? Users who are today, maybe you think you are healthy, you think you are in control of your health, you are exercising, you are eating well, you're doing all of that. Can we establish that? Can we actually figure that out? And can we, looking at small parameters, also start to identify a trend where some condition you might be at risk maybe 5 years down the line? Today, no such models exist. But as the data starts coming in, maybe that's one of the areas where innovation can happen to start building models around patient outcomes. And that's where our vision is to make healthcare, and we chose these 3 words very carefully, predictive, preventive, and personalized. All 3 are very important, and if you target each of them individually and together, I think a lot of patient outcomes can be influenced. A lot of work is actually going on even today across the ecosystem, not just with the private companies, but also on the government side and also on the philanthropy side to actually drive a lot of this. Operational efficiency, definitely for companies like us, it's very critical, but even generally, supply chain efficiency is very important because healthcare, the biggest problems in India today is accessibility, understandability, and affordability. Those are the 3 key problems which we have in India. And by far the biggest one is accessibility. So if you go out of the big towns, out of the metro cities, and you go, just to give you a sense, there are more than 300,000 unique medicines being sold in India today. Now, the same salt can have 20 different brands. People move between cities, access to medication. The same brands, the same salts is not that easy. Particularly cold chain medicines, vaccines. Vaccines we saw during COVID. There was a whole campaign around COVID and getting people the COVID vaccine. But it's not just COVID. There are so many vaccines which are out there today. How do we make those accessible? Supply chain efficiencies are super critical, and that's where AI can help also figure out inventory planning, procurement for pharma companies to figure out their supply chains, what is required where, accurate demand forecasting, what conditions are spiking in which area. We recently had dengue fever spike in Bangalore sometime around, I think, early June. The same condition started spiking in Delhi, I think, sometime around mid-August. Now, there's a 6-week gap between that. How do we manage inventory? How do we make sure that as an industry, we are making sure that the right vaccine, the right medication is available in the right location, in the right volumes, so that people can have access to that. On the decision-making side, strategic planning for companies, again, that's more of a company-centric view, but it's very important that the entire journey from leading indicators like what are people searching for, what content are they reading, to what are doctors prescribing, to what people are buying, are they adhering to that, are they adhering to the medication. So I might go to a doctor, I might take a medication for a month or two, and then feel, yeah, it's okay, I seem comfortable. They stop taking, and that's a big problem today with healthcare, relapses which happen in conditions. And then getting diagnostic tests done and basically close looping on this entire journey. That is very critical, and a lot of this data across the ecosystem, data sharing needs to be enabled, because healthcare data, no one can claim monopoly on the data which they have. The data needs to be shared, the data needs to be brought together, the population data needs to be brought together in the ecosystem so that public policy can be influenced. Can we take certain policy decisions, work with the government to actually make sure that healthcare decisions, and the government spending on healthcare has actually increased significantly during and post-COVID. So how do we make sure that that money is utilized in the right manner and the right policy decisions are taken? Even today, a lot of work is going on in the incumbents across the industry, working with the government on using the data to actually influence policy decisions. Just some examples of the kind of models which we've worked on. We've had a data science team for almost 9 years now, pretty much since the company started off. And when we started off, it was very, there were state-of-the-art models, but very basic. It could be as simple as a regression analysis, which was running at that point, because firstly, the access to data was limited, and secondly, the technology was also evolving. But where we are today is we have state-of-the-art models. We are working with digital twins. We are running simulations for our inventory management. We are looking at, if you come on our app and there is enough data for you as a user, we show health insights, we show recommendations in terms of supplements which you can take, and basically trying to put the user more in control of their healthcare. Traditionally in India, the medical system, the medical infrastructure was at the heart of healthcare, which was typically the doctors or the hospitals. What's now evolving post-COVID is that the patient is becoming the center of healthcare, and that gets reflected to some of the projects we are working on. I won't go into too much detail on all the projects, but essentially, those are the broad areas. Fulfillment for us is important as a company. We've got inventory optimization, like I said, and digital twins to figure out what our supply network should look like when we are supplying to 20,000 plus pin codes across India. It's a hard problem to solve. 600,000 plus SKUs, 20,000 plus pin codes across India, multiple service nodes. We have large warehouses. We have small retail stores. It's a complex problem to solve. Right from the demand forecasting to the supply side variability and lead variability, because even the supply of medicines is a big problem. And for companies like us, we procure 100% from manufacturers, but in the larger ecosystem, in India particularly, more than 30% of medicines which are available in the market today are not of standard quality. So how do you disrupt that? For us, the way to do that was to buy directly from the manufacturers and stock it in the right place. Now, when you do that, you need a robust inventory planning system in place, particularly for products like cold chain products. Personalization, again, very important for us. When a user comes on our app or our website, we get almost 35 million users every month, 200 million a year. Every single user sees a different interface when they come on the app. No two people will see the same content. It could be even the real estate, the banners could move up or down, the widgets could move up or down, and the content also is based on a model which runs at the back end for that user. So our philosophy is a cohort of one. So typically, a lot of companies do user segmentation, they do cohort building, that these are the 10 or 20 different segments which we are going to target. What we believe is that the future, particularly with the AI, is to look at a cohort of one. Every individual is unique. When a patient goes to a doctor, they don't go as a group of 10, they go as an individual person. Now, do we as a platform know our user well enough that we can actually think of, basically make it personalized, not just the experience on the website or the app, but also the entire experience end-to-end, including order delivery, including a lot of things. Our SLAs are different. In Gurgaon, we are now doing 30-minute delivery of medicines. And in places like Ayurveda and homeopathy, customers are okay even if you deliver in 5 days because that's the only alternative. So you have to build your models that way. And efficiency improvement, of course. With Gen AI, I think most companies are now working on things like CX automation, fraud detection, all of that. So that's pretty much par for course now. So I'll talk about 2 or 3 projects in a little bit more detail that we are working on. So one of the things which we started a few quarters back is digitization of health records. So like I said, most health records today are either in a file, in a physical on paper copy, or at best scanned and put in some system, in a digital locker or something. What we worked on and what we built is a prescription digitization platform where once it gets uploaded, the model not only reads the content, which is the easy part, there are enough open source models today to read content, but also standardizes it. And that's the difficult part, because how do you read details like if there is a diagnosis and there is a patient history section, how do I figure out that the condition is for the patient or for their parents or their family, which is mentioned in the patient history section? A prescription typically has 80 plus parameters, if you look at it. How do you basically read it and standardize it so that it is good enough in terms of quality where we are able to use it for projects like improving healthcare outcomes and any other applications across the ecosystem? We worked with IIT Delhi on this. We are fairly confident on our models around typewritten prescriptions. We are at more than 95% accuracy, but even with handwritten prescriptions, which is the hardest part, you must have seen a lot of memes around doctor handwriting. So reading handwritten prescriptions and then digitizing them, this gives us the flexibility or the access to information where we are then able to use that to run some of our models for the work which we are doing. And that also has an impact on cost reduction for the company as well. Supply chain, again, I talked about it a bit, so I won't spend too much time on it. But again, like a lot of companies out there, even for healthcare, and more so for healthcare, given that accessibility to vaccines and cold chain products in particular is very critical and cannot be emphasized more. Like if you lose the temperature control on a cold chain medication, it's basically water which you are supplying to the patient. So it really doesn't help. So it's very important that we do our inventory planning right, but also our things like digital twins, where you don't go through the cost of actually trying out experiments on the ground. You run those simulations and then you actually execute once you've learned about them. Diagnostics, again, very, very interesting space, because traditionally what's happened is when people never got preventive packages done in India, typically. If your insurance company gave it to you as part of their package, you might get it done. But now that's changed post-COVID. A lot of people are getting preventive packages done. But alongside that, earlier what happened was a person would go to a doctor would write, tell them to go get a test done. A report would come, the user could not even interpret. It would be a 50-page long report. Patient cannot make head or tail of what that report says. They will go back to the doctor will read through it and then tell them what to do. What we are trying to do now is for all the testing, and we have 14 labs across India, and one of our labs is actually CAP accredited, which is the highest certification you can get globally. When a patient gets their test report, we are also summarizing the report for them in a language which they understand, with correlation with what kind of condition it might be referring to. So if your biomarkers are between a certain level, we are interpreting all of that, giving correlations, and then giving some insights, and not just a PDF report with biomarkers in there. And that's something which has actually, the feedback which we've received from our users is that that's something which they actually like a lot, because they are able to understand and interpret. And that's the second part, alongside accessibility. Understandability of healthcare is one of the biggest problems in India right now. And the last one is more about a patient journey, where I think it's, once you get all this data, can you give insights on the platform? When a user comes, a user is trusting you with their data, with a lot of their health records, with a lot of their health information. Can you actually give them some insights related to their condition? Are they at risk? Are they potentially, is there something they can do today to make sure that 3 or 4 or 5 years down the line, they don't run into a medical condition? So this is something which we started recently. It's live on our app and still in beta. We are still working on this. But given the amount of data which we have, we are fairly confident that we'll get this right. So yeah, that's it. I think I'm almost out of time, so I'll open it up for questions.
Can we have the mics move up forward, please? Forward. Switch on the mic. Yeah.
Good morning, Prachi Prabhu from Aramex Logistics. Do you purchase data, and what type, and do you sell your data sets?
No, we do not purchase or sell data, because there are significant ethical and moral issues around doing that. But even otherwise, like I mentioned, on our platform, we have enough users. We have enough users who come to the platform, are engaged with the platform. We are #1 in India and #5 globally in terms of user traffic and engagement in the medical category. So we have enough data in-house where we are able to interpret that data. And a lot of things which you see on our platform cannot be done with external data. So if you are looking to give a user insights about their healthcare, you can only do it with their data. So the data is protected. It's part of our platform and used within the platform. We typically don't buy data or sell data. It's just something which, the one thing which happens is there's a lot of engagement with like the government and other things, more in terms of insights. But raw data sharing anyways, it's not legally permissible, so it can't be done.
We'll do the, there's someone already with the mic? There you go.
Nick, it was a wonderful session. Myself here.
Okay, just one moment, please. Just one moment. Can we figure out, can I point out to people so we don't have the confusion? Sure. Would that be okay? But the person who already has the mic with the question, please go ahead. We'll do you, sir, next, and you next.
So myself, Pratik Desai, I am from a Faculty of Data Science at RMIMS University. So wonderful session. You gave a glimpse about, it's not just about, 1mg is not about just delivering medicines, but far beyond that.
Absolutely.
I am a heavy user of 1mg and I appreciate the app, and the delivery is so fast, and the doctor calls you if your prescription is old. But my concern is inadvertently, maybe you'll promote self-medication, because the doctor calling, the doctor from your side calling me is just, it seems as a compliance from your side, so that you do not get trapped in that compliance. So my concern is inadvertently you might be promoting self-medication, one. And two, down the line, maybe you might also promote what is called as antibiotic resistance, because people will go on taking the same medicine in spite of the doctor not approving it. So are you developing some AI model which down the line detects who is a client who is going that line of self-medication, and he might not be actually taking medicines prescribed by doctor?
Sure.
That's my question. Thank you.
So two-part answer to that. I think the first part which you mentioned, so I'm not sure about your experience, but the idea essentially is it's not just a compliance requirement. See, again, that's a misconception which is out there. So I'm not sure about your individual experience, but the idea is that it's a qualified MBBS doctor who is calling you. They are taking your condition. They are actually looking into it and prescribing medication. So it's not like someone sitting in a call center and making calls, right? It's a qualified doctor who is actually assessing the entire healthcare and then giving a prescription. And again, it's a very small part of the overall ecosystem. Second part of the question, are we able to take that and interpret it accurately? So given the universe of all the data which we have, the part which you are talking about is a very small part of that universe. The larger ecosystem, and that's where the law of large numbers also helps, is that the accuracy of the data is very reliable when you have a large data set. It's not a small data. It's not like you have 1 million users and you are doing a prediction. You have 200 million users where you are using that data to run that. Particularly like you talked about antibiotics. So very pertinent, because we recently were part of a consortium with IIIT Delhi and with Path, where we got a grant from Trinity Challenge UK to particularly work on AMR resistance. So that's one area where we've been recognized globally in terms of our data sets, our ability to partner with academia and to partner with organizations like Path, where the research which will go into antibiotic resistance are actually based on our data. So if globally that is recognized, I think we are fairly confident that these data sets are good enough. We got a grant as the second prize winner in that across 805 applications globally. So I think we are fairly confident in terms of accuracy of the data.
Thank you for that. Good question. We're going to go to the gentleman there.
Hi. You talked about predictive health insights for your users, right? Now, healthcare being a very highly regulated industry, what is the regulator's take on that? Question number one. Question number two is, you mentioned about your...
Sir, if you don't mind, we're going to do one question. Unfortunately, we have a lot of people putting their hands up. One question, please. Go ahead, sir.
Sure. So quick answer to that, I think what we are doing is giving insights. We are not doing any prescriptions on the platform. We are not giving any medical advice on the platform. What we are saying is, so if you got tested and your biomarkers are in a certain direction, we just say that, yeah, you can go dig into this further, right? So it's not like we are issuing a prescription basis that. So there are no regulatory challenges, and again, it's very early days in this, it's in beta stage. So even we are cognizant of the fact that we don't want to put something out there which is contrary to what it should be. So that part we are very clear on. What we are giving in terms of insights is essentially just one level of intelligence on what used to be a black box so far. So the recommendation there is take these insights, go dig into these further, and of course consult your healthcare provider before you take any action on that, and that's very specifically called out.
We'll go all the way at the back.
Hi, thanks for the great talk. So I wanted to know if there's a standard format for electronic health records, because much of your problems with standardization and digitization can be solved if you have a common format for electronic health records. Thanks.
So while there are standard libraries like SNOMED and LOINC and all which give you standardization for electronic health records, unfortunately today, at least in India, there's no common data dictionary or common health records platform. I think partly might get resolved as ABDM gets more adoption across the ecosystem, UHI gets more adoption, but I think that's still some way off. So I think we'll get there. It's evolved significantly over the last few years. I think we'll get there pretty soon.
We'll do the gentleman there, and can we have a mic to the gentleman at the back as well?
Hi, this is Suresh.
Thanks for 1mg actually. Being a young father, it helps me a lot to know about my kids' medicine. My question is, how integration of digital twin, ontology and semantics helps in 1mg for decision making, customer experience? What are the challenges you really faced when building a digital twin?
Digital twin, I think largely the way we are using it is more for our supply chain and network planning, just to make sure that the right medicines are available in the right location in the right quantity. And again, it's a complex problem. It's a complex network simulation problem. So what we are trying to do is our supply nodes are in a way, because we're not a marketplace anymore. So we supply through our own supply points, and we buy directly from the pharma companies. So what we are trying to do through digital twins is that if, for example, we are starting quick delivery like we did in Gurgaon, how do we set up our network? If we tomorrow start supplying 30 minutes in Bangalore, for example, where should our supply nodes be? Now, you can't do that after you've created the network, right, on the ground. So what a digital twin does is it gives us the ability to actually simulate that virtually and then do it on the ground, because we do have the demand patterns, we do have the other information. It's just about making sure the supply nodes are set up correctly. So that's how we are using it right now.
Hi, hi, here. Can you see me? Hey, so Ankur from MasterCard in the privacy space. I'm sure you go through a lot of ethical questions on a day-to-day basis, right? Your engineers, your product managers even come up with these ideas, which maybe the regulation has still not caught up with. I wanted to get if you have any insights of an internal governance structure that you have to ladder up those questions such that you know that, okay, maybe there is not a regulatory framework around this. How do you deal with such questions?
No, I think it's not just us. I think every company today has those ethical questions around the use of AI. I think the most important thing over there is to make sure you have a robust data policy. You have a robust AI policy in the company. And so one is the policy part of it. Second is the user access controls, because a large part of the ethical question comes because if users have access. So if your employees have access to healthcare, we don't enable that. None of our employees have access to healthcare information. It's fairly safe, stored in a way where the privacy is ensured. And then the third part is education. So it's policy, it's access controls and education of your entire employee base. If you get those three things right, I think that's pretty much covered. And I don't think it's just us. In our case, because it's healthcare data, it gets accentuated. But it's the same in finance, it's the same in fintech, it's the same in so many other industries. And with AI, the questions of ethics are anyways up in the air right now. So at least I believe that between policy, access controls, and the right governance and security structure in place and enhanced by education of your employees, I think that can be solved significantly.
We can do one last question. Yes, the person in the middle there. We will take your question offline if you don't mind. The person in the middle, can we get a mic to him quickly? A quick question and answer if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It was good.
Sir, could you hold the mic closer? All the way?
Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the
Sir,
challenges that we have today is when you go to a doctor, they look at the patient only from their discipline perspective.
Only from?
Their discipline perspective. For example, if you go to an ortho to say that there is a back pain, the doctor looks at it from his discipline of ortho only. But then if it doesn't solve, then you go to another person to see whether there is another problem that is causing it. So there are such challenges are happening right now. And is there any way that with the AI and Gen AI that these are things that could be connected to help?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the most important applications. Once we get there, I think there's still some journey for anyone to get there where you are able to have enough longitudinal data to be able to do that. But that's exactly what I was talking about in terms of prediction. If we can get that right, we can also figure out what specialists to go to. Because see, AI is not going to write prescriptions or tell you what to do. It will only tell you that this is where you need to go look. So exactly the question that now given these 4 or 5 symptoms which I'm having, who should I go talk to? And if that question is answered, that's a big win in itself. So absolutely, that's a very pertinent application of all of this.
We'll quickly accommodate the gentleman up front as well. So a quick question and answer.
Thank you.
You mentioned you're digitizing the handwritten prescriptions, and you also mentioned doctors write in a different way diabetes, right? So I wanted to know how far you have reached in that journey in terms of the digitization and reaching to the accuracy.
I think we are 1 or 2 quarters out from getting to about 90% plus accuracy over there. So we are working with IIT Delhi on a project on that, and we've also published a few papers in that area. So by far, I think we've seen other models out there in the industry as well. I think no one is at over 50% accuracy as of today. Our aim is, at least we are hoping, we'll get there in the next 1 or 2 quarters. On track to do that, let's see. Get there.
Thank you very much. Nikhil, those were fantastic questions from the audience. Thank you so much for your responses. Just in case you require to have more conversations, would you be available outside?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Huge round of applause. Fantastic conversation right there. We're going to quickly jump into the next session in the interest of time. Up next, we have an exciting session on leading large-scale AI implementation and adoption. Our speaker today brings with him over 40 years of global experience in applied technology and management, creating positive, sustainable impact on a massive scale. He's currently leading efforts to establish AI-driven solutions and ecosystems that are transforming the lives of millions across the developing world. Please welcome to the stage Shekhar Shivasubramanian, CEO at Vadvani AI, with a big round of applause.
Hello? Okay, so I'm up. Thank you for the opportunity. I represent Vadvani Institute for Artificial Intelligence, and what I hope to do over the next 30 minutes or so is to provide some abstractions. While I'm at an AI conference, we'll speak less about AI and more about those abstractions, because when you're trying to build something for a country as large as India, your abstractions must be totally clear in your mind. And the talk is broken into 3 parts. So normally what I tell people, and I've not put it up on the slide, is please leave your egos outside, please introspect, and please chill. All of us get 70, 80 years in life, so that's it, that's the story. So don't get overly hyper about anything. So we believe in the maxim of do, observe, learn. This is true about any applied field in the world. If you do not do, you will not learn. If you do not observe in an unbiased manner, you will not learn. Intrinsic expertise is the key to success in AI. There's a lot of hype. We can be discussing LoRa, distillation, LLM. That's like telling me when I see a socket on the wall describing Ohm's law and finding out, rho L by A, uska resistivity itna. Boss, I don't care. Should I put a heater into it or should I put a bulb into it? That's all I care. So your thinking has to be different, particularly when you work with the billions of people in India, and we'll come down to it. So what you'll see in the presentation is a set of abstractions, a quick set of examples so that you are aware that we do a lot of work. So a lot of my learning comes from that. I myself, just to give you a quick sense, I've been 40 years in the industry. I started when the Indian IT industry had less than 500 people. My mentor was the distinguished Mr. F.C. Kohli. And at 22, he sent me off to some country and I did something. So I've seen many generations of software. I've seen the transition from assembler programming to software engineering. I've seen computer-aided software engineering. I've seen frameworks. I've seen transition to pseudo programming. I've seen the internet come in. I've seen the CRM, SCM era, everybody promising everything. And then I've participated in various transitions. I've probably written 10 million lines of code. So I'm a classic programmer. I'm a mechanical engineer. So you have one good thing. I don't write code where, in equivalent terms, if a sparrow sits on a bridge, it will not fall. My code will not break that easily because we're used to think in a different way. So first question, what is applied AI? So you've got research organizations and tech companies doing a lot of research. And then you've got the ecosystem. The ecosystem is the most important aspect of AI, which is unfortunately unstructured, aspirational, hype-ridden, excited, FOMO-oriented. So you've got a very bubbly thing happening on this side, and we've got a very staid set of people who are expecting, no, I need my data in this manner in order to do the research. There's somebody who needs to talk at both ends of the spectrum. That is called applied AI. Somebody who can do the translation from this real, noisy, exciting, complex world on one side, and the structured, systematic, scientific temper on the other side. And that translation and the effectiveness of the translation is the key to AI success, as it is for any applied technology. Ecosystem has multiple players. There are folks who are central and state governments. There are lots of partners. User archetype is very important in our world. You've got India and Bharat. India being a metaphor for the urbanized, digitized, well-read sets of people, all of you in this room and a lot of others. Bharat is a person who's holding a smartphone for the first time in their life. And your design paradigm for these two types of users has to be different. You cannot use the same feature-rich paradigm that you may use for an urban person, for a person who you are rolling out software to. For me, we roll out software to ASHA workers, to farmers. We roll it out where they literally are holding their most expensive piece of equipment in their hand for the first time. Therefore, the responsibility of everything they do falls on us. We cannot just say, well, they did it. There is no they did it, we did it. That means your design has to be totally different compared to what you would think in a market-driven environment. Of course, there are languages, cultures, and nuances. As I read, there are 122 languages, 19,000 dialects. You go everywhere, there's huge amount of change. So let's use a simple example. I want to build an LLM for something. So one way is to do it and think about it and do it. I'll give you a different way. Close your eyes. Find out the map of Uttar Pradesh or Bihar or Karnataka. Place your finger somewhere. Collect data. Walk 2 miles away. Collect data. Walk 5 miles away. Collect data. Applied AI is like that. Applied AI tries to reach to the end user as quickly as possible. Why? However much you may do research in a lab, by definition, when you create your first set of models, your data will be limited in scope. It will be restricted either in some dimension that you may want to look at, either in terms of geography, in terms of profiles. How much research do you want to do in subsetted data when the theory of AI says that you really will learn more when you increase it? So your design paradigm is release fast, collect data, and move ahead. Of course, there's varied access to technology in our world. So all the models have to be comfortable working in small devices. They have to work with very small footprints. You cannot assume you'll have internet. You'll have to sync it up. That entire world is given for us. Likewise, we believe one of the conditions of employment in my institute is you cannot complain. And the reason I say that is we get very used to saying we could not do something because XYZ reason. There is no XYZ reason. You have to solve it. You know this is difficult. You are here because of that. So I have modeled in the world, I have seen several technologies, I've worked all over the world. Nowhere is technology complete. Why? Think about it logically. In 1990s, the people who wrote technology wrote it with the tools that they had. In year 2000, some smart aleck will come and say, "Arey yaar, they didn't think anything." Tools are different. Techniques are different. 2010, again you'll go through that. Surprisingly, these technologies that have been embedded in organizations for a long period of time have one advantage, which is time. They have been used for a long period of time. They have experienced and rolled out, even though they're inadequate, even though we can comment on it, they've been there for a period of time. Then somebody will come and do realize this. As some of these technologies fade into the background, skills for that are also less. But technology is always a WIP. It's always work in progress. Data is work in progress. Analysis is work in progress. Processes are work in progress. So you have to learn how to work in a changing environment. You cannot assume a level of static simplicity. Does not exist. So a lot of people say, oh, I will do one AI thing and everything will work. This is not AI. AI is rifle shot problems. You will solve multiple problems in an ecosystem systematically, and slowly and steadily, the combined effect of all of them will improve the ecosystem. Particularly in the public space, this is extremely important to understand. And of course, as you know, trust, 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 trust. We have gone to people across India at various segments, at various income levels, at various levels of poverty. And the only thing they care about and should care about is whether you care about them. In fact, when we released our agriculture AI solution, we were excited. So usual, or a recall kitna hai, precision kitna hai, falana, dimka, everybody's excited. And people went to the field expecting, some amount of, I will teach them some AI and all this nice stuff. So the farmer comes and they have a dialogue. And the farmer says, Sahab, ye kya hai, samajh mein nahi aata hai. So our guys get seriously hassled. Academic profiles have this desire to, boss, if you don't understand, I have to teach you. So then the person says, लेकिन एक चीज अच्छा लगा, आपने हमारे बारे में सोचा. That's it. I told my team, you don't understand what a win this is. Build and cultivate on that win. Don't worry about your precision recall, excitement, AUC curve, ROC curve, falana. Don't worry about that. This is very important when you do applied AI. So what are our guiding principles? When you do it for India, deployment first. When I start a problem, I think of deployment. I don't think of AI. AI is the last thing I think about. I'll give you a problem today. Very interesting problem. One-line problem, very precisely defined. Can you find out which dog on the street will bite you? It's an AI problem, boss. It's a perfect AI problem. There is no ambiguity in this. Can you design a system for it? Is it useful for people? How do you want to think about it? Deployment first. Now, if you go looking for German dogs in Düsseldorf, you may have a different answer. The reason I said it, we were boneheaded. We did a child weight estimation, and we started thinking we can do it in India by taking German babies. Then I told people, boss, what are you doing? Learn by doing. That is the only way you will learn. I don't want to use common metaphors, you'll fail. It's not about, there's none of that. That's like saying, when I learn to drive a car, I will hit some 25 people and then I'll learn. That is not the way it happens. If you're perceptive about your learning, you will learn. And you will do. Market of one, spoken even earlier. I cannot overemphasize that. AI's ultimate nirvana is market of one. Proximal dialogue. So we're the only institute which has a significant presence in the government offices in India. And we're the only institute in 2023 that, thanks to the government of India, we made presentations on all G20. We represented ourselves as the government of India. In a big hall like this, the first stall was ours outside. No name, no Madhvani AI. All the countries came. And they looked at us and said, you don't look like government people. We said, don't worry about that. Look at the problem and the solution. Proximal dialogue. I call it interstitial spaces. You're aware, in cells or in atoms, there's a lot of interstitial space. So how do you work with the government? Two ways. One, get into a meeting with them. Two, when you know that the Joint Secretary will have about 6 minutes of time at 6 in the evening, you send a 22-year-old or 25-year-old kid who's about the age of that person's own child and make them walk in and say, sir, 5 minute baat karna hai. 5 minute. Hum ye kar rahe hain. We need data like this. we have some problems like this. Can you please help? He said, हाँ कर दूंगा. Proximal dialogues. It's the backbone of human endeavor, not spoken about. You can get into a wonderful meeting, everybody has chai, samosa, all that, nothing will happen. You want to do work? You do work like that. Some of these senior people in the government will come and tell me, तुम्हारे लोग परेशान करके छोड़ दिए हैं. पूरा दिन they are after my life. I like it very much. ऐसे सर आपके बेटे बेटियों की तरह है, क्या फर्क पड़ता है सर? अच्छा है ना, काम तो आगे बढ़ रहा है. Handle noise. Noise in data, noise in analysis, noise in problem definition, noise in your solution. Understand how to handle noise. Pay attention to noise. Don't think it is a side story. That is the main story. How do you build skills to handle noise? Emphasize problem, de-emphasize AI. If you're doing AI, don't talk about AI. Talk about the problem. So the dogs thing. What do you want me to say? I will do object segmentation. Who cares, boss? I want to know what are the characteristics of problem solving? What are you going to do? How are you going to think about it? If the dog runs fast, dog runs slow, foaming in the mouth, has a collar, big, small, problem. Greater problem definition means better ability. Same thing, get your first model out there fast. Don't wait. Collect data. Be very humble. Tell them, boss, कुछ हमने great कुछ उखाड़ा नहीं है solution है, 50% random होता है, उससे better है, 75 है, 90 है, 85 है, कुछ है. लेकिन अभी हम इसको build करेंगे साथ में घूम के build करेंगे. Manage risk. In the public sector, and also spoken about earlier, but in all sectors, my personal belief is the next 2 to 3 years of AI, risk is what you need to manage. Don't aspire for all kinds of crazy things. Aspire for small gains, little gains. Don't try to get the full gold. You're not going to. You're going to face so many problems. So uncover the risk incrementally. Prescriptive versus feature-rich. Feature-rich applications have 6 radio buttons, 17 drop-downs. What do I want to do? Urban people, good. When you go to a rural sector, you have to give them a step-by-step instruction. Prescriptive means do this, take this video. Ho gaya? Only 2 options. Ho gaya? Nahi hua. That's it. Why? Prescriptive means I'm taking control like a doctor of your life. It transfers the responsibility of the usage of the application to me rather than you. And that's very critical in public AI, the AI that we release. Of course, you need to approach all problems both with scientific temper, which means you're not, a cowboy doing anything, and with humility. Because you're then saying, my solution is the best. You're never going to say that. You're going to say, I'll find out what's going on. I'll discover what's going on. And pay a lot of attention. I cannot overemphasize, be unbiased in thought. I don't worry about bias in data. Bias in data is a derivative. It's a Y, it's a dependent variable. The independent variable is the way we think. If I think that I don't, if I think men will be better engineers, then I will collect data, I will behave, I will dialogue with people based on that belief structure. So when data gets created over a period of time, remember, this is not today's data, it's 10 years, 15, 20 years. It is already containing the bias of human beings who have been thinking in a certain manner and behaving in a certain manner. The digital part of it is merely the imprint. The original root cause is the way you think. Solve that. And one of the most difficult things, especially for successful people, I have found even today, almost 99% of the people fall trapped to this. Use experience carefully. So let's look at, I'll use me as an example. I've been very successful. I've built multiple billion-dollar companies. So I walk in with a swagger saying, I know this whole thing, boss. I know, I've written a lot of code. I never do that. I have modeled my life like a heart surgeon. Each patient is different. Merely my skill of doing heart surgery does not mean that I can use my past thing and just apply it without thought on the current problem. Very big trap, because lots of people create mental models, that means structures, based on their success. It's a very humbling thing to realize you've got to throw it out of the window. तुम्हारा success छोड़ो यार, nobody wants to hear your stories. अभी का बता, समझ में आता है? And उसके dialogue में अगर आपने बहुत intelligently और sensitively बात किया, तो आप जीतोगे. AI में और भी मुश्किल है. Because the patterns in AI, as against rule-based systems, which have a deterministic outcome, this always will have a small error rate. And as far as I'm concerned, even if it is 99.9999% accurate, what about that one person who got the wrong answer? So you have to think of that one person who got the wrong answer in the way you design your systems. So now I will do very fast, little bit. This is Vadvani A, don't worry about Vadvani A. So we've got all these equations with various departments. We've got it with agriculture, health, Métis, various departments. Again, here I'll really rush through this very fast. I'll just stop on one or two. So cough against TB, very interesting. We're looking for a signal of TB in a cough. What's the learning? We solved it beautifully in a facility setting. What does that mean? When people come into a facility setting, they feel, in a TB facility setting, they feel they already have TB. There it works very well. Why? The prevalence of TB there is 65%. Whereas the prevalence in the community is 0.03% or something of that noise. So when you took that solution, which you built beautifully, and took it out to community settings, you failed. And we failed. So here you need to get asymptomatic data with TB. So we're doing it slowly, state by state, collecting it, building the whole thought process behind that. Prediction of adverse TB outcomes. This is a very successful project. So when a patient has TB, one of the most important, or when a patient comes in for the first time and is diagnosed with TB, we need to assess whether this person will follow their medication or not. Because if they don't, three things can happen. One, mortality. Two, spread of disease. Three, cost of treatment is several orders of magnitude high. So we built this on the database, and it's now rolling out pan-India. While we're very scared to say it, we do see mortality coming down. This takes time. We've been working on this for 3-4 years. We need to, because you need to see, a lot of the AI is the opportunity. Let me give you a simple example. I have given you Microsoft Word. Does that make you an author? It's just a tool. You have to write. And if you realize that, you realize how much of the AI depends on the effectiveness in which it is used. That is difficult because it's full of human beings. One of my earlier bosses used to very deridingly speak about human beings saying carbon-filled, error-prone entities. I don't say it that bad, but yeah, we are error-prone, and I suppose we are carbon-filled. Land probe assay, fairly straightforward solution, reads a lab report, very useful. Teleradiology, again, not that interesting. CDSS is interesting because of its scale. We do about 10 crore consultations per year using this platform. And what we have built is, we have built two things. Earlier, somebody spoke about SNOMED. So we have started rolling out, and it's already rolled out, a systematic SNOMED-oriented collection of data, which is integrated into the government's application called eSanjeevani. And so the construct here is that there's a CHO, or a community health officer, in HWC, which is a health and wellness center, who may have 6 months of nursing experience, and they interface with patients. And then there's a doctor sitting behind who will give the final diagnosis. Can you put AI in the middle to make the whole thing much easier? So solicit, using a dialogue, some questions. Here too, huge learning. We did it very well, but then we came to know that people don't like filling forms and all this, very painful process. So now we're building a voice-based interface to extract information from them to fill the form. Difficult problem, but we're working on it. Media disease surveillance, very interesting again. We look at literally 1 million+ articles across the media every day. It's a needle in a haystack problem. We try and extract the following. What is the name of the disease? Which location was it? How many people are affected? Is it new or did they die? And that information running in an automated manner is provided centrally to IDSP, Integrated Disease Surveillance Program. There's about 2,000 outbreaks that take place in India. We give them information on that very day for 300 to 500 of them. So, has an impact. What do we need to do next? We have moved it up. We need to push it back down because center will make decisions immediately. Then it needs to go to the state. Then it needs to go to the district. But what we have done is reduce the latency time. Earlier, what they would do, one person would say they would read the newspaper, convert it to an email, send it. Day, 2 day, 3 day. Every 4 hours this runs. This is a very interesting construct for AI because at an abstract level, this is another important aspect of AI that will emerge. It's not yet there. AI is still all about experimentation today. It should go into engineering. Design constructs should emerge. Reuse should emerge. I personally feel there'll be 20, 25 unique AI problems in this world. The rest of them will be copies of that. So what did we do here? We took a lot of data and used the language of health to extract something. So then we modified it and we did the same thing. We used the language of agriculture to extract. So we called it News Monitoring System in Agriculture. It's rolled out to the entire agriculture. Even more interesting, and I say this because I'm probably the only one in this room who faithfully for the last several years gets up in the morning, turns on the TV and watches Doordarshan Republic Day. I put it on and I watch it. This time, in the Republic Day, there was a small mention. As usual, we're anonymous, but we know by the person who spoke saying, there was a Bal Puraskar, which is for kids to get an award. So they said, इस बार हमने बाल पुरस्कार किया और उसमें artificial intelligence का use हुआ है. That was us. We did the same thing. We identified 5,000 names of kids in India who could be potential for receiving Bal Puraskar and give it to the government. And they determined what made sense. Reuse. Massive flow of information, what can you extract? You can do women's security. You can do child security. You can do anything in this massive flow without doing things like surveillance and nothing. You can be totally social and just make it beneficial for people. That construct is very important for us to think. People beat me up. I call X-rays, MRI, I call them black and white images with squigglies in it. That's it. AI ke liye, that is enough. I'm giving you something. It's got an aberrant pattern. You crack it, boss. Why do you worry about anything else? We did this interesting project with Rajasthan, silicosis, which is rolled out again. It won the national award. Again, we're anonymous. It won the national award just recently, September 4th, where they got an award for that project. The government did, and they richly deserve it. What's the problem statement there? X-ray costs 100 rupees. But if you take a photo of an X-ray, it's free. So we interpreted the photo of the X-ray. Deployment first. Most people will not think, boss, X-ray ka photo leke karo. That's the problem statement. AI assistance for frontline, this is in early stages, so I won't discuss it. This is an exciting problem, excellent problem. I really hope this will take off in a massive way. So you take a 5 to 10 second video of a baby, newborn baby, and you estimate its critical parameters, its weight, its length, its head circumference, chest circumference, arm circumference. It has a very low error rate. We've been working on this research problem for 4 years. We have cracked it. This is going to be very powerful, and it will get rolled out pan-India shortly. We're working in Goa, Daman and Diu. Huge advantage for ASHA worker. They normally carry a spring balance or a Solstice with the big equipment, nothing they need to carry. And then they put it in a register, then they come home, they have to put it, nothing they need to do. It's all integrated into the digital platform. And it will create longitudinal data over a period of time, and you can look at the baby. It's going to take some time because there are a lot of social impediments to success here. There's a certain behavior ASHA workers have or the communities have. Slowly and steadily, all the ASHA workers say, this is like nirvana for us. So people slowly, that's one of the other things. Don't be in a hurry. Fortunately, I'm not in the profit space. I don't need to be in a hurry. I don't have investors. I've been through all that in the past. So the construct right now is instead of billions of dollars, you just do billions of people. And for doing billions of people, you have to be very patient. You have to do it at that person you cannot snatch their independence. You cannot snatch their decision making. You have to work with them. You have to listen to them. And these are very critical skills that we build in the institute. Pregnancy risk stratification, I won't spoil. This we are releasing with AIMS. Education, again, a very exciting problem rolled out with the state of Gujarat. We're very grateful to them, which is to build foundational learning skills. So for kids in grade 2 to 8, how do you make sure that they speak the language very well? So AI then tells them which is the words they don't speak well, what they've missed out, rolled out to the entire state of Gujarat. 6 million students, and now we plan to roll it out pan-India systematically. Very powerful. I expect this to be a kind of very important, if done well, and we hope we can do it well, a huge foundational skill for all sections of society. So if you're a plumber in Sanjay Nagar, speaking Kannada, but you don't know how to speak the plumbing terms properly, you will get X amount of money. But if I can make you and teach you and give you passages of your normal dialogue, and over a period of time you start speaking things that is appropriate for the customer, you may make more money. Very direct linkage. We've also got an early warning system, again, not important. Agriculture, we've got a whole host of solutions. This is Pradhan Mantri's program. It's a grievance redressal system that we've built. It's fully functioning. This is something called Kisan Call Center, 25,000 calls per day. So we're building answers for them using classic LLM augmentation, using RAGs, etc. Agriculture news monitoring, what I spoke about earlier, it was kind of taken from there and put in here. So all of these are scaled. Pest and disease surveillance, we do it in the field of cotton. I'll just go over this quickly. Agri-AI we're collecting a lot of ground level data to start explaining things. Krishi DSS, we are doing crop classification. It's already in place. It's built in with MNCFC. Once they have it, it'll be scaled up. And that's pretty much it. So the idea was to give you the breadth. I had a choice. I took over this institute it's 27 months. I measure myself in months. And that's what we accomplished in 27 months. Not me, the entire institute. So I have a favorite. We are never constrained by opportunity. We are always constrained by expertise. So if you want to do AI, break the back of expertise. And it's a very personal thing, unfortunately. And that's why it's very difficult. And that's why I tell people you cannot complain about others. Because I have to be very good, or as best as I can be under the given circumstances. I'm also fallible. I also have a family. I also, sometimes goof off. Fortunately, I had a very good mentor in Mr. Kohli. I would work very hard and then I would tell him, sir, बहुत tired है. He said, movie देख के आना. I said, sir, कंपनी में अरे छोड़ ना मूवी देख के आ. बोर हो रहा है क्रिकेट जाके खेल. टाटास का आजाद मैदान में ग्राउंड है. रोज आफ्टरनून में जा क्रिकेट खेल के खेल के आ. I love environments like that because we are like that as human beings. We do goof off. We shouldn't establish arbitrary constraints on human beings which are very difficult and very ill-formed for us to live a normal life. So I always start with this. I always say new thoughts are created with the help of abstractions. Can you abstract well? It's very difficult. Excess intelligence, what it will do, no? If you go 1,000 feet above the ground, it will see two black dots. One of them is a water buffalo, one of them is a water tank. It will say, ये सब काला dots है ना, buffaloes है. Abstraction is very dangerous if it is not premised on grounded reality. But abstraction is needed for complex problem solving. Second, they represent conceptual underpinnings. I have found personally, if I get this, I'm done. If I can get people, if I can get my institute, they're very good people, make no mistake, but I always aspire to be far more. not from an achievement, but from an intrinsic perspective. If I can get anybody in my institute and tell them, hey, come here, वो problem है, पूरा solve करके आ. Nirvana. Whereas we'll get into 77,000 meetings. Whereas all those meetings cause a destructive, distortive, disruptive, complex, ill-defined problem at the end, where you started with problem P1 and you are now saying it is, alpha 2a x y b. We don't address those things. And that's what you need to address if you're doing AI. Why? Because AI is complex. I'll come to a statement later, you'll see what I'm saying. I read this lovely book, Managers Not MBAs, by Mintzberg. He's a Canadian author. Naturally, the United States was not that excited when he wrote this book. It was a while ago. He wrote about this art, craft, and science. I think it's a lovely metaphor for everything we do. Science is the engineering, it's the AIML, it's the experimentation, it's the formalism. Art is the creative thinking you can do around it. Craft is the doing. I'll give you an example. Any of us, including me, if we sit behind a potter's wheel, we can have, okay, just one more minute, we can have we can have a lot of engineering about what the structure needs to be of the material. We can also have lovely ideas. एक बार बना के तो दिखाओ. That's craft. Since I have very little time, I'll just quickly introduce this. I won't discuss this. All of it has to do with materiality and ambiguity, the framework of AI thinking, and then I'll be done in about a minute. I'll only speak about the first piece, and that is the most important piece. You want to build expertise in AI, you need to be multidimensional. Think of the problem at the same time in a scientific, usable, reliable, accountable, domain-rich environment. Can you do it? That's the challenge in AI for scaling AI in India. That line is it. And I will end because they're telling me to end, so I'll end it. I won't do anything else. I'll just finish. And I think I'll just be done. And, because time is up, I'll just stop. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very, very much.
That was a fantastic talk. I don't know if you're noticing a couple of people are rising up to their feet. So, yeah, that was a fantastic conversation. By the way, Mr. Shivasubramanian, this is the first time this is happening in 3 days. So, yeah. A fantastic talk. Can we get a picture with you and the audience if you don't mind? Get a picture? No, stand right there. Can we get a picture with you and the audience? Would that be fine? Can you turn around if you don't mind? Just face me. We have another photographer on stage as well. Can we hear a big round of applause to this gentleman, please? Just stay right there. We're just getting a couple of pictures. Also, this is the session where I noticed the most number of phones going up to click pictures of his slide. I'm pretty sure a lot of you all have questions. Unfortunately, we have gone far beyond time. We're not complaining at all. We're not complaining at all because it was a fantastic presentation. But would you make yourself available outside if you don't mind? Yes? For those of y'all who have questions, Mr. Shivasubramanian will be available outside. Like I said before, once again, a big round of applause because that was a fantastic presentation. We will take the conversations outside, if you don't mind, so that we do not disrupt the next session. A few announcements before we go into the next session. We have a quiz going on at the Google Cloud booth. This is happening outside. Make sure you head over to the Google Cloud booth to take part in the quiz. They have a bunch of goodies to give out. Also, the last reminder for the couch-based standee that's available outside. Scan the QR code and you stand a chance to win a bunch of goodies. We're going to be giving out more goodies like we did yesterday between 2:45 to 3. A lot of you all have been coming and asking me. So that's happening between 2:45 and 3. So we'll be giving out as many as we can. Also, someone left their glasses yesterday. Just in case you've left your glasses, it's a lens glass. I have it with me, just in case you have any colleagues who have lost it. Just let them know I'm carrying it with me. It's time for us to very quickly move on to the next conversation that's going to happen on stage. We're talking about powering India's AI-first ambitions with Shakti Cloud. In this talk, we'll dive into how India is on track to become the AI garage of the world, where innovative AI solutions are created, tested, and scaled. To lead this session, we have none other than the man known as the data center man of India with over 30 years of industry experience. His visionary leadership and innovative approach have been key in driving India's data center growth. Please welcome the man himself, Managing Director and CEO at Yota. Please welcome Sunil Gupta to the stage.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. My name is Sunil Gupta. I am co-founder, MD, and CEO of Yota. We are a data center company into cloud and managed services. We have built our own sovereign cloud. And last year, we went big time into getting thousands of NVIDIA top-class GPUs in India and have built this product called Shakti Cloud. So today, I'm very, very thrilled to talk to you about how we feel that Yota is revolutionizing and powering India's AI-first dreams. Well, we all know that AI now is no more a drawing board conversation. It's no more a concept. From startups like many of you who are in the stages of building models or fine-tuning some models or building some applications on the top of that, to industries and enterprises who are putting these models to use in their business processes, to a whole lot of educational and research institutions who are developing technologies around that, dealing with complex Indian data and building India-specific Indic models, to government who is trying to see, and I think we saw in the last presentation how government is trying to put AI for various government to citizen services. I think AI has come a long way. India has come a long way, I can see in the last 1 year itself. Now, what we are trying to do is to power all these India's ambitions. We need to have a very large-scale accelerated computing infrastructure, sovereign infrastructure in India itself, and that is what we have brought in. And in the next couple of minutes, I'll be speaking about that, what we bring to the table to fuel these ambitions. Well, we all know that India's digital footprint has grown like crazy in the last 20 years. From the days of early 2000s to today, we have come a long way. We have more phones than our population in India. We have more than 75 crore smartphones today. Not like you and me, our town B, town C population is possibly creating and consuming more content every single day. Our number of digital payment transactions have crossed 100 billion in a year, which is more than 50% of the rest of the whole world. So you can just see the tremendous growth we have done in terms of enabling ourselves digitally, both in our personal and professional life. Now, all this has been built in the last couple of years on the backbone of a strong technology, a strong infrastructure, and a strong connectivity backbone. And the same infrastructural elements are actually becoming the backbone for a large-scale AI use cases adoption in India. It is making India a very, very fertile ground for the next 1 or 2 years, how we will see a tremendous take-up of the AI use cases. Let us see the market opportunity in front of all of us. AI is almost growing at 25 to 35% CAGR. I'm very sure this number will further increase. We all know our Indians' capabilities to adopt technology. This may reach 17 billion by 2027. And why it is happening, besides many other trends which I talked about, which are the underlying tailwinds. But today, any businesses, whether it is e-commerce, fintech, edtech, all the sectors are basically adopting cloud technologies. AI sits on the top of that. AI, by the way, India, by the way, has second largest pool of engineers who are AI trained. That is second largest in the world. Our startup ecosystem of AI is again second or third largest in the world. And with our massive population, creating and consuming content every single minute, every single day, we are actually creating that pool of data sets which is required for training these massive models in our Indic languages, which India requires to build solutions for various use cases. Now, we know once in a lifetime, possibly you get technologies which are not sector specific, which are not industry specific. Computers was like that. Mobile was like that. Internet was like that. AI also has come across as that type of horizontal technology. You can customize it, you can fit it as per your needs, as per the needs of your industry, and as per the need of your vertical. Whether it is BFSI, where you are using AI for multiple use cases, whether it is fraud management or risk management or giving better personalized experience to the consumers who are calling the call centers of the banks, or for, I would say, consumer companies, retail companies who want to give personalized recommendation to the users, to the retail stores who possibly want to handle their supply chain problems, who want to give better recommendations, possibly have people-less stores in future which have appeared in US, possibly will come sometime in India as well, to manufacturing where you are creating digital twins to take care of preventive maintenance of your machines, again to take care of quality control to detect faulty products before they go out in the retail shelf. So essentially, we all know, and I think possibly talking something which we all know, is that AI is all pervasive. It's all pervasive, and it is getting adopted very, very crazily across the world and in India. Worldwide, this market we are expecting to go to 130 billion in the next 4 to 5 years. In India, we are expecting it to go to 6.28 billion. Now, what is fueling this? And I can see this change in sentiment in last 1 year. I was speaking on similar topics 1 year back when we were just toying with the idea of getting these GPUs in India, and I can see the sentiment now and have seen the reports talking very different numbers in the last 1 year. Why it is happening? 71% of the tech leaders today are saying we will spend more on technologies. More important is more than 85% say their topmost priorities to spend out of the tech budget will be on AI and Gen AI. Out of this, 89% say this is their topmost priority. And 54%, this is the most important thing. So far, we were all thinking Gen AI means content generation, right? But actually, 54% of the leaders are saying AI and Gen AI actually is helping them to reduce their cost by more than 10%. So essentially, if AI is going to help increase productivity, not just content generation, but help increase productivity and reduce cost, it is but natural it is going to again be pervading all the walks of life across industries as well as in our personal life. Now, for all these AI dreams of India to succeed, whether it is for India itself as a large AI market, or whether, like India has been a big supplier of software and services to the rest of the world for the last 3 decades. So India is supposed to be serving the AI tools and technologies and models to itself, because India is going to be the largest market. But India also needs to become the same leader in AI as it is leader in software services. If we have to achieve both these ambitions, what is lacking today and what need to be corrected is we need to correct the availability of infrastructure. We all know if we have to build large language models, India has got 300 plus languages, right? And if we have to build our models in various native languages, serving our population, many of whom may not be very conversant in talking in English, in writing in English on a screen, how we can bring thousands of GPUs, high-performance GPUs, to process those large data sets, process those complex algorithms, to make India-specific large language models, to make India-specific small language models specific to individual B2B or B2C use cases. So this infrastructure element has to be sorted. The second part for why it has to be sorted within India is not just, yes, you need thousands of this compute infrastructure for training as well as for inferencing, but second and more important is, unlike in case of cloud, where possibly we have all accepted that our applications and content can be hosted in a cloud which possibly might not be hosted in India. But in case of AI, where your enterprise data, where your personal data, raw data is going and getting put into a machine which is getting trained on your data, the first thing which everybody is talking about, the first thing everybody is concerned about is the security and safety of their data. So essentially, how we ensure that the AI compute infrastructure where your data is going to be processed and stored has to be in India, has to be processed in India, has to be compliant to the laws and regulations of the country, and not actually getting into conflict with the laws of the land when some of the laws of the big tech essentially start coming in conflict with the laws of the land. So that sovereignty element is as much important as much is the sheer availability of the compute infrastructure in India for processing the models. And third, of course, is cybersecurity. And what we are doing as Yotta, being a data center and cloud operators, we have actually brought in these GPU elements on the top of that, taking care of all these elements. Massive amount of compute available on the doorsteps of everybody on a cloud model, on a usage model, literally paying something by the hour, taking care of cybersecurity, and taking care, of course, of the sovereignty element that you process your models, you build your models, put your model for inferencing right here in India. Well, access to GPUs essentially becomes the most critical element, right? Worldwide, while we see appearance of AI models and use cases across board, every single day we see and hear new and new stories, but there is a rush for getting GPUs. Any and every GPUs which NVIDIA is producing is actually getting gobbled up by the big tech and also by so many other people who really want to get access to this GPU. So it is very, very important for India as a country that we get a fair share of these GPUs so that we can build our models here in India to solve our use cases. What we ended up doing is we have secured 16,000 H100 GPUs in India, which are available with us. And being an elite NVIDIA partner, we have got access to much more of that in the coming times, so that any and every use case in India, whether it is a very, very large model or whether it is small B2U model, we have all of them. We have the ability to satisfy all those needs here in India itself. Our relationship with NVIDIA is not transactional. It is very, very strategic. If you can recall, last year, after ChatGPT got launched in August, Mr. Jensen Huang, NVIDIA CEO, had come to India. He met the Prime Minister. And there was a commitment, clear commitment from Mr. Huang to India, to Mr. Modi, that they will support India in every possible way. With China out of bound of NVIDIA because of various trade restrictions by US, it was but natural that India may turn out to be the largest market, possibly after US. So that commitment from NVIDIA to India turned out to be a commitment to Yotta because we jumped in the fray first time and we say that, okay, from India, we will be placing the order on NVIDIA. We will get all these GPUs and make these GPUs live in India on a usage cloud model. So this is what we have put in India now, live and available for the last couple of months. We have put in a large cluster of 16,384 H100 GPUs, besides thousands of L40S GPUs. These GPUs are connected to each other through an InfiniBand network. Essentially, you have got 3,200 Gbps of connectivity from one GPU node of HGX to another GPU node. So you can just imagine when you are actually doing this training you have to, number one, the GPUs have to be topmost. Second is the GPUs need to be connected to each other through the highest speed network so that the parallel training can happen. And the third element you can see is the storage. Even the storage has to be those NVMe disk, and it has to be parallel processing framework, showed that the data is also fed to the GPUs at the same speed at which GPUs can process the data, so that the time taken for you to train your large language models is lowest possible. And the same actually applies for a many ways for inferencing also. When you are actually putting in a prompt, how fast a model can actually process your prompt and give you the output in return, whether it's a text or an image or video, also becomes important. That your GPU, the network connecting the GPUs, and the storage where the data is there, is all the three are absolutely high speed. And that is what we have brought in as a part of our Shakti Cloud. I'll just quickly run through a small video, which will
Standing
just give you
at
a
the
glimpse
cusp of an
Shakti Cloud.
unprecedented digital revolution, India is poised to become a global powerhouse in artificial intelligence. India's vast pool of skilled English-speaking tech professionals not only serves its own booming market, but is also a vital resource for AI development worldwide, positioning India as a high-potential AI garage for the whole world. Enter Yota's Shakti Cloud, India's premier supercomputer and a titan among the world's largest supercomputers, designed to propel India into the AI-driven future. Built indigenously by Yota, Shakti Cloud is one of the largest supercomputers in the world and has been built at an extreme scale, following NVIDIA's technical reference architecture completely. At its core, Yota's Shakti Cloud harnesses the power of 16,384 NVIDIA H100 GPUs and thousands of NVIDIA L40S GPUs. The GPUs are clustered together utilizing a high-speed InfiniBand network comprising specialized switches and cables. With the requirements for training large language models in mind, Shakti Cloud also incorporates exabytes of low-latency, high-performance parallel processing storage. Shakti Cloud has also been built with sustainability in mind, with more than 50% of the power used generated from green sources. Shakti Cloud also offers a very intuitive, user-friendly, and feature-rich self-service portal that enables MLOps and end-to-end machine learning pipeline ecosystem. The portal helps users seamlessly select the desired GPUs, implement the desired clustering, use serverless functions, select from an array of pre-trained models from the marketplace, ingest data from external sources, process data for training the models, use various training frameworks, and finally make the model available on the marketplace for inferencing purposes. Hosted at Yota's 700-megawatt Mumbai data center campus with unlimited scalability in a high-density data center environment, Yota's Shakti Cloud, where India's AI journey begins and the world's AI journey accelerates. Join us in powering the future.
So, as I said earlier, there are two types of GPUs which are available in Shakti Cloud. The first one, H100s, are the ones which are the most in demand for training of large language models. With this cluster, we can, because we are following this NVIDIA's reference architecture, we can, if required, scale up to 1,000 HGX nodes in a single cluster, which essentially means 8,000 GPUs. This is a combined capacity, more capacity than what was required for training your ChatGPT 4o. So it is a very, very large capacity which can be put into a single cluster if such a demand comes for developing any of the models. Of course, we have the L40S as well. That is the one which is more put for the use cases of inferencing. And that also is scalable to build clusters for more than 500 nodes, which essentially become 2,000 GPUs in a single cluster. Well, this is a slide which is of importance, and this is something which was visible in the software in a small glimpse, that the Shakti Cloud is offering various layers of services. At the fundamental layer, of course, there is a compute. You have got the L40S and H100 GPUs. You have got CPUs for making your clusters. You have got storages, both the high-speed storage from which the data is fed to the GPUs, but also the object storage for you to bring your data first or to put up for backup or recovery or archival. There is a network which is connecting the GPUs at the back for large trainings, but there is an Ethernet network on the top. We are actually putting this, so you can take a bare metal as it is. You want to have single node, or if you want to have single GPU, or you want to have slicing of GPU, all those things are possible. But if you want to have a large cluster, we deliver fully managed Kubernetes cluster and Slum clusters. And on the top of that is basically the various AI core services frameworks. Because we also have what is NVIDIA calls NVIDIA AI Enterprise Suite of software. So all those tools and technologies which are required for you to either train your models or later on put your models for inferencing, they're all available in Shakti Cloud. And of course, for your data processing, also the various tools required. Now, when you have either during the training time, also for once you're putting the model for inferencing, it becomes like any other application which you're putting on the internet for consumption by the end users. So essentially, the cyber security services become as much important because you are connected to the rest of the world, and that is where our core data center services of various cyber security services and various managed services like a managed DR or data replication, they all come in very, very handy. Many of these elements come by default when you consume our GPUs for your models. Many of these services come by default, and many of these services actually we construct a custom solution for enterprises in case they want so by putting up all these components. Yeah, I covered all this. Yeah. I just talked about it. The Shakti Cloud can be put for various use cases. You want to put it to a use case of training of a foundational model, a large language model with billions or trillions of parameters. Shakti Cloud can handle that. You want to take up an existing model from, like open source model from a marketplace and then fine tune it with your own data, or you want to use a model and connect your RAG to that. All those possibilities are possible here. But what we have done, which possibly I missed mentioning in the previous slide, is we have come out with some very unique products which will become very relevant for different segments of market. One of them you can see is an AI lab. AI lab is nothing but you can say is a GPU-powered workstation which will be offering to schools and universities and also to various tech companies who want to train their employees or students on AI, hands-on. So while there is a lot of theoretical content available on YouTube and various educational websites, but what everybody wants is a hands-on training. So, but you cannot afford those GPU workstations at your own lab or in your own premises. So what we are doing is we have actually come out with this container-based workstations which you can access over the internet, and we are giving the ability to the university administrator, for example, to assign these workspaces to the students as per the time they want to use, as per their, the slotted assignments and all. So that is one great product we will be coming out in the market in the next, you can expect in the next 2 weeks. There's another product. I talked about that for so many of use cases, even a single GPU may not be required. We actually have the ability now to slice the GPU and give you one small slices of GPUs. There's another product which we are launching is serverless. Essentially, you don't need to take a permanent subscription of a GPU on a fixed model. You can just take up a model from the marketplace, you want to use it, and you want to pay by the seconds, or you want to pay by the tokens. Those services also are getting available in the next few days. I think we just talked about it, that when you are actually putting in this large cluster of GPUs, a concern worldwide is coming in that these become power guzzlers. They add to the carbon footprint of the world. How we take care of those aspects also while we are putting in these large clusters in India is important. In our data centers, we are fundamentally a data center operator and building this GPU layer on the top of that. In our data centers, we are feeding these GPUs as on today with almost 100% of green power. We have got our own power distribution substations. We are able to source power from various hydro sources, wind sources, and solar sources. And today, we are actually powering our entire Shakti Cloud, all these GPUs, almost 100% with green power. I will come directly to Yeah, maybe this is something which is very, very relevant for we have put our Shakti Cloud through. So when you are actually putting your data and training your models on Shakti Cloud, you are actually getting this entire capability by default. I will just spend the last few minutes on Shambho program. This is our startup accelerator program. We announced this program just a few days back in association with the NASSCOM and Telangana IT Mission. See, we realize and understand that while getting GPUs on your own is a very costly affair for even a very large enterprise, it requires millions of dollars. And even if you're able to do that, you require a massive data center infrastructure, which possibly is not doable even for a large enterprise. So what is required is that you actually bring this GPU, somebody like us as a service provider, bring these GPUs and convert them into a cloud model and start offering to all of you on a usage model, on a per hour model. That brings down the cost quite a lot. You don't have to take a long liability. You can maybe pay a few $1,000s and see and touch whether your thing is working. If it is working, you continue, pay more. If it's not working, you can come out. So it makes it very, very accessible to you. But what we also have realized that even after we have doing that, by the way, we have priced our GPU services almost lowest in the world, right? If you compare to $20 to $25 per hour, which is the prevailing rate for GPUs in the world, we have priced ourselves around $3 to $4 an hour. So which is like the typical Indian theme that in India, if we do any technology on a massive scale, but we bring it to the hands of consumer at a very, very economical price, that just flourishes. And we are actually going by the same theme. We have not only brought the best technology, but we also have brought in the hands of consumers in a very, very cost-effective rate. But even after doing that, what we are realizing is that even that might not be affordable for many of the startups who are at early stage, idea stage. They may have the best of the idea, but they are not able to afford it. We want to have those people. How do we actually get them onboarded, allow them to make their models, and allow them to go into a commercial stage? And that is where we thought of creating this startup accelerator program. This program essentially is designed to provide financial credits to various startups, besides obviously doing a whole lot of mentorship, training, and other programs for them. What this program is giving, number one is you get access to H100s. Today, H100 access is not there. Even if you go to any of the hyperscalers in India, you don't get H100. Nobody has got H100 in India. If you go abroad, of course, you will not get these type of credits. So with this program, you are actually going to get on credits H100 access, and you can get many of them. You obviously will get access to a full cluster of H100. You will be able to get credits up to 200K. 200,000 US dollar credits can be done. The starting layer of this program itself is 35,000 US dollars. So if you go to the next stage, you get more credit. You go to next stage, you get more credit. You go to final cut, you more credit. So essentially, we are making sure, because GPUs will require a huge resources. This is unlike a normal general purpose compute. GPUs require far higher resources compared to a normal compute. So we have ensured that we pump up the enough credits for you to start up from an idea stage to a full-fledged commercial product stage. Of course, besides that, in association with NASSCOM and Telangana Mission, we are organizing within this program trainings, workshops. Once your product is commercially live, you are able to make money. Even after that, permanently, we are ensuring that these startups who are our partners get discounts almost up to 25% from our services. Of course, the benefit is you get access to H100, you get access to that right here in India, and you are taking care of the sovereignty needs of your end customers as well. Practically, this is for startups for sure, and we are making sure that any and every startup who has an idea, a fantastic idea on building something in AI is eligible. So whether you are at a seed stage, you are at an early stage, you are at a growth stage, whether you are funded, whether you are not funded, in all the cases, this program is applicable. You can possibly scan through this code, and there is a microsite which gives quite a lot of details of this program, and you can apply at this. So, ever since we launched this around 15, 20 days back, we have got a flurry of applications for this, and we actually want to make sure that we are able to serve the needs of every single startup who has an idea on this. This shows some details of the program. You don't need to take a picture of this. This is all available publicly on our website, yota.com/Shambho, and you can go through that. So as I said, that this technology is available in India. We don't need to really wait now for us to build large models. We don't need to just satisfy ourselves in building some applications on the top of pre-trained models. India possibly needs large models in its own Indic languages. We have far more use cases than anywhere else in the world which we can build on. We have far more data sets compared to anywhere else in the world which we can use to build models for our own use cases. And of course, as I said, we can export these expertise to earn foreign exchange also for the country. The capability of compute is available now, and it is available at a very, very aggressive price points. So my request to all of you, take benefit of this entire Shakti Cloud, take benefit of this Shambho program, and together, let us make sure that the India's AI dreams actually are achieved the way we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil. We're unfortunately out of time, but we'll do one very quick question, sir. The quick question and an answer, if you don't mind.
Sir, thank you very much for these wonderful sessions. My name is Kaushik. We are representing Shell Quality Assurance. The question is, for the data center in Mumbai, what kind of disaster recovery testing we are doing and what kind of security we are around? Jai Hind, sir.
Sure, thank you. So first is that this data center in Mumbai is a uptime tier 4 data center, and in simple language, we call it fault-tolerant data center, which means actually any and every type of either a artificial disaster or a natural disaster, which is unpredictable, also will never lead to the downtime of this data center. We offer 100% uptime commitment to our customers on this data center. It's so redundant and resilient, this data center never goes down, right? Even in the worst of the scenario. Point number one. Point number two, even physically, because data centers can be very, very critical, physically we have secured these data centers with almost 15 layers of security. People will have to go 15 layers before they can even come and touch the servers. Third, we have not only put this entire Shakti Cloud in our data center in Mumbai, we have got a similar large campus in Delhi. So for our customers who want to put their primary sites, let's say primary models in our Shakti Cloud infrastructure in Mumbai, but they also want to have a similar infrastructure in another site also, we have a similar high-powered data center campus in Delhi, so people can make available of that also. In fact, I can share with you that we have offered our Shakti Cloud through a competitive bid to Government of India, to bodies like National Informatics Center and STPI. Right now, many critical government workloads are already running on Shakti Cloud through our campuses, Mumbai, Delhi, as well as in some of the data centers in government. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you then. That was quite informative. Can we give him a big round of applause, please? Thank you very much for being with us here at day 3 of Cypher 24. In case you all have questions, do find Mr. Sunil around or outside, but we'd prefer if you take these conversations outside those doors, because we're going to jump into the next speaker and what he has to say very quickly. We're talking about fraud in healthcare insurance. Is this a common thing that happens to all of you all? This is a question we're going to be answering or asking during this next session. This next session is going to be along the lines of exploring ways of mitigating fraud in healthcare insurance in India. For the session, our speaker is a seasoned executive serving as the Chief Information Officer at Bajaj Finserv Health, where he oversees a diverse team of approximately 200 professionals. Please welcome to the stage Nitin Jog, CIO at Bajaj Finserv Health.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Nitin Jog. I had the data sciences, CRM, and the operations teams at Bajaj Finserv Health. Quick introduction, to the company. We are a 4-year-old startup inside the Bajaj Finserv ecosystem, 100%, invested by the Finserv Group. And we launched, 4 years back, we launched OPD, which is outpatient department, right? So this is typically doctor consultations, your health checkup plans, your wellness plans for, say, nutritionists, dietitians in the market. Most of you guys might be familiar with the traditional IPD plans that corporates offer, which is your 24-hour health, if you stay in a hospital for more than 24 hours. What we brought was insurance around OPD into the healthcare sector. And again, the vision is to make it prepaid, preventive, and personalized. I think you heard some of these words in the Tata 1mg presentation. What we, I think, make it as prepaid is through the insurance. So how do we make it even more affordable to the general, even the retail sector? Many of the corporates have started offering it now. We are also taking it to a lot of insurers through the retail sector. We also, in between 6 months back, we acquired Vidal Health Services. Through them, we are also trying to make this impact of whatever I'm presenting in the IPD world. Going into a little bit of OPD, IPD, we specialize in OPD, and the difference between the two is typically the ticket sizes. OPD is very high volume. We process around, 1.5 to 2 lakh claims a month. Typical IPD providers would process around 40 to 50,000 claims, depending on the size of their, operations. Cost or affordability that we have to process a single claim, because these are very low ticket sizes, somewhere between 20 to 30. So a lot of things we want to automate. Now, because of this, we cannot always involve a human person, right, in all our operations. So a lot of our, I would say, use cases around AI, data, ML are a lot around operations. I'm going to focus more on the fraud and abuse side, because that's also becoming very big in this sector. If you see the healthcare market in India, right, just the insurance side of the house, around 70,000 crore worth of claims actually get paid, right? If you ask industry experts, they would say it's around 10% to 15% of these there's some kind of fraud and abuse. And I'll just harp on this fraud and abuse. Fraud is where, something which you are not entitled for, but you didn't even take that service, and you fraudulently, raised a request for it. Abuse is where the service was provided, but things were inflated to an extent, right? So service did happen, but the treatment might not have been required, but it was done, or shown at least that it was done. So that's sort of a difference between fraud and abuse. But huge opportunity, 7,000 plus crore, just looking at last year's claims paid out. And we want to make a difference, in catching some of these. I will walk you through the framework that we have, developed over time in terms of approaching this entire problem statement. And when we first got into the OPD side of the house, we were fairly naive, to be frank, and we have made a lot of mistakes and actually paid out a lot of claims. But we don't want these mistakes to be, again, repeated by other providers in this ecosystem. At the same time, we also need to get a little smarter, right, and not just give out money. So this is sort of the framework that we have developed over time. It starts with the identification part, moving into the investigation side. Identification is what I would primarily focus on, but we do a lot of work, and we have a lot of systems which also focus around the investigation, the management, deterrence part, and eventually the feedback loop happens, through how do you actually prevent. That's, I think, the holy grail. If you can somehow prevent, I would say, fraud or abuse from happening, I think then you have solved most of the problem, right? You need less of AI ML if you can actually deter people from actually committing this. But I think we are still far off from that. But that's generally the framework, and typically the entities that we deal with, the providers, in our ecosystem. We are both urban as well as rurals, along with most of the big chain hospitals and lab diagnostic networks. We also have we see a lot of small, service providers across the rural landscape as well. On which sometimes you don't have a lot of data points also. But the providers, doctors, typically customers is, typically OPD has been more prominent around, corporates, but it has picked up in the retail sector also. So many of you here might be having a OPD plan through your respective, insurance provider. Obviously, the fourth one is actually the transaction. That is actually the claim that we are processing. And the challenge is, how do we actually catch this fraud abuse, at the time of claim itself, instead of post facto. My boss keeps on saying, "Tum to hamesha postmortem karte rehte ho." Not much use, right? So how do we actually try to prevent it, early on while the claim has been processed? And imagine a lot of times now in our ecosystem, we are doing a lot of backending of these claims, where it goes through what we call as STP, or it goes through what we call as co-pilot, where, we have some 15, 20 rule sets to adjudicate a claim. The adjudicator is highlighted, these are the only 2, 3 rules to check. So he has a few minutes to do it. How within that time can you nudge him to really look at the more intricate details of the claim to catch that potential, data point that would allow you to, prevent the abuse or fraud from happening. I'm now actually going to make it a little interesting. Here are some samples of claims and this is a very, very small sample just to give you an idea what kind of claims or frauds or abuse happens, right? And this is becoming much more easier now in our digital world. If you see marquee logo like Apollo Diagnostic, now this fraud was actually done by a customer, not the hospital, right? There was a cohort of customers we had discovered over a period of time who took a single bill and kept on changing the bill number. If you see, right, the date, name, and the bill number is what keeps on changing. But a lot of things, like if you see the UHID, typically that is unique at a hospital level. Each customer gets that. Now they forgot to change that. But again, the entire invoice, if you see, same replica. And there's many more scenarios like this, right, where people just edit, but they do forget to actually, edit everything that was relevant to the patient, and that is how we need to catch some of these. Now, this is going a little bit beyond. Someone has changed the content inside, but they have sort of, if you see, it's a templatized. So they just kept on changing the names of hospitals, right? And some level of change in the content. How do we catch? So what we call this as a template. And typically hospitals, when they are doing electronic invoicing, they do have a standard template. So now we have created a repository of templates of hospitals who we sort of, try to keep on our side, and then some of these we are able to catch. This is again where using photoshopping tools or even simple things like, overwriting a bill, people will change dates, because usually in a policy period, you are only allowed to claim it within a policy period, or there's a 30-day, window in which you need to claim, and you might have exceeded that. So how do you, circumvent those typical adjudication rules that will probably not allow you to claim? So these are examples of that. This whitener detection, if you see, right, the rightmost invoice, actually, someone has changed 700 to 1700. We caught it. We probably denied it. Then he came back and he used whitener to make it back to 700 so that we can actually, again claim he could get it paid. The below part is what I would actually want to draw the attention to, where this information today, I talk about the framework that we use, the identification, investigation, and deterrence management, and so on and so forth. We today, for our adjudication team, we actually have the output of our fraud abuse models directly available to be consumed within the CRM or the claim adjudication platform, right? And that actually makes it more effective, because oftentimes we see that we keep on creating models. If they don't get consumed at where they should be, you don't get the right outcome. Because at the end of the day, how much ever we improve the accuracy of the models, if my adjudicator is not able to find that or see that information at the time of adjudication, it's not of any use. So if you see the third line here, we had actually called out that document forgery check fail. So these again become nudges, so then the adjudicator has to look a little bit closer. We also now, over time, we have improved the systems to actually pinpoint exactly what failed. He can go and look at bills and so on and so forth. One more example, someone had an entire invoice book with him, essentially, and he was just changing names, and this was happening across a corporate where, वो employee बात करते हैं, they know, अरे मेरा तो चल गया claim, मेरा तो pay कर दिया, मेरे पास invoice भी है. They just keep on changing the names and numbers, but we see that the dates are different. So the invoice, what's the coincidence that this specific clinic did not have any customers between these 4 guys who happened to claim, right, on different dates. So again, we are getting a little smarter as people are fooling us. We are getting a little smarter, and now with more of the upcoming technologies, Gen AI, and so on and so forth, hopefully we'll be able to curb a lot of these. This is a limited landscape of capabilities we have developed over time. There's a lot more even on the cashless side, right? Because cashless, typically, there's less of documents. It's happening at the provider side. So different kind of challenges, because you almost pay upfront to the provider. So there's very little time to catch, right, in a cashless operation. Today, we do around 25 to 30% cashless. The remaining comes as reimbursements, which is through documents. And so this is the landscape, I would say a subset of the landscape that we have developed over time. And I will go a little bit now into, I would say, the technicalities of how we are trying to solve for some of these. I will walk through maybe a few, key ones that probably would be of interest to a few of you. Obviously, document processing, again, some of this was, I think, in the previous presentation, but this is heart of everything that we do, starts with a document. In India, unfortunately, we don't have digitized data in healthcare yet, and we have a long walk. Someone mentioned PHR, patient health records, EMR, electronic medical records. There's NDHM is building a health claim exchange now through which electronic claims are supposed to come in, but I think it's a few years out. Adoption has started. Till then, we have to live with documents, right? And that's what the hospital provides, and that's what the physicians and the labs provide. So we have to get smarter at handling these. We have this document similarity, tampering, and then I will walk you through this whole Nexus syndicate detection framework that we have built. A little bit about the document processing. Like I said, it's the heart of our fraud abuse framework. It all starts with the patient who has done who is doing a reimbursement claim. He actually files through our own app. He goes and uploads his documents along with certain information. So it's like just a 3 to 4 minute process through which the claim comes and lands into our. We use Salesforce as our backend policy and claim and product processing engine. So it comes and sits inside something called as a buffer zone. And then on top of the documents, we do this document pre-processing. Oftentimes we see that जब वो photo लेते हैं, right? I think there's a lot of noise around the photo. You have tables, you will have documents superimposed on documents, नीचे का background. There's a lot of noise and clutter. 2 documents in the same page, all these sort of make it difficult for us to really figure out what exactly is this. Though we do nudge the person, you only upload a lab invoice or you only upload a prescription. Oftentimes, we see that it might not come out as what we expected. So we have a bunch of, I would say, capabilities we have developed over time to do blur checks, smart cropping, auto rotation, and so on and so forth. We use YOLO, GAN-based. Again, the images sometimes have to be actually, the quality of the images is also a big deal. Sometimes to the mobile app itself, we restrict it to a certain size. People just, casually take the picture. It might be blurred. We call out. He might still continue to send it the way it has come up, right? So some of the pre-processing happens. Then the next part is, I think, more important. That is where we are seeing good traction through tools like Gen AI, because it understands the context, right? And if we do the right prompting, it knows that what I'm trying to extract out of this is in the medical context, and please extract these kind of the provider names, patient names, what diagnosis, medications, diseases, dates, even prescription, the medications that they have written on the prescription, so on and so forth, right? So all these gets extracted. We have multiple, we used to run a lot of our own NER models. Over time, we have moved to pretty much, Gemini and OpenAI for this, because they seem to be doing a pretty decent job. We have over 90-95% accuracy in terms of extracting the information. Again, the OCR output is what does matter in all of these, and again, improving the image quality, doing the right OCR out of it, and then feeding into the Gen AI models helps here. The third piece is the document enrichment. A lot of the information that we have extracted, sometimes it's not the correct one, right? Because the OCR itself might have gone wrong in extracting the text. So the Gen AI can only do so much for you, right? But so we do enhance it through some of these external entity databases that we have to correct, right? Oftentimes the medication name might be missed by a couple of letters here and there. You are able to do some good text lookups and get the correct medication because it's related to the disease. You can link the two and come back, with a good name match. So document enrichment extraction, this is the first step of our entire process, I would say, and everything extracted out of this sort of feeds into the next set of, I would say, capabilities that we develop. This is just an example where, it's an illustration of a bill coming through, what gets extracted. We get some information from Google Maps just to verify that did this clinic actually exist in that location. Oftentimes in remote places, we hardly know, right? But Google sometimes is better at knowing that. So all these enrichments happen. We try to figure out by matching it with the policy data, we are able to overcome some of the gaps in this entire, I would say, NER process and bridge those, right? That is how it happens. And everything eventually comes as some form of a JSON, with auto corrections and enrichment. Now the challenges with some of these, obviously, handwritten one, I think in India, we still see around 30 to 40%, in doctor prescriptions, almost, I would say 60-70% are handwritten, unless it's coming from some doctor in a hospital and so on and so forth. So again, there we do see good results from GPT and so on and so forth. So it's helping solve some of the problems. Document quality variability, speed at which we are able to process some of this. We do around 3 to 4,000 claims a day. So around 10 to 12,000 documents come in on a 3 lakh a month, 3 to 4 lakh documents a month, and making sure they are getting processed for the adjudicator to take a decision on top of it. There is at least some element of speed that is required, though it does run in a more of a asynchronous and batch manner. Balancing accuracy and coverage, right? We are always trying to figure out, what should be the accuracy. Should it be 90, 95? Ye chal jayega kya? Because end of the day, we give something incorrect or we miss out on something, it's going to cost us some claim getting incorrectly paid. And that's the cost of missing that claim, right? At the same time, in the fraud abuse world, you can't cry wolf too many times, right? Because there's a investigation and scrutiny cost of it. You always have to balance it. So some of these things, I think in most of your use cases also, you would always have to balance some of these. activities. And then regulatory data protection, that is with the new laws coming in, we try to make sure that we de-anonymize a lot of the stuff when we actually put it into our backend, NoSQL DBs. And how do you segregate PII versus, what's related actually to the medical information about the customer, right? And typically, we associated that with a different tag. So we have our own identifiers to segregate the PII versus medical information, so that even if something propagates downstream, you're not flowing the PII, right, downstream. So this document similarity, duplicacy check, again, I mentioned document, then full, we flow it and get the raw text through OCRs. We are using Elasticsearch, I think the BM25 algorithm, I think it's more of a text matching algorithms. Again, we have gone through this evolution process over the last 2.5 years to try to figure out which thing works best. And as new things come in the market, every 2 to 3 months, we do revisit what, how to benchmark against the new capabilities and see, is it giving something more better for us to actually invest in that new technology, or we should continue to do what we have today. Again, some of the challenges with some of these capabilities. Forgery detection here, this is something interesting, and I don't think we have still cracked it, but this I think is again going to be a little bit of a tough problem to crack, because the editing things are just getting simpler and simpler, right? Document editing is a piece of cake, right, for everybody. But obviously, if you can at the same time augment it, right, with some other intelligence that you have for yourself behind the scenes, I think it's going to be much more effective. It's a little bit more technical. People who are technical will probably understand it. I also don't understand completely, to be frank. But yeah. Forgery detection, I think this is sort of leading from the previous one, right? We use multiple techniques nowadays. If you use things like Photoshop to edit documents, it will use a watermark. How do you actually then find that watermark, right? So we have ways to do some of that. Overwriting detection is a big one, because oftentimes if someone is lazy enough not to go back to the doctor to get the right prescription or invoice, he will just decide to take things in his own hand and just edit it, right? So what you see in the video is sort of the whole, how we try to detect, that something in a specific document has actually got edited. So these are ways for us to highlight, and actually these heat maps are what we show sometimes to our adjudicator, that this is the part of the bill which we think is probably modified. Obviously, we cannot be 100% accurate, but these are nudges that we are able to give to the adjudicator, कि इसको जरा ठीक से देख लो, right? That's what we do. Template similarity I talked to you about. Here we mask the entire data inside the template, and then it becomes binary, and then you are comparing a binary to binary comparison, and anything which is matching very close, but inside that you see that the hospital names and everything are different, because you also have the actual content, right? Then you can link the two together and say there is something wrong. Why are two hospitals using the same template, or whatever it is, right? So that's how we do it. Challenges here: low image quality, variety of formats, like we said, printed, handwritten. In India, you also have vernacular languages. If you go to the south, you will see most of the prescriptions actually, you cannot read them. The language is vernacular. Also, the names are printed, and then there's a checkbox. You have to actually extract what was the test basis the checkbox. How do you do that in a more automated fashion? So that's where some of the object detection models and all come into picture. Now the nexus and syndicate method. So I think this sort of, I think, is now getting propagated in a lot of places. I would say in our world, we do see that if we are able to catch the nexus or the syndicates, that actually is a big leapfrog for us, because individuals ko to hum pakad nahi sakte hai, right? Because and it's not worth our time and money and effort to actually go after them and litigate. 400-500 rupees ke liye, who is going to take all this pain, right? But if we can establish, syndicates where a certain provider is involved and maybe the agent who sold the policy is involved, that actually is, I would say, a much more better, it gives us a much more ROI for our investment in fraud and abuse, because you can actually go and chase that agent. You can actually sometimes go to the corporate through which this policy was, provided to the customer. And we have seen a lot of this nexus patterns where same set of employees going to the same doctor, getting the same prescription, and filing for it. So through some of the syndicate analysis frameworks, we are actually able to connect these dots. And what we generally do is, whenever we detect fraud, right, we try to use this more as a deterrence today, because to go after the individual person is going to be very, very tough. But when it's through corporates, usually go through the HRs, and they also want to make sure that there's no unethical practices being followed, right? Because it's a privilege that we all have this insurance policies. Abuse is what leads to the policy premiums going up. It also leads to the corporate's premium going up, over time. So they have a vested interest in actually protecting themselves. And also, so sometimes you just have to educate the employees, or in the retail, they have to educate the agent, and so on and so forth. It's not worth your effort, right, going through this, this pain. Coming back to the I think the algorithms are what are at the heart of it. We try to do this more real time, because as the claim comes in, and as we have a certain threshold, right? How many linkages are we seeing? And we keep on changing that also, right? And which attributes we use to do this linkages also is an important factor here. The pros are like, yeah, it's fast, it's intuitive, it's some of the graphical part is easy for you when you are actually going through the process of investigation. But a lot of these today we try to run in the background, because you technically or actually operationally you cannot really look at so many claims and observe them, right? So we have algorithms which will take this Nexus databases and surface exactly what we see to the adjudicator, and then the adjudicator uses some of these to go a little deeper. Let's see if this video plays. This is an example of how the can you play this video? Yeah. So one good thing is now that we all use mobile phones have a unique device ID. A lot of times we are using, the customer gives us his UPI handles or payment details where the claim is settled, right, where the payment actually goes into. So a lot of factors, if we see, are common across claims. You will see that the same bank account is getting repeated across 4 or 5 different customers. Obviously, there's something fishy, right? So things like that. And the syndicate analysis sort of helps us, surface some of that. Quick feedback loop methods. Again, we believe in both. Our claim adjudicator, I think, is the best person to give us the feedback. He has a reality check on what we have surfaced to him. Is this valuable for him or not? And also in the system itself, he has to do a agree-disagree. And we have 5% of the claims which 100% someone has to agree, disagree, because that works as a feedback mechanism. At the same time, because our data is evolving over time, we have our own ways of, retraining the models, right? Every few months, depending on the criticality and how we see that the accuracy, because field will keep on telling you, boss, तूने 100 भेजा, मेरा तो अभी 10 ही निकल रहा है. You have to get me at least 20. If you are giving me 100, you need to get me at least 15 out of them better be some kind of abuse fraud, right? To give them the ROI. So these activities help us sort of, stay more current. A busy slide. The only point I would say is scalability is what we are sort of building for. We are currently Azure shop, Azure and Salesforce shop. Most of you would be using this AKS frameworks and Dockers and so on and so forth. We used to do things in sequential manner, like one after the other. We are doing a lot of parallel rule checking now, because as the volumes increase, you need to scale out. So this architecture, we have Kafka in between, which does some of the event-based architecture. Way forward, we are adopting these to the IPD world. IPD is more complex, but at the same time, same patterns repeat. So whatever we have done, we have actually done benchmarking, and a lot of it is transferable, right? Though there are more document types, and also the number of pages in a single document can exceed 50 to 60 in IPD claims. Their abuse is a bigger part of it, so we have to get better at that. We are productizing this and also offering it into the market now. So we have a few insurers who are working with us for their own use cases, and we are directly working with them. Learnings, and in conclusion, I think our learning is first is, define your measurement metrics. One is the technical side of it. You also need to define your business metrics. So typically we have defined, I showed you the framework, identification and then investigation. We have a certain improvement metric that we say out of 100 I surface, someone has to investigate 20. That's their KRA. Minimum 20, they actually have to, the goal for them is close to 80%. What I surface, 80% has to be investigated, and our goal is we need to at least surface the accuracy of our surfacing to them for, identifying as fraud needs to be at least 20 to 25%. That's at least, and it changes again, right? As we get better, the targets will keep on changing. Consumption is important. If what you have developed is not being consumed in the field, no use of making yourself feel good about the capability. Feedback mechanism obviously is very critical, and cost conscious. I think in our world, or in everybody in your day-to-day world also, Gen AI, though the per unit costs are going down, volumes are going up, it can go haywire any time, right? And everybody in the organization is doing it. So obviously we need to have we need to be cost conscious about the technologies we use. Build for scale. I think that's critical for us. OPD for sure, IPD because of the number of documents and so on and so forth. My one IPD claim is equivalent of almost 10 to 20 OPD claims. If I start processing IPD, I have a lot more processing to do, right? That's it from my side. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll do a couple of questions, although we're out of time. Would you do the honor of picking the people? So can we have the lights on? Audience lights on, please. On. That is off. It's okay, we'll get there. Do you want to pick anyone?
Yeah. You can go ahead.
Hey, thank you. My name is Sridharan. I had a software company called NetSir. We build a lot of insurance products for our customers. So the question is from that experience, and now that you have this claims fraud detection system, how do you use this data to enhance your rating and generate a better quote?
Repeat that part.
So how do you use this claims detection data to enhance your rating cycle so that you can offer better quotes at better rates?
Okay. And obviously, I think, the claim ratios are a big factor in eventually, how much the insurance companies, charge, right? And at least to be frank, right now, the fraud abuse side of the house is we are able to only catch a fraction of, frankly, what is happening in the industry. The 10% that I said is what the industry believes is happening. People are only able to catch 2%, 3%, and that too through a long cycle. So currently, I would say it's not translating into more efficient quoting cycles. There are obviously a lot more factors now that influence the quoting cycle, and but this will play a big role because over time the abuse factor is part of the premium. It is going to get contributed. It's going to be baked in, right? If you are able to reduce that, I'm hoping the insurers will pass it as part of. They will reduce, or if abuse reduces, they will be able to pass it on to the general public as a reduced premium. But for now, I would say it's not feeding in the way you would expect it to contribute.
Seems like there are lots of people with questions.
Sure.
I think we should take this offline.
Sure.
I think that would make more
Yeah,
sense.
no problem.
Can we hear a big round of applause for him on stage? Thank you very much. Very insightful conversation. Will you make yourself available outside those doors for the conversation? Thank you very much. All right, we're going to quickly jump into the next conversation on stage in the interest of time. We're talking about why do individuals, institutions, and businesses struggle with AI. We're coming down to the very basics of it, understanding the limits of artificial intelligence. We're going to invite our speaker onto the stage. This is day 3 of Cypher 2024, and your job as the audience is to put your hands together and welcome Jim Samuel, AI scientist and professor at Rutgers University. With a big round of applause, please.
Folks, good afternoon, everyone. This is the first time that I'm coming up to speak, and I feel the music makes me feel like I'm coming up for a WWF match. So, yes, looks like it. And if I look like I've just walked out of a long-distance train, I've been traveling for the past 2 days, and last night's flight into Bangalore was from Bombay. For those of you who have been following the weather, it was not pleasant. So I think the flight was a few hours late, but fortunately, here I am. I teach AI, and I enjoy some of the luxuries that those in industry do not, in the sense of being able to dabble with concepts of AI. So the next few minutes, I hope to present some of the concepts in AI that we have been researching, partly a result of. So I have two buckets of research. One is theoretical, conceptual. That's what I'm presenting on today. And then there's the other applied side, where we focus on NLP. We dabble a little bit in computer vision and reinforcement learning, but for the most part, of late, it's been NLP, and more specifically, retrieval augmented generation. Today, I want to speak to you about the limits of artificial intelligence, and that's partly driven by the motivation that a lot of the failures in AI, a lot of the misses and falls, AI falls, have been a result of people not understanding the limits of artificial intelligence. Okay. All right. So what I'm doing as a matter of habit is looking at my screen and also moving, so it's like 2 sets of slides. So pardon the awkward pauses in between. The outline for today's talk is, first, a quick reflection on the concept of AI. Second, the concept of generative AI. And then, hopefully, I'll travel pretty quickly to talking about the limits. A quick warning, and that is, I'm used to, so what you're seeing out here is a 3-hour lecture that I give to my students once a week as a part of my 1 semester-long course on artificial intelligence strategy. So I'll try to be brief. I'll jump across certain slides, and hopefully all of it will come together towards the end of today's session. So what is AI? Well, AI is everywhere, and most of the people, including those in industry, have a perspective on AI based on the applications they're developing, or the industry they're working in, or some kind of exposure to AI. And I have of late begun to divide the world into 2 categories. One is the post-GPT AI scientists, AI professionals, and AI companies, and the pre-GPT AI professionals, AI scientists, and AI companies. So I come from the pre-GPT, pre-chat GPT category of AI professionals. And there was a time I remember when I would tell folks that I'm working with NLP, I would get the strangest of looks, and nobody really wanted to have a cup of coffee with me because they didn't want to be a part of the conversation about algorithms and artificial intelligence. Now, there are numerous definitions of AI. So some of the more prominent classical ones, especially from an academic perspective, is that AI is a collection of technologies, mathematical and statistical models, and a vast array of diverse types of data. And the key part there is that seeks to model or exceed human intelligence capabilities. And then we have this whole challenge of what is intelligence, and more specifically, what is human intelligence? These are not questions that have been fully answered. So when we speak about artificial intelligence, and we are pegging what we are calling as AI to human intelligence, that's where it all started off in the 1950s, when the so-called fathers of AI, McCarthy and Turing and others, they said that we got to create machines where the output of these machines should be comparable to the output of human intelligence. And they were specifically not concerned with the how, which means how does the human intelligence work versus how does AI work. That was not their concern. Their concern was that the output that machines produced should be comparable to the output of human intelligence. And most of what we see today is based on that ideology that was established or that was set into motion at that point of time. And I often wonder what the world would look like today if the term artificial intelligence had not been coined. There's also this question of what is not AI. Is a watch an AI? Is a magnetic compass an AI? So if the definition is limited to a machine or a tool that can perform a certain intellectual task better than human intelligence, then if you're lost in a desert or in a forest at night and it's a cloudy sky, the magnetic compass is going to provide more intelligence on the direction than you possibly can with human intelligence, even if you're a very educated person. So is the magnetic compass artificial intelligence? I think most definitely not. And the same goes for the mechanical watch. I'm not talking about the smart watches of today. But if we think about the mechanical watch, you wake up in the middle of the night, you don't know what the time is, you look at your watch, it tells you it's 2:43 a.m., and if it's working properly, that is what the time is. It provides you with more intelligence than what the human intelligence can. So that alone cannot be a definition of AI. Sophistication alone also cannot be pegged as AI. And this is important because today, in our observation, we are tracking a lot of companies, we are tracking a lot of applications, trying to focus on the more interesting ones. But what we see is there are a lot of companies which are doing, for example, some variation of regression, multiple regression or something, and the claim is they're using AI. No, they're using statistics. And then there are others who are using a classical optimization, linear optimization, find a deterministic solution. You've got a great array of solutions. It is the best solution. And for those of you with a supply chain or logistics background, you know that optimization is the way to go if you want the best decisions, especially in deterministic scenarios. But that by itself is not AI. But because AI is the in thing, it's fashionable, it attracts investments, all kinds of things are being called as AI. I think we need to be careful there as to what we call AI. So coming closer to a conceptual definition, I think one of the definitions that we felt was fairly representative is AI is a set of technologies. It's not a single technology, it's a cluster of technologies. It embraces everything. If you go to medicine, it's going to embrace medical technologies. If you're talking about the stock market, then it's going to embrace the entire market microstructure. So it's a cluster of technologies that mimic the functions and expressions of human intelligence, specifically cognition, learning, and logic. So, for example, going back to my arguments from a few seconds or a minute or two ago, the magnetic compass does not learn. So, all right, we can say the learning component is missing, so maybe that by itself could be a clue that we need not categorize it as AI. So if we look at cognition, which is the ability to see, such as computer vision, hear, and different kinds of sensory capabilities, logic, the ability to apply, to identify patterns, to apply equations, so on and so forth. And then the whole idea of learning. And we could stretch this up into adaptivity and a few other things, but we wanted to keep it simple, and we felt that we could argue that cognition and logic were, as broad umbrella terms, encompassed everything else that we wanted to include. Like I said, I'm a 3-hour speaker, so let me keep my watch in front of me to clock the time. What is generative AI? This slide is usually about 30 minutes by itself, but it's a class of AIs that can produce digital and material. Thank you. So you have not been seeing these slides. Thank you for waving out. This is where I spoke about AI being everywhere. This is what is AI, and this is what is not AI. Okay. That's the effect of not sleeping last night. At least I have something to push the blame on. And this is the slide on what AI is. And that's the red highlighted definition that I just read out. AI is a set of technologies that mimic the functions and expressions of human intelligence, specifically cognition, learning, and logic. And finally, this is where we are. Gen AI is a class of AIs that can produce digital and material output. I put create in inverted commas because it's an open debate as to if generative AI is creative or not. I think if our measure of evaluation is purely the output, what's the output that a human brain can produce, and what's the output that AI can produce, then I think we would be compelled to conclude, at least to some extent, that AI is increasingly creative, whether it's in image generation, whether it's in text generation, whether it's music. But then again, like I said, it depends upon the definition of what you call as creativity. So if you go back to the process of creativity, how do human beings create? There are some parallels between human intelligence being creative and AI being creative. So if you give a task to a kid to draw certain objects or certain scenarios, and if the kids draw it quickly and they're creative in terms of calling different elements, arranging it in an interesting and original manner, then we say that kid is creative. That's a good drawing. If we apply that same standard, AI is creative. But if we were to talk about imagination, then we are suddenly getting into different territory. Because humans, especially kids and adults too, but kids, they have the time and space, and they have the motivation to imagine to levels that adults often may not. Then suddenly AI becomes very distinct from how human intelligence works. For AI, it's a matter of the data that it's stored as small, tiny bits of information or tokens of information. And then, when it receives some kind of external stimuli, you may have a prompt, you may have a set of one or more queries, it finds the best probabilistic match. And what you see is probabilistic output. It has no sense of joy over a sunrise or a sunset. It just produces probabilistic output. But when a human being produces a picture of a sunset or a sunrise, there is emotion associated with it, there could be imagination associated with it, there could be elements that are introduced in the picture which are not based on past data, arguably, again, that's arguable, but are not based on past data, but something completely based on really stretched out imagination. So there's some differences out there, and it depends upon what we do. Now, the generative AI, the output can be digital and material. In the early stages, I only put digital, and then as we brainstormed, as we did more work, think about this. Whatever generative AI is producing in terms of images, if you connect it to a 3D printer and get it to print it out, you suddenly have transitioned from generative AI producing digital output to material output, and many such applications. A few images just to talk about how generative AI works. So this is an app called as a spiral app. I'm getting better at this. The spiral app, it's an image generator, and the only thing it does is it applies spiral patterns to images that it gathers based on your query. Now, if a human being were to produce such an art, and let's say this is AI produced, but if this were not to be AI produced, and let's say a human artist created this, I think most of us would attribute some value to it. some of us might find it to be artistic, but whatever it is, we would say, this is interesting, this is intellectually stimulating, so on and so forth. While this is a very simple, this is something that a computer science student could design. This is a spiral app. You could kind of use other patterns instead of the spirals. So my point is, for the AI, especially a narrow AI, you can create a range of such AIs, and the AI is always going to follow a pre-specified pattern or a pre-specified approach to generating probabilities. This is an image, by the way, that I generated, and that's the app. I'm not sure if it's still working, but for those of you who are interested and want to give it a shot, that's spirals.versal.app. Just interesting stuff to play around, and I always encourage my students, the best way to learn AI is to actually engage with applications and the concepts simultaneously. Next, what motivated all of this background information about what is AI, what is generative AI, what's an example of what a simple, narrow, generative AI looks like, is the fact that we are seeing tremendous amount of what we are calling as fails, where AI is simply failing, AI is simply missing the mark, AI is hallucinating, and in some cases, AI is causing significant damage to the reputations of companies. And if it's a startup, startups are closing down because what they attempted is not happening. And they're kind of running out, they're burning up investor money, and it's not working out well. And it's not just small companies or mid-sized companies. Some of the companies who have failed in using AI are very large companies who can hire and have hired the best of resources, the best of computer scientists, and yet they have attempted and failed and rolled back multi-million, very, very, very expensive projects. McDonald's being one of the companies that rolled back its product after things went terribly wrong and social media made it go viral. So when we get into the space of saying, let's create an AI to do X, Y, Z, most of these initiatives are based on some kind of an understanding of the capability of AI. People are aware of how to use computational algorithms for computer vision, for text generation, foundation models have been a game changer. Especially now we're working on multimodal foundation models. It's amazing. Now, I was involved, for example, in text generation with small language models way before, from the times of BERT, for those of you who have been following the language model development space. And then GPT came along, and ChatGPT came along, and everything came into public view. And that spurred so much interest that people began to rush into the AI applications development, AI company startup space, without really understanding, okay, we're using computer vision, but what's the limitation of computer vision? We are using text generation, but what's the level of accuracy that we can expect? And conceptually, philosophically, especially for those who have been studying computational linguistics, we know there's an extent to which we can computationally represent human language and the expression of human language. It's temporal, it changes from time to time. So for example, one of the things that we do is track trends on social media and how machine learning algorithms change. The output of machine learning algorithms, the parameters change based on these trends. The meaning of the word airport, very simple word, everyone understands it, should be fairly easy for a language model to use it, but the meaning changed when the US forces were pulling out of Afghanistan, and there was this whole issue with what was going on there at the Kabul airport. Suddenly, social media was filled with airport images of things going wrong at the airport. It was a trending thing, and that distorted the AI associations with the word airport for those AIs which were using data from that segment of time. And many such scenarios. So that means if you want to successfully create AI applications, you need to have a firm understanding not only of the high potential that AI has in terms of its capabilities, what you can do with AIs, which is what is overwhelming most of our minds at this point of time. But you also must be aware of what is it that AI cannot do, or what is it that we have to be careful about when we are engaging AIs. I think I'm at 1:57, so I'm going to try to go really fast to get this by about 2:02. Number one, most important thing, if you were to ask me what's the one single thing that you would want us to take out of this session, that's the first point there. Artificial intelligence does not have an intrinsic sense of meaning. No matter how nicely it answers your questions, no matter how verbose it is, 100 words, 200 words, 500 words, does not matter. The point is it does not have an intrinsic sense of meaning in the same way that human beings have. Second is dependent on training data, low quality Gen AI output. And this also goes, think about this for those of you who are using different kinds of machine learning and deep learning with the assumption, there's this famous quote from Albert Einstein, and he said that if you do the same thing over and over again and expect to get different results, it's a form of madness. Now, how does it relate to machine learning? If you do the same thing over and over again and there's no significant difference in the new data that's coming in, then it's madness. Your results will remain the same. Your static model will give you the same result as the result after you run some very expensive to run machine learning models. If your data is good and improving and providing new information value, then your machine learning models will improve and lead to better results. But there's also the likelihood that the information contained in the new incoming data is worse than what was available previously. You may just get wrong signals, in which case your ML models can actually lead potentially, if you have not implemented safeguards, to worse output. In other words, the assumption that you keep running ML models and it'll lead to that it'll always lead to improved output, that's not a I would say, safe assumption. AI can be manipulated by its creators, and one of the greatest dangers is the moment we say AI has bias, which I say too, and then you try to fix it with manipulations, you're getting to a very dangerous space where those who create AIs have a lot of control in terms of what you see and eventually what you will believe about products, about politics, about just everything of worth. So be very careful about getting into that space. And unfortunately, a lot of the regulations that we are seeing, it's the kind of regulations that big corporations like. It's not the kind of regulations that protects people, small companies, startups, so on and so forth. So we would like to see regulations. I've been calling for regulations for quite some time, written about it, but we are not seeing the kind of regulations that should be there. Like if you create a small product, if you create a piece of soap, the government requires you to write everything that's gone into that soap. But for AIs, no government has mandated that you have to specifically specify every bit of information that's gone into it, raw data that's gone into it, what are the algorithms that are used. That should be public knowledge. If we are going to engage such powerful technologies, what's gone into it should be public information. But it's not there, at least not yet. Bias, we all know about it. Legal and regulatory challenges associated with the complexity of this space. Extreme types of unpredictability. Now, even in statistics, data science, basically in all of science, there is a small measure of unpredictability, but the kind of unpredictability we are seeing with AI is unprecedented. Other limits. The future. So what's the solution? Adaptive. AI learns from and about and adjusts. We have been saying this for quite some time. Augmentative. Not only should AI be adaptive, which means it learns from interacting with humans in particular, learns from interacting with its environment, but also we must design AIs to optimize and maximize human performance. And that, the moment we speak about maximizing human performance, we're getting into the enhansive space, which is where my research is currently focusing on, in human and artificial intelligence interaction, where what we are talking about and the frameworks that we are developing focus on AIs that are designed to maximize human performance, not stopping at human performance, but also the fact that ultimately the human being is just not a work machine with KPIs. So far, the AIs that we are creating are like, even if when we speak about human engagement, it's about the KPIs or some kind of metrics should be maximized. But it goes beyond that. We're talking about satisfaction, and we're talking about holistic success for all stakeholders, not just for those who are using the AIs, but those who are at the receiving end and society at large. I'll skip that. Bottom line is, this is not an argument against the opportunities of AI. Tremendous opportunities in AI, and we must seize them. I would say that we are not seeing sufficient activity to seize the true potential of AI, but we need to be aware of the limits. That's the only argument that's being made. So what are some of the takeaways? Number one, ID the limits of AI. Number two, fascinating possibilities with AI technologies, even after marking the boundaries. So when we say limits, these are not going to limit your opportunities, but rather they will decrease the risks associated with the opportunities that you're already pursuing. It frees you up to engage and leverage the real factual potential of AI. And finally, it will lead to fewer misses, fails, and ruins with AI. A summary of the key concepts: AI is probabilistic. Do not presume that AI can understand meaning or has any sense of intrinsic meaning. There is no artificial intelligence technology right now that has this. AI applications do not ascribe personality. I should not use do not. I would say it's unwise to ascribe personality. This slide needs edits. AI models, it's unwise to attribute identity. See, these are things in our imagination. When an AI is presented, which talks like a human being, it smiles, it's like an illusion that's being created. The AI is simply a probabilistic machine depending on foundation models, reinforcement learning, and a few other technologies. It does not have identity. It does not have personality. That's in our imagination. And as creators, as thought leaders, as people who are in this space, we need to understand this, and we need to be careful because the consequences can be significant. Artificial general intelligence and singularity and such concepts, I know that OpenAI and others are working hard on this, but they're near impossibilities with currently known technologies. If quantum computing or some other presently unenvisioned technologies that we're completely unaware about, if they evolve in the future, then maybe I'll revisit this. But as of now, I think I can get into a debate with anyone and prove that AGI and singularity are fascinating concepts for movies and the like, but nowhere close to it. So, wishing you all success with your AI endeavors and initiatives. Hope that you understand the potential and the limits of AI. Focus on narrow AIs, domain-specific, application-specific, and I think that's the path to success. Thank you all for your patience, and I think I'm done.
Thank you very much. We have time for one question, so fastest hand first, I'm guessing. Anyone? Front, the back? Now you all don't fight for this. Okay, go there. The gentleman in the middle.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, Jim. Thanks for the great talk. So I'm Manas. I'm a technology lawyer. And you briefly touched upon the regulation aspects of AI. I want to understand from your experience, like if you see the EU framework for the proposed regulation is more on the risk-based, which we see on the medical devices front. And whereas the Canadian framework, which is also proposed, is more on the harm-based. In your experience, what's the better approach for regulating AI?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer the question from a regulatory standpoint or from a legal perspective. But
yeah, of course,
what I would comment is, my thought on that question is one-sided, and that is, I want to take a people's perspective on regulation. So when I look at these regulations, I'm like, there's nothing there that helps common people, that helps startups understand AI better, deal with AI better, engage with AI better, and provide safeguards that really safeguard things like people from being manipulated by AIs, so on and so forth. So in other words, I'm a huge believer in open source, and that may color any response that I have on questions related to regulation. So my approach is, with regulation, is people first.
Yeah, so that leans towards harm-based then.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir. We have time. Just give us a moment. He's just going to check if that mic is on. Push it up.
Dear Prof, I'm Sashi Kumar calling from Hyderabad.
Hi, Shashi.
And I want to have a little bit elaborative concept related to the imagination AI versus predictive AI. How the logic is going to be different in both the cases. Imaginative AI versus predictive AI.
Imaginative, I got.
Yes,
Is
sir.
the second one predictive?
Yes, sir. Predictive AI.
Okay.
How the logic is going to be different for both the cases?
Right. So when it comes to predictive and classification methods, I think so far we are leaning on traditional statistics, and we have some reasonably good methods for classification. And when it comes to prediction, again, it depends upon data. So in prediction, we are trying to project into the future. So better the quality of the current data, the lower the volatility in the domain that you are trying to develop a predictive model, the better the accuracy and the reliability of such models and AIs which run on such models. When it comes to imagination and creativity, it's a completely different ballgame. Because what the AI does is any amount of information, whether it's 1 gigabyte or 100 petabytes, ultimately everything is broken up into tokens. And then what the algorithms do is they study the relationships between these tokens and store probabilities as parameters. When a stimuli is given, assuming standardized prompts, the best possible probabilistic response is generated. If it's an image, if we are asking it to write poetry, the audience, human audience, we may find it to be creative, but from the machine side, it's a probabilistic output. Shashi? I see you.
Okay, Prof, I got it.
I'm sorry?
Thank you. Okay, Prof, I got it now. Thank you. I got it. I got the concept.
Okay.
Thank
I appreciate it. Thank you.
That is our time. Can we hear a big round of applause to the speaker on stage, please?
Thank you all. I appreciate it. Enjoy talking to you.
And that is our break. That is our lunch break. Thank you all very much. We'll see you back at 2:45. We're going to be giving out a lot of those goodies at 2:45 onward. Once again, thank you very much, Professor, for being with us here today. We truly appreciate it. This is day 3 of Cypher 2024. We shall see you all back at 2:45.
This is a square. Or is it? The universe of data is multidimensional. Diverse data sources, various methodologies, various data science techniques, solving business complexities. How do we use AI effectively and navigate the pitfalls? Human perspective combined with machine intelligence makes all the difference. And when they all come together, the big picture emerges and leads to business impact. And that's what inspired our new brand identity. We are C5I, led by human perspective and powered by artificial intelligence. We operate a multidimensional approach to data, science, and business. At C5I, we leverage our experience in AI technologies, diverse methodologies, data science and engineering, and advanced analytics capabilities to look at the challenges from different angles, add a fresh lens to unlock potential, and change our point of view to identify new opportunities. Because every perspective adds depth to our understanding. The convergence of human ingenuity and application of science drives adoption and creates sustainable impact.
Your customers' needs are always changing. Imagine building an app that evolves with them in real time. An AI-powered banking app delivering personalized strategies, products, and insights, analyzing spending habits, continuously learning goals, adjusting for risk, and constantly predicting the next course of action. It's possible with adaptive applications, powered by high-performing, hyper-flexible data architecture. Build ultra-personalized customer experiences, delivered by Couchbase.
This is a square. Or is it? The universe of data is multidimensional. Diverse data sources, various methodologies, various data science techniques, and evolving business complexities. How do we use AI effectively and navigate the pitfalls? Human perspective combined with machine intelligence makes all the difference. And when they all come together, the big picture emerges and leads to business impact. And that's what inspired our new brand identity. We are C5I, led by human perspective and powered by artificial intelligence. We operate a multidimensional approach to data, science, and business. At C5I, we leverage our experience in AI technologies, diverse methodologies, data science and engineering, and advanced analytics capabilities to look at the challenges from different angles, add a fresh lens to unlock potential, and change our point of view to identify new opportunities. Because every perspective adds depth to our understanding. The convergence of human ingenuity and application of science drives adoption and creates sustainable impact.
Your customers' needs are always changing. Imagine building an app that evolves with them in real time. An AI-powered banking app delivering personalized strategies, products, and insights, analyzing spending habits, continuously learning goals, adjusting for risk, and constantly predicting the next course of action. It's possible with adaptive applications, powered by high-performing, hyper-flexible data architecture. Build ultra-personalized customer experiences, delivered by Couchbase.
The power of data is limitless. Using analytics, we make your flight safer, keep the food on your table fresh, and suggest the best movie for your quiet night in. And it doesn't end there. We partner with banks to keep bad actors away, healthcare providers to enhance patient care, and insurers to lower premium costs. At Genpact, our people use data to create a world that works better for you.
Data has become so complex and fragmented that people spend more time searching for it than using it. This means data consumers, owners, and engineers struggle to make data-driven decisions with confidence. PowerMe, Genpact's active metadata platform, can help. With it, everyone can discover, trace, and trust data and analytics assets using PowerMe's intelligent data catalog, 360-degree data lineage, and connected data quality. Let's take a closer look. With the Intelligent Data Catalog, you can search for and discover personalized content and collaborate on data and analytics assets. You'll get an integrated view of the data dictionary, business and technical metadata, usage statistics, and similarity insights. And its generative AI capabilities support metadata enrichment by describing KPIs, SQL expressions, tables, and dashboards, which improve data literacy and data democratization. Next, PowerMe's 360-degree data lineage reveals the data lifecycle from origin to transformation and consumption. The automated versioning and audit trails give an uncluttered and contextual view of data lineage, with easy navigation from system to attribute level drill downs. You can also annotate, share, and enrich lineage graphs. And finally, connected data quality monitors, measures, and prevents data inconsistencies, all thanks to pre-built yet configurable data quality sensors with advanced rules. Plus, dynamic thresholds and machine language-based anomaly detection offer automated alerts, workflow interventions, visual traceability, and personalized data quality storyboards. PowerMe connects to all the leading business intelligence and data platforms, so your business can automatically capture metadata and usage information to gain a unified view of enterprise data and analytics. What's more, PowerMe offers enterprise-grade security, role-based access controls, and a user-centric design. By seamlessly integrating data catalog, lineage, and quality capabilities in a unified platform, PowerMe is a complete solution for your data intelligence, observability, and governance needs. Ready to get started? Visit genpact.com/PowerMe for a demo.
Describe Genpact in one word.
It's fun.
Hello everyone. We are here at one of Genpact India's offices located in Namma, Bengaluru. We are going to be taking a tour of their campus and finding out from their employees as to what it's like to work with Genpact. Shall we begin? Hey guys. Hello. So I have a quick question for you. You do not have any time to think. You'll have to tell whatever comes to your mind. What do you think makes the analytics team at Genpact special?
It gives excellent platform to experiment and learn. It enhancing our knowledge, enriching, and finally, everyday great learning.
Opportunities to work with and improve business of top companies in the world.
So I would say the diversity here is great. We have different kinds of people in the team that makes the team very balanced and also gets in a lot of viewpoints on the table.
Well, they've said everything, but I would like to highlight that the top management is very supportive for new ideas and they've created a very great environment to work with.
So I really thought their talk about food and entertainment is the thing that they like, but it looks like they are invested in their jobs. Okay guys, thank you for that. I have more questions to ask more people. I'll be heading. Bye. Bye-bye. Now that we have seen the office, let's go catch hold of some employees and ask them this one question. Come on. How will you describe Genpact?
Genpact is a fun place just because we all need to collaborate amongst ourselves to achieve our goal.
Couldn't have asked for a better place for the start of my career.
Hybrid work culture.
It gives us the freedom to work in whatever field we want to work in.
It's collaboration. Chill, work-life balance.
Amazing.
Transformation happens here.
Exciting.
There we have it, guys. Now we know why Genpact's analytics team is one of the best in the country. They have created a fun work environment with diversity, and the kind of consistent work that they do has set the standard for the industry. It is quite evident from the conversations that we have had with different people here that they enjoy doing their work, which explains why they have stuck around for such a long time. With that, we wrap up this episode of AIM Walkthrough. I will catch you in another tour. Until then, bye.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn? Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Intel is no stranger to change. We've been changing the world longer than most tech companies have existed. We're technologists, geeks at heart, who not only embrace change, but collaborate every day to drive world-changing innovation. Today, the changes shaping the world around us and our customers are massive. Tectonic shifts driven by an AI revolution that's redefining everything and creating amazing opportunities. So, we're transforming, quickly, from the inside out. Because we are Intel. We were made for this. Every day we roll up our sleeves and solve tough problems. We thrive on challenges, revel in complex puzzles, and always, always work towards the right solutions. We are Intel. This is what we do. We invest in technology. We shape our industry and the world, and we do it the right way. Because forward is the only way we know, and together is the only way we'll get there. So join us on this journey as we continue to innovate and make a difference on a global scale. Bring your forward-thinking, problem-solving attitude and get ready to change the world all over again. Because we're Intel. And our next chapter starts with you.
What do we mean when we say all you need is an idea and Intel inside? That in today's fast-moving, high-tech world, big ideas are powered by a one-of-a-kind partnership with Intel, because our customer-first approach is more than just a byline. From the moment we put the silicon in Silicon Valley, Intel has been accelerating the industry in big ways, setting a course for a new era of bold innovation. No one else is this obsessed with engineering a brighter future. That's why we're driving the industry's biggest inflection points, putting intelligence where it's needed most, in ways that only Intel can, with a multi-architecture approach that empowers our customers to transform their businesses from the inside out. We're democratizing AI in big ways, combining software and hardware to open up new possibilities. And we're moving that innovation around the world at lightning speeds with our advances in 5G. Collaborating with global operators and creating a new vision for networks of the future. We're taking intelligence and bringing it to the edge. accelerating business outcomes with over 30,000 edge-to-cloud solution deployments. And we're taking that same innovation to the streets, deploying new technology and advanced data layers to make autonomous driving not only possible, but safe and seamless. Every day, we create world-changing technology that enriches the lives of every person on Earth. Making bold moves, because Intel has the unique portfolio breadth and depth, plus the global scale to serve as an unparalleled catalyst for our partners' biggest ambitions. So if you've got a big idea, let's go off and do something wonderful together.
Oh, it's what?
Hi, you guys.
How's it going?
I have a really long layover tonight.
I'm on an airplane, you look outside of your dreams, 'cause you might miss the moment he's reaching out his hand. When you give all you got for love, you gotta give all you got, gotta give all you got for love. 'Cause you're here for a moment, you give all you got, gotta give all you got for love. 'Cause you're here for a moment, you give all you got, gotta give all you got for love. 'Cause you're here for a moment, you give all you got for love. You gotta give all you got, gotta give all you got for love. 'Cause you're here for a moment, you give all you got, gotta give all you got for love. 'Cause you're here for a moment, you give all you got, gotta give all you got for love. 'Cause you're here for a moment, you give all you got for love.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics. .
The possibility of next is why we wake up every day. It empowers us to pursue excellence. It drives us to remain relentlessly curious. It unshackles us to imagine beyond belief. In the global transformation led by data, there are many miles between today and next. At Tridence, we focus on the last mile while we get you through every mile. Because with data, the possibilities are endless. With AI-powered insights, all of them are within reach. It's a matter of going the distance and pushing through the last mile to real outcomes. Make sense of your data. Refine your insights. Accelerate your actions. Think impact. It's time to go beyond possible and cover the last mile. Tridence, beyond possible.
This is a square. Or is it? The universe of data is multidimensional. Diverse data sources, various methodologies, various data science techniques, and evolving business complexities. How do we use AI effectively and navigate the pitfalls? Human perspective combined with machine intelligence makes all the difference. And when they all come together, the big picture emerges and leads to business impact. At C5I, we leverage our experience in AI technologies, diverse methodologies, data science and engineering, and advanced analytics capabilities to look at the challenges from different angles, add a fresh lens to unlock potential, and change our point of view to identify new opportunities. Because every perspective adds depth to our understanding. The convergence of human ingenuity and application of science
Just a quick
drives
announcement.
adoption.
For those of y'all whose names I called out yesterday as part of the Couchbase winners, in case you are here and I've called out your name yesterday, just come towards the back of the stage. We'll just double check your names and we shall give you out your goodies. Yeah, so just make your way to the side of the stage. Thank you.
It's possible with adaptive applications powered by high-performing, hyper-flexible data architecture. Built ultra-personalized customer experiences delivered by Couchbase.
The power of data is limitless. Using analytics, we make your flight safer, keep the food on your table fresh, and suggest the best movie for your quiet night in. And it doesn't end there. We partner with banks to keep bad actors away, healthcare providers to enhance patient care, and insurers to lower premium costs. At Genpact, our people use data to create a world that works better for you.
Data has become so complex and fragmented that people spend more time searching for it than using it. This means data consumers, owners, and engineers struggle to make data-driven decisions with confidence. PowerMe, Genpact's active metadata platform, can help. With it, everyone can discover, trace, and trust data and analytics assets using PowerMe's intelligent data catalog, 360-degree data lineage, and connected data quality. Let's take a closer look. With the Intelligent Data Catalog, you can search for and discover personalized content and collaborate on data and analytics assets. You'll get an integrated view of the data dictionary, business and technical metadata, usage statistics, and similarity insights. And its generative AI capabilities support metadata enrichment by describing KPIs, SQL expressions, tables, and dashboards, which improve data literacy and data democratization. Next, PowerMe's 360-degree data lineage reveals the data lifecycle from origin to transformation and consumption. The automated versioning and audit trails give an uncluttered and contextual view of data lineage, with easy navigation from system to attribute level drill downs. You can also annotate, share, and enrich lineage graphs. And finally, connected data quality monitors, measures, and prevents data inconsistencies. All thanks to pre-built yet configurable data quality sensors with advanced rules. Plus, dynamic thresholds and machine language-based anomaly detection offer automated alerts, workflow interventions, visual traceability, and personalized data quality storyboards. PowerMe connects to all the leading business intelligence and data platforms, so your business can automatically capture metadata and usage information to gain a unified view of enterprise data and analytics. What's more, PowerMe offers enterprise-grade security, role-based access controls, and a user-centric design. By seamlessly integrating data catalog, lineage, and quality capabilities in a unified platform, PowerMe is a complete solution for your data intelligence, observability, and governance needs. Ready to get started? Visit genpact.com/powerme for a demo.
Describe Genpact in one word.
It's fun.
Hello everyone. We are here at one of Genpact India's offices located in Namma, Bengaluru. We are going to be taking a tour of their campus and finding out from their employees as to what it's like to work with Genpact. Shall we begin?
Alrighty, so the good people from Couchbase have sent across a lot of names. I'm going to start calling out the names one by one, although a majority of y'all are not here. So it seems like I'm just going to be calling out names while people do not walk up on stage. We have the goodies right here. These are the winners, those of y'all who went and scanned the QR code at the standee. These are the names of the winners, and there are lots of y'all. So let's begin. Surya P from Schneider Electric, Shubham, Jain, Shell, I'll just do first names, Piyush, Shell, Sujitha, TMF Group. If y'all are here, just come up on stage and I shall give you these little goodies. Thank gosh, some of y'all are here. Nikhil from Primus Software, Meghna, Chubb, Mohammed from Chubb.
That they like, but it looks like they are invested in their jobs. Okay guys, thank you for that. I have more questions to ask more people. I'll be heading. Bye.
There's Mohammed from Chubb, Vivek Ananda, Kargil, Tejaswi Chubb, Ravi Krishna Kargil, Neha Kargil Business Services, Hardik Chubb. Just calling out a lot of names, hoping y'all are here and y'all will come up on stage and pick up your goodies. This is courtesy Couchbase, by the way. Shubhangi IOCL, Thomas Indian Oil, Himanshu IOCL, DJ IOCL, Rashi Non B4, No B4, Sanket Phillips, lots of people coming up on stage. This is a good thing. So Sanket from Philips, Mohit Phillips, Suresh RIT, Sumit Henkel, Sandeep Henkel, Mayank Henkel, Sadev Amex, Kamal Amex, Vinay Shell, Abhishek Nike, Aditya Nike, Ram Nike, Yuvraj AstraZeneca, there is Savitha from SocGen, Muret I don't know, there's, the person's written his name or her name as MRU8. I don't know what that means, like 8 as in the numeral 8, from Voya, India. Navina from Swissry, Karthik, IOCI, Ravindran, I2B, Shreya, Indian Oil, Prosenjit, Shell, Deepika, Shell, Shridata, Shell, Bhavna, Bhavna from Initiate First. See, I said the name now. All right, so I just realized y'all can just be walking up on stage and just taking these for me, and I have no idea who y'all are, which is absolutely fine, but I'm doing my job, okay? Y'all are my witnesses, yes? Okay, perfect. We're gonna go through a few more names. Rakesh from Initiate First once again. Madhurima CSI. These are a lot of names. We will do a few more before we introduce the next set of speakers who are going to come up on stage. Is there anyone whose name I called up yesterday and you didn't come and pick up your gift? If yes, come towards the side of stage and we'll sort it out. There's Ravi from American Express, Rajvi Ganesh from AstraZeneca, Gopal from Sharp, Alexis from Sharp, Priti from IIT Mandi, Nayan from Ingersoll, Pankaj from Mahanagar Gas, Disha from Schneider Electric, Saurav from Shell, Shri Swaminathan from GE Aerospace, Prashant from Shell, Ravinder from Sharp, Mainak from Shell, Niji from Indian Institute of something, I cannot see that word. Anyone here? One person. Alrighty, we're running out of time. We shall try and come back to this a little later. Shall we get into the next session? Yes? Everyone's good back from lunch? Do you want a little beatbox to kick things off? One super enthusiastic person from the back. Who's the person shouting? I can't see you. You, sir, all the way at the back. Do we have any of those goodies remaining over there at the console? No? Can we get them if you don't mind? Sir, if you don't mind, I'm going to find you later. For screaming like a hooligan, I'm going to give you a little something from AIM. Deal? What is your name? Now, suddenly a lot more people want to shout. This is a good pattern to have. This is a good problem to have as well. So yes to the beatboxing? Okay. We don't have those many goodies. Keenan, could you, the beatbox settings, please? Yeah, on the mic. Thank you very much. What all did I show you all so far? Yeah, I did the, what else? The techno. I did the techno, yeah. What else? Say again? Beatbox through the nose. The two, yes. The which is basically two. What else? By the way, when I speak like this, can you hear me all the way at the back? You can, right? Okay, so, yeah, okay. Next. The click. Or I do it like this. Basically, Okay, I'm going to complicate this further. What I'm doing is I'm breathing in. So I'm going, can you all do that very quickly? It's not that, it's, okay, now when you do that, you're clicking at the same time. So you're going, yeah, some of y'all are getting it. So you're breathing in and you're going, yeah. So that sound is, when you practice it, you're breathing in basically. That's what I'm doing. And then another sound, come on. Now you're just making random things up at this point in time, okay? Just random things. I think we should ask one of these chat GPTs to give us a little bit of a beatbox sound and then do it on stage. That would be fun, wouldn't it? Yeah? Okay. The other sound is someone's whistling at me. Thank you very much. That hasn't happened in a long time. There's also the tsk, tsk. I taught you all yesterday, right? Tsk, tsk. So, that too. How many of y'all can whistle? Hands up in the air. How many of you can whistle? Can you all just whistle just for the heck of it? Okay, very nice. How many of you can't whistle and you're like me and you can't whistle? Hands up in the air. Interesting, so we are the majority. Okay, I'm going to teach you a very cool thing, all right? Someone has to hold the mic for me for this. If someone can come up on stage and kindly hold the mic. Mr. Photographer, please clap for him, please. Okay, hold both of these actually. So, I'm going to talk like this because you can hear me all the way at the back. When I was growing up, I realized I couldn't whistle. So, what I figured out is I could whistle kind of like this. So, I would put one hand into the other hand. How many of you can do this, by the way? And hold the mic up. So, basically, I go, no, not there, just. And I do it with my hand. Someone else did it just now. So basically, you take one hand, you put it, we're here for an AI conference, okay? Just saying. Put one hand into the other like that, and you cup it. Yeah, you can do that. So, and you basically blow in here, and the sound, like the air comes out from there. It's a very thin sort of a, yeah? Everyone's doing this. I feel great again. Okay, so, and then, you can also do very cool sounds with it. So if you play around with your hand and with your breath, you can do things like this. Yeah? And thanks. I've never done this on stage before, by the way. And then you can also go. And it's all just air. So the people who can't whistle, you're welcome. Now, yeah, you can actually practice this because I've tried for years and I couldn't whistle. So, yeah, thanks, man. Give him a big round of applause again. Yeah, thank you very much. All right, so a little beatbox before we go on. Yes? Okay, super. Here we go. I'm going to put this down actually because I need both hands. Can someone take this for me? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, here we go. Kick on the floor. If you've seen a drum kit on stage, the 2 is on the floor. Play it with your foot. You go. You get the hi-hat, you get the snare, 3 sounds, put them together. And you go more, you go. No, 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 no. One last beat, everyone hand up in the air. I'll do this again at the end of the conference. Hands up in the air. Madam, I'm looking at you. No, not you, behind you. You can also put your hand up in the air. Okay, move your hand with me. This is techno. Thank you very much. Everyone's awake now? Oh, come on. Is everyone awake now? Okay, much better. They're awake. This is a good thing. Alrighty, it is time for us to go on to the first panel discussion, and this is right after lunch. Hopefully all of you all are awake. This is bridging the gap between AI, innovation, and the investment reality. So we have with us a massive panel that's going to be coming up on stage. This session is going to be a dialogue between VCs and startup founders. It's going to be like a little bit of a shark tank here. All right? I'm going to call up their names. Your job as the audience is to make a lot of noise for them and clap for them while they make their way to the stage. Do we have a deal? With a little bit more enthusiasm, do we have a deal? Like the man at the back who screamed like a hooligan, do we have a deal? Much better. Take the lights down. Please welcome your panelists one by one to the stage. Abhishek Uparwal, CEO, founder at Socket Labs. Joining him, Arjun Rao, general partner at Speciale Invest. Make some noise for him. Big round of applause while he makes his way to the stage. Raghu Raman Ashwin, co-founder and partner at Bharat Innovation Fund. Rimjim Agarwal, co-founder and CTO at Brainsight AI. Such gentlemen, all of them standing for the lady. Please make some noise and welcome him back to the stage. Korak Roy from AIM Media House. Make some noise for him, please. Korak, you have the honor of the conversation. Over to you all. Have a good session.
No chair for you. You need a...
Oh, yes. I think I'm just going to stand. Nope, I'm going to be here in the middle. And we are going to have two guests here and two guests here.
Okay.
Before we kickstart with anything, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome. And just one quick thing I'd like to say, that is from an MC to an MC, it is no easy task at all to liven up a crowd that has just eaten a big plate of butter chicken and fish and paneer butter masala. Vineet has been exceptional throughout Cypher. Can we have a round of applause for Vineet, please? All right, great. He made my job easier because made sure all of you are awake. The rice wasn't really working, but we will be working here. Very, very warm welcome to all our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much for being here at Cypher. Very warm welcome once again to you all. Thank you so much for being here at Cypher Day 3. The first thing that I'm going to do is going to ensure that the versus part of it is intact, because this is quite literally a contest between the innovators and the investors. So what I'm going to do is, we are going to have Rimjim and Abhishek sit together. Yes. So can we have Rimjim and Abhishek sit together? And we are going to have Ashwin and Arjun sit together, but these guys have, all of them have big hearts, these guys especially, because they were like, these are the founders. They are doing the cutting edge stuff, so they are very, very important, but the same way they said that the cutting edge stuff won't really be possible if we don't get the finance coming in from here. So we are going to talk about the marriage of these two things, the marriage of the innovation and the investment. So once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. Very, very warm welcome to you guys as well. We have the first question coming up, AI innovation versus investment reality. The first question for that, I'm going to go to Arjun and Ashwin. What are the key expectations that VCs have from AI startups, say in terms of growth, scalability, and return on investments?
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to be here. I think, honestly, venture capital investing for us, whether it is AI or not AI, the expectations are very similar. You want to build really large outcomes through breakthrough technology innovations in very large markets, right? So that doesn't necessarily change in the context of Gen AI or AI. Our expectations as early stage investors, when we're evaluating the founders, is, are they ambitious? Are they solving a really, really big problem? Do they have a very differentiated way of solving it, right? And how are they articulating all of the above to us, right? The important thing at the stage that they're talking to us, which is idea stage largely, is while there is an ambition to build billion-dollar companies or multi-billion-dollar companies, right, we're still trying to see how they can get off the ground, right? How you can convert this initial story and excitement to a viable product. What is phase one, particularly with our capital, right? What can you do in the first 6 months, 1 year? Can you put a decent product out there? Can you get a few customers that validate the innovation that you're doing and get value out of it and pay you for it, right? So while we are looking at the big vision, we are looking at what you're going to do in the short term and what you have thought about breaking down the multi-year journey into the first few months and years, right? So that's where we like to spend most of our time to get excited about what they're building.
Lovely to hear that. Ashwin, if you have to ask you the expectations that you look from founders in terms of the investment that you want to put in.
Yeah, I think let me agree with the part about, it's not very different with AI startups and other startups when we're talking about growth, scalability, and so on, right? But when you're thinking of AI startups, where there's, if I were to drill down a little bit, I think we're really asking what's the complexity of the use case that you're solving, what's the level of problem you're solving, and the more complex it is, that means your technology is playing a greater role, possibly, right? And that's one of the things that sort of is important for us. The second part that we've learned over time is when we think of scale, it's not just about you saying, I have this AI and this is what it will do. Very often, when you go into enterprise, if you want to move from a smaller ticket or an ACV of, let's say, a few hundred or maybe $100,000 to $1 million plus ACV, I think what happens or what is important is you're not just a niche AI play, but you also address a broader digital problem. And your coverage within enterprise is longer because that's when you are a lot more, because that's what gives you larger scale within organizations. And the AI piece itself may be a smaller part, right? And that's the case with AI native startups. The third thing, and I mean, a deep tech fund saying this, but it's very important, is that while product is important, while the AI is important, getting your distribution right is really important to scale. So figure out how you're going to market, who's your customer, how you're getting there. Your distribution strategy is almost as important as product and tech.
That's great to hear. There was something that Arjun said, that the ambitiousness, that the ambitiousness of the founder is important. I've worked in the Mumbai film industry for multiple years, and there are something that people who put in the money say a lot, that a director or a writer should be ambitious, but not too ambitious, because then ज़्यादा पैसे खर्च होंगे. I'm going to come to Rimjim and Abhishek. Have you guys ever heard something like that from an investor? Rimjim?
A lot of time. Absolutely. Everyone wants a company which is ambitious and also have a vision of future, because we need to evolve and also adopt new technologies. Even after 10 years, we as startup will not be startup anymore, and possibly we will need to still be in the race of making profits. And even co-founders, directors are here for earning good money along with good visions in the future. So absolutely, we get that all out.
Lovely to hear that. Abhishek, I want to ask you, how do the startups, the founders, the entrepreneurs strike that all-important balance between the innovation and also the practicality bit of it, which makes an investor think that I can put in my money and then the ROI is not going to take me a very, very long time. It's going to start pouring in. So how important is that balance between the innovation and the practicality bit of it as well?
Actually, it's a very important question, especially given my background is in engineering. Most of the engineering background founders prioritize product building and the kind of quality they want to induce. And then it becomes very difficult for them to figure out how that particular product is being suited for a particular business. So it's basically taking your product to form a business out of it, because that is ultimately will get you money out of whatever you are doing. So I think the right balance is when you, like most of the people talk about, go out in the market, fail fast, do a lot of iterations. I think that's the way going forward. So my engineering brain would tell me that I need to build the best product out there without even talking to a single guy, but that's not the right approach. Maybe then an engineer has to tone down, or a founder has to tone down and be like, okay, I'm going to build a product which will work, go out in the market, iterate, test over it, And then maybe I will keep on improving it. So instead of having like a one-shot sort of solution to whatever you are building, I think it is better just to iterate, jump from one small step to another step, and keep on iterating and validating whatever you are building. I think that's a very important step. And to be very frank, it took me a lot of time to get from the first mindset to the second mindset, and especially after a lot of failures, for sure.
All right, then. Rimjim, I want to ask you, when we talk about the likes of Arjun and Ashwin, so how do VCs assess the potential and the feasibility of these innovative AI technologies that you all create?
They ask a lot of questions to the co-founders, and those are right questions. Initially, when we started and we did not know how to look into things, these questions helped us to build the whole profile, to build the whole vision, to understand what are the risks. And I think the questions are asked to de-risk their money, to de-risk the vision, to de-risk the product. And like Abhishek was mentioning, it is very important to have the product market fit. It helped us to move toward better and better product market fit, so that even if the things are so innovative, we in the company are working in neuroscience using machine learning. It's edgy of the edgy technology. It's very difficult to convince people. So there it is required to have that intricate balance of product market fit along with de-risking.
Okay. Abhishek, so the criteria that they have when it comes to these evaluations, I'm sure you've had multiple number of meetings with investors. What are some of those criteria that are most important that you feel? And the very next step, I'm going to come to you guys with this question, that when you meet founders and when you meet these innovators, what are the criteria that you all look for as well? Abhishek, first you.
So when it comes to valuation, I think I was talking to both of them even outside. It's not just about valuing a company using some DCF sort of method. At a very initial phase, it's mostly about negotiations. And how do you value what kind of maybe dilution you would do in the initial phase would be depending on the kind of ideas and the kind of market that you are essentially capturing. Say, for example, a deep tech company working in neuroscience domain, AI domain, space tech domain, we automatically know if the success happens for that particular company, there is $1 billion industry in the next 5 years that that particular company can actually capture. So it basically goes on the same line that if you are working on something deep tech, it's very, very difficult to maybe replicate that in a short span of time. Automatically, our valuation has to be very, very high. A very simple example is OpenAI. If OpenAI's vision is to actually achieve AGI, if they are able to do it, that will be a $1 billion, trillion industry for sure, because intelligence is the only thing that is very common for human beings. And that is the evolution ultimately that will happen. So that is how OpenAI is basically valued. There is no valuation on the paper. Obviously, they do a lot of revenue, but this implication also brings in a lot of value into them. And I think same goes for any of the company who is working out of India, especially in the deep tech sector.
All right. Ashwin, when you are looking at evaluating the innovation that has come in from a founder or a company, what are some of the criteria that you look at, if you can tell us in short?
Sure, I'll answer that. I just want to respond to a couple of things that the founders said, if I may. One is, I think, the point on us asking questions. And I was trying to figure out what are we good at, what's our real skill set. And our real skill set is we just ask questions. So we are like you. We don't necessarily have the answers. The answers are from that side of the stage. We ask questions before we invest. After we invest, we ask questions as board members. But I think, jokes apart, asking questions, especially after we invest, is to be a sounding board. We can't necessarily give answers. The founder has to find the answers, because that's when they internalize it and then execute. And so we are good at asking questions. The other point I wanted to make is, I think your question on this whole ambition versus doing the stuff is so important. And what we've observed over time is the best entrepreneurs are the folks who have two things in their brain, right? Which is they're both dreamers and they're doers. Most people are either dreamers or doers, but founders are both. And then the hard part of being a founder is while you dream and you have that vision for something very large, you have to come down and execute and then worry about how much you're spending and so on, the nitty-gritty of everyday job. And the best guys are the guys who can move from one to the other very quickly because you need to keep vision intact while you're doing something very operational. Sorry for that long one, but I'll come to your question now. I think when we're evaluating startups, we do evaluate startups along 3 broad vectors: the founding team and all the things that go associated with that, product and technology, how innovative is it, a lot of things around that, maybe 100 points under that, and then subsequently the market opportunity, competitive landscape, and all of that. If I were to get specific about AI, given we are talking a lot about AI, I think what we are really looking for, and actually this is with anything in deep tech, at a very fundamental level, are you going to change the way people live, or are you going to change the way enterprises operate? And the answer to that question obviously drills down to something a lot more specific, which is if if you've got an AI startup, how complex is the use case? What sort of accuracies have you delivered? Are you delivering? How have you reached those, right? How have you built out? And then a lot of stuff around, really evaluating apart from the technology, accuracy, model choice, where are you getting data from? What is the sustenance of your data, right? Will you keep getting that data? Is it proprietary, or does somebody else have access to all of that? When we think of AI tech, I think those are some of the questions we ask. But I think equally important is something I mentioned earlier in the past. Have you sorted out how you're going to distribute? Who's your market? How are you going to get there? And have you demonstrated some early evidence that you figured a little bit out? We are ready to walk the discovery journey, but we want the founder to have got that at least earlier sense of what the dynamics of the market that they're catering to is looking like.
All right. So basically, one of the key takeaways from his answer that I could find was that it's great when the founders are dreamers, but that's not enough. You have to go out there or be in the lab and somewhere and do the thing also. Do the thing, get the results. So dream, but also do the thing, which is very, very similar to the holy truth that pretty much all of India has learnt in the last few weeks. That is, sapne dekhna achhi baat hai, lekin sapne ko leke baithe rehna achhi baat nahi hai. You gotta work towards it and make things happen. So I'm gonna come to you, Rimjim, and ask you one question. That what are the common barriers that AI startups face, say when these meetings are happening? What are the barriers that they face when these investor meetings are happening? And what are some of the ways in which the startups and the founders and the entrepreneurs can overcome those barriers?
So one of the things which being in the healthcare we faced was a lot of questions on the regulatory approvals and compliances. Which we have to also think about it from the beginning. In general, there are a lot of questions on the traction, and the traction in new technology is usually very low. So for example, OpenAI couldn't have gone out before having a product, but at the same time, they have to talk about the traction. How would that happen? Managing that is very difficult. We also faced similar situation where we were discussing with doctors and they were saying that we don't know what you're talking about. We cannot give LOI to you. At the same time, we wanted one LOI to convince that, okay, this technology is going to work. So it's a chicken and egg problem. And we have to take bite from both the ends, smaller bites, and then fulfill that. So we got some believer, we had explanation, we got some KOLs who had some understanding of this before, and then slowly built with them and made this stronger belief in the system. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I would love to add to that particular bit. I totally agree on the chicken and egg problem. Again, to build something which is absolutely foundational, especially if it is something very new, you won't have a product that you can take to the market and ultimately get that particular validation or traction for the product. You would need investment at a significant level to build something which is useful. So now, on one end, investors are expecting that you show us some sort of validation, but maybe you have a broken product which would require a lot more money to actually ultimately get to the market. Obviously, founders do find ways that, okay, fine, you can co-build with somebody and things like that. That option is available, but that sort of bottleneck is definitely there. In terms of the barriers, I personally feel that, especially in the GenAI space, not a lot of Indian VCs have the technical understanding around how GenAI basically works or what are these future possibilities that can happen. I have personally spend a lot of time with VCs to help them build their entire thesis, because a lot of VCs are also doing this for the very first time. So that barrier is definitely there. And again, I was discussing with Arjun as well that it definitely takes a lot of time. If a first-time VC comes to you, you are spending so much time with them ultimately to help them build a thesis, and maybe then they don't even end up investing with you. So that is like another problem. And this is, I would say, for majority of the Indian VCs, especially in the Gen AI sector as of now.
All right. Arjun, I want to ask you, he mentioned first-time VCs. The question that I want to ask you is about first-time entrepreneurs as well. So when you have a meeting with an innovator, with an entrepreneur, with a company, and they are doing it for the first time, in comparison, you have a meeting with a company that has been there, and it's a new product. But they've been there, they've been in the market. The mindset with which you look at that meeting and you look at that prospective investment, does that change?
No, I think it definitely does. I think first-time entrepreneur is learning just so many things for the first time, is that much more in his or her comfort zone, right? I think Abhishek mentioned this earlier. They prefer to do things that they are good at already and double down on that. Say if you're a tech person, then you will double down on that, and just, if you tell a story also, you will, 80-90% of the story will be tech, right? While, you know, the little more mature or second-time entrepreneur from a story perspective possibly thinks customer and market that much more, right? Because they've seen that journey and understand that you got to bring the business lens in, either equally important or more early in the story. That's sort of one big difference that we see in which part of the story do they emphasize. The other aspect is, you know, what second-time entrepreneurs get a lot of, I would say, in general, from most VCs, the benefit of is because they've executed in the past, right? You give them that they know how to hire people. They know how to hire a sales team. They know how to go to customers, right? So the operational part, if you will, correct, which is actually, in my opinion, is after PMF, right? It is not pre-PMF, right? The post-PMF journey, there is a lot of risk reduction with a second-time entrepreneur, in my opinion, because they know how to scale, they have built a business in the past, they have gone to customers, they know how to build sales, marketing, customer support, right? All those functions, right? I am of the belief that first-time and second-time entrepreneurs, on the idea side itself, I don't think there's any difference. Possibly, I will give an extra edge to the first-time entrepreneur because they're thinking absolutely breakthrough, innovative. Second-time entrepreneur can be a little more
safe.
You know, yes, and has wants to, because of the past experience, wants to make it right, and is not being as audacious, right? So there's that balance, right? So there is an execution advantage, but possibly the first-time entrepreneur, and I think data will suggest, if you will, that most really large, amazing breakthrough outcomes have been created by first-time entrepreneurs, right? So there's a risk mitigation aspect, but there is a greenfield aspect between first and second-time entrepreneurs. That's the difference that we see.
Absolutely. So the next question that I want to ask you guys, this is a question to all four of you. So we'll try our best. We'll keep the answer a little crisp. Also because after that, we have like 15 minutes left in the panel discussion, and very soon we'll be opening the floor to questions from you guys as well. So the question that I want to ask all four of you is, what strategies can AI innovators and investors combine together to ensure that the collaboration becomes an effective one? Ashwin.
I think, I mean, most of the time we are collaborating with our portfolio companies, right? And I do think, as somebody pointed out, having the understanding of what's happening beyond that, I mean, we do have conversations with people who are pitching to us all the time, but deeper conversations with startups that may not be pitching, may have raised rounds. I mean, we invest in the early stages, pre and A. There's a lot of benefit to be gained from having conversations with founders who hit C and D rounds, right? Even some of us have hit B plus rounds. There's a lot of learning and a lot of exchange of ideas that can take place. I think the second way, there's a lot of collaboration is because we have a bird's eye view and we see many at the same time. I think founders in their conversations with us will see a little bit more breadth because of what we see, but when we talk to founders, we see a lot more depth in a specific use case, and some of that is extremely helpful. And then the question that you asked, right? What are the challenges that they're facing? Understanding one founder's challenges or figuring that out, knowing about it is extremely good because then you're able to take that knowledge to other folks, other people in your portfolio as well. So many ways in which we can collaborate.
Absolutely. Arjun, what are some of the strategies that can ensure a healthy collaboration between the innovator and the investor?
No, I think, of course, concur with what Ashwin is saying. Can you draw from the experience of the founder or the investor from the founder perspective of what they have in the portfolio and their overall access? But maybe one of the other ways to look at it is for the founder to also ask the right questions of your investors, right? Use your either monthly meetings or quarterly meetings that you have, very judiciously, really probe, try to, prioritize the top problems or challenges that you're facing in your company, and then, right? Don't throw 10 different things at your investor, right? Really think hard of these 2 things are so important. And if I can razor focus that and have a conversation around that with my investor and saying, hey, who can I speak to? Have you seen this happen before? Right? And that can be very valuable because we're also bombarded with information and questions. We want to help, right? But the crisper the question from the entrepreneur and the focus is easier for us to say, okay, here's how we'll try and solve this problem, right? That is one, right? One thing that we keep noticing, possibly more prevalent in the Indian ecosystem, is we are weaker in positioning and differentiation in our storytelling, right? And I'm realizing, and some of my most recent experiences are, when there is a very healthy conversation between the investor and the founders on a constant basis, hey, are we telling our story right to the outside world? Be it the customer, be it a go-to-market partner, and of course, future investors, right? Are we standing apart from the crowd? See, all these markets are very, very crowded, correct? Everybody's doing cutting-edge stuff. A lot of people are doing, there's a lot of noise. The real versus the not real is not easy to fathom, not just for us, but equally for customers, right? And everybody's challenge is to get the right message to the customer. So I think those discussions are very, very enlightening, even for investors, in my opinion, to have that conversation. Hey, this is what we're doing. This is how we're solving the problem. Are we messaging right? Right? And I think the messaging being better and better has massive impact on how the company evolves in terms of distribution and go-to-market and scale.
Absolutely. The 2 founders, what's your take on the answer that we just got here from the representatives of the VC bit of it? And what are some of the strategies that you think can enhance a healthy collaboration between the 2 parties?
No, actually, I agree to most part of it. Like, for us also, the previous set of investors, we are first-time co-founders, both me and my co-founders. So, resonating what we are saying, we used to use our board, who is the 3rd board member, is the investor. We used to use his presence as a sounding board, also bounced idea if things are working fine or not. Most of the co-founder have one or the other challenges all throughout the year. Like every 15 days, there will be new challenge. But as he was mentioning, we need to find out of these how many we can ourselves work and where we would need help. Because definitely, sometimes, most of the time, the network which is there with the investors could be of great help. So that also helps. So having network effect or connections, would that help? Those things can be worked together, and that helps.
Absolutely. Abhishek?
I also agree on that particular point because like how I have structured this particular bit is that the stakeholders within Socket AI, so we have these investors, angel investors, and then we also have a couple of mentors with us as well. And how these things typically happen is that we reach out to someone who is an expert in a particular area. Say, for example, high-performance computing. One of my professors at ISC is coming in who is a mentor to us. Now, for a specific set of problems, we have specific set of people in that particular pool. Now, we don't even have to think about who to reach out to if we are facing with some problem. So we don't bombard them with a lot of problems like everyone. That is absolutely inefficient. Whenever we are facing a specific problem, we just go to those set of people, ask them for their advice, and then take it forward. So that has helped us a lot because then we know who to reach out to, and then we also know who we are onboarding as a mentor and as our investors, something of that sort. On your previous, like the base question, I would actually add another entity apart from the startups, the investors. It's the government of India because they also play a very important role. So we at Socket AI are building foundational speech-text model for vernacular language. Given it's a foundation model, it's definitely, it will be expensive for sure, and it's one of the very hard problems to solve for sure. Now the thing is that if the capital infusion, because the risk is so high, if the capital infusion might not be happening from a VC side because the risk is so high, the government of India has to come in. And that is where this triangle bit would form, where maybe the government of India is supporting us, and by the way, they are. They have this huge mission. We got a lot of credits. Even from our partners, we got a lot of credits, and that is what we are leveraging to actually create, I would say, a validation product which we can take out, and then ultimately convince the VCs or the investors to come in, support us to actually expand that particular bit. So I feel that these three entities, and this is true for any deep tech startup, Government of India does support, and then they fill the gap where investors and startups are not doing something, especially around the support bit. And then automatically, once you get a particular level, VCs are automatically interested because they want to make a lot of money out of it, and then they see a way to do that particular bit.
All right. The next question, we are almost towards the end of it. So the next question that I'm going to ask is a proper controversial question. And the answer that you guys can give can only be in the form of a percentage. 60 or 40, 50 or 50-50, something, a percentage. So say a very, very innovative, path-breaking idea, and an investor has come on board, and the partnership has kick-started. After the partnership has kick-started, what percentage should the investor be hands-on, and what percentage should the investor be, I'll let them be? What percentage hands-on, and what percentage let them be? Rimjim, you, and just the percentage.
It's a very tricky question. There cannot be a percentage. It depends on what is the talent also, like understanding. We have had VCs who had the background.
That is why it's the controversial question, no? Exactly.
I would actually let him answer first.
That's a great way to just... Sachin used to do this sometimes when the ball would swing a lot. He would go to the opposition batter and say, "Tu pehla ball le." All right, you have to take the first ball, Abhishek.
I would say 0 to 100%.
Huh?
0 to 100%.
0 to... Which one is 0?
Like, you wanted an answer, right?
Oh, you have to tell us that. Hands-on 0 or let them be 0?
Again, I would actually agree with her. It's a very contextual question, which is also based on what your startup is doing, to be very frank, and even the stage at which you are at. So I can just tell you about the stage. Say, for example, if you have a couple of crores in your bank, you would obviously have an upper hand, and you can negotiate with the investor. But if you are running out of money, which some startups have been in that particular situation, then it becomes very difficult to do that particular negotiation. But coming up with a specific percentage, we have to do that analysis. We have to talk to the investor. As I said, it's mostly about negotiation. It's not about like figuring that number out. Initially, you can do that, have some sort of buffer just to negotiate, and then come on the table and just do the negotiation. That is how typically it happens.
A very politically correct answer. We are going to take the first answer. 0 to 100% is what he said. Okay, we'll come to the investors now. Ashwin, how much percentage should the investor be hands-on, and how much should they be let them be?
See, in an ideal situation, and we'd like to start at 0% investor hands-on. Because then it means that the entrepreneur is delivering, we don't need to spend time, they're going to deliver returns, and we've done that as well. There are times when that 0 goes all the way, I wouldn't say 100%, but 70, 80% as well, and that's not a good situation. I know when I'm hands-on 70%, we are trying to save something that is perhaps sinking without our effort.
All right.
Yeah, I think somewhere the limited, we need to be in there, and we want to be in there is a good situation, right? I like to say that if I know 3 to 5% of the business detail about the investee company, I think I know a lot, right? Anything more than that, I should be spending a lot more time, which I don't have, right? Given that we are managing a portfolio, we have many companies, right? So if I'm doing 3 to 5%, that the hope is that the 3 to 5% intervention or time spent or specific help given is critical enough that it impacts the 100% to be really good, right? We are nowhere, in my opinion, equipped to run the company on an operating basis, nor are we motivated to do that. We have our own fund to run, right? And many companies to help and do other things as well. But right, so very small proportions, more hands-on, the better. The company is doing well, and it's a sort of an autopilot from our perspective. That's great news for everybody.
Absolutely.
Right?
Our investors.
But be aware enough, right, so that what we don't like is shocks, right? Like something I don't know, like it's a surprise that they're in trouble, right? So therefore, continuous conversation, being updated is very critical. Like I don't want to hear suddenly that you're in trouble. I'd rather keep getting bad news over a longer period of time than be taking proactive action, right? That's the way we think about it.
So the representatives of the investment side are very lenient. One said 0%, another said ideally 3 to 4, maximum 5%. All right, Rimjim, have you changed the answer? Do you have an answer? Just the percentage.
5 to 20%.
5 to 20 hands-on, not bad.
Okay, my percentage value would be somewhere from 3 to 10, 11, 12%, somewhere around that comfort zone. But there is a bit around that particular bit too, because like I think this is common. Investors understand it, founders understand it, that if investors start diluting the company a lot, and if you have to raise a lot of round, then obviously it's bad for the investors as well. So they also, like, we have spoken to a lot of investors, and they are quite comfortable. Even if you ask them, like, if I go today and be like, take 60% of my company, they will actually say no. It's a majority portion, but still they will say no, because they understand that I have to ultimately run the company, and I have to be motivated enough to actually take it to a particular stage. So that, obviously, they will negotiate to that upper bound, but there is an upper theoretical bound as well to that too. Yeah.
Absolutely. Rimjim, this is the final question that I have from my side for all four of you. Then we are going to open the floor for you guys. What predictions do you have for the future of AI investments and AI innovations?
The future definitely is moving towards AI. Like right now, we are in generative AI, but we are surely going towards general intelligence, which is going to come closer to how we as human take decisions. In that case, there are going to be a lot of fails as well. It's not going to come easy. So during those, how are we going to assess is going to be very critical. And we are as confused, like co-founders are as confused, we were just discussing before, and we are also as confused like investors. We also are experimenting and finding out how the things are going to work, and there could be a huge amount of risk as well. So that's my understanding as of now.
All right, all right. Huge amount of risks, massive, massive changes. I mean, the industry that we are in, it changes by the fortnight almost. Arjun.
Predictions always difficult to do, right? Things are changing literally on a weekly basis. I think a couple of things that seem interesting. You know, obviously one, accuracy of models is just getting better and better, and so we'll have much lower hallucinations going forward. Second is cost is also coming down, right? Of you know, doing inference for these models. So those are two key ingredients for real mass adoption. What we're most excited about, I would say, is the combination of Gen AI, or you know, the cutting edge AI today with the physical world, right? Be it with robotics, be it with drug discovery, be it with, you know, many other sectors, right? How can you mix these two areas, right, and take advantage of these breakthroughs that are happening on compute and inference and intelligence to change things in the physical world, right? Of course, there's a long way to go on even just the pure software side of things, but hardware plus software, or hardware plus AI is where there's max excitement for the next few years in my mind.
Looking forward, really. Ashwin, predictions for the near and distant future, marriage of AI innovations, AI investment?
Yeah, let me answer in two parts. I think the first part is we started investing in AI back in 2018, right? The pre-Gen AI era.
Let's just say before it was cool.
Exactly, before it was cool. I mean, to us it was always cool, but before people sort of, became popular. And I think the key is, if you'd asked me, even before the advent of Gen AI, the view was that there's so much headroom in terms of problems to solve that what we call core or traditional AI delivers. There's still another 10 years of potential investment in AI. And then Gen AI came along, right? And we haven't yet pulled the trigger on an investment in Gen AI. We're watching closely But that's where I agree with Arjun that integrating Gen AI into core traditional AI, computer vision, and all the stuff that's been around for a while could become extremely powerful and is becoming extremely powerful. And our AI native startups are already doing that and enhancing their solutions. So 10 years easily would have been the horizon even without Gen AI, and with Gen AI perhaps that's going to go even further. The second part of that answer is really and I keep coming back to it, what are you solving for, right? And in my mind, AI has, the current use cases, many of them are in the realm of automation, right? You automate a car, you automate industrial action, you automate a bunch of things, right? Writing. And the flip over from automation to intelligence is still very, very early. Let me give you an example. Do you have an AI that is reading radiology scans that are coming out of CDs and X-ray machines and MRIs and helping a radiologist become more efficient? Or are you finding something in there as an AI that a radiologist would not have discovered earlier, right? And there's a distinction, right, in the complexity. Of course, leave aside market adoption, but just the ability to do this or this extremely well. And I think the shift from automation to real intelligence, and I'm not even getting to singularity, but just a lot more intelligence is still around the corner, and I think that's what's going to drive a lot more adoption as well.
All right. Abhishek, predictions for the future, AI innovations, AI investments?
Sure. So these are more hope, I would say, than predictions. So I hope that I think the check size, especially in the initial stages of the startup, in deep tech increase to what it is right now, because I personally don't feel that the amount of investment that is coming in, especially at the earlier stages, is a lot to do something which is very foundational. I feel that way. Second, I would say people do shy away from talking about AGI, but I personally feel that's the holy grail of intelligence, and the world is moving towards it. Unfortunately, we in India are not doing that. So I personally feel that maybe we should start talking a lot more about it and looking at where we can actually go and converge and what kind of use cases can be built around that particular entity. Because most of the people, 99% people, talk about AI or Gen AI with the present use cases. Most of the people are trying to fit in present use cases into how I can do X, Y, and Z using AI or Gen AI. But we are forgetting that OpenAI didn't happen because of that particular bit. Right? It happened because they were building something for the future. And AI is that technology. If today we don't start building for, say, next 5 years or 10 years and start looking at those innovative ideas, we won't be creating any moat around whatever we are doing. Most probably, we'll be re-engineering stuff here and there, and that's it. So that is what my hope is. And I would also say AGI bit, a lot of people should come together, especially doing research. Instead of doing brain drain and sending our people outside, people should build out of India and do a lot of more innovative bit by staying in the country. We have a lot of opportunities. Somebody was talking on the stage as well that in India, Vadwani AI, India में जहाँ पे पैर रखोगे वहाँ एक नई opportunity है. We should explore that opportunity. The only bit why we can't do it is because of other constraints as well. So I think we should start doing that.
Actually, I would like to add 2 points since he was mentioning about few details. So number one, in my domain specifically when it comes to neuroscience and healthcare has not seen the revolution which other domains have seen already, like OpenAI, and these are for more general purposes. But in radiology, like he was speaking, and in healthcare, we have not seen a revolutionary product yet, and there are a lot of scope. And in specifically neuroscience, I see that in coming decade with Neuralink, BCI, and so many others happening, there is a huge possibility over there, huge innovation. Second point is most of the co-founders who are in India and who are at least a bit successful to do things and get some traction, they are getting opportunities from outside in terms of investments, like from US, from Singapore. There are possibilities to get the investments from outside and run the company. But usually in that case, they need to flip. I have seen a lot of deep tech startups who have flipped to US, and the drain happens because they have to take all their patents to their country. Because of which the opportunity is going out. The great deals of new edgy technology, usually you will see it comes out of US because there are so many Indians who are creating those technology from US. So that needs to still be claimed and keep back in India. We also have got opportunities very early in our stage from Singapore and previous year from US, but we took that struggle to stay in India and work from here.
Absolutely. I'll just quickly mention one thing on the usage of AI in the industry of healthcare bit. I was in conversation with doctors from AIMS, and they are doing some really path-breaking work where the usage of AI is allowing them to detect breast cancer at the very earliest stage. And the quicker the detection can happen, the easier it is for the treatment as well. And they're also working on other forms of cancer with the usage of AI. So the future is literally endless on all the things that can happen. I will quickly ask the folks there that if we have time to take some questions from our audience, I'll ask my friends Sejati and Vineet if we have time to take maybe 1 or 2 or 3 questions from the audience.
We can do maybe one, but we are really strapped on time.
All right, so 1 doesn't seem fair. We'll take maybe 1 or 2, but it has to be a really short, quick question. So quickly, raise of hands. Whoever, okay, I saw a black blazer, check shirt. Yes, thank you so much, volunteers. Let's have the question quick. Let's have the answer quick.
My question is, again, answer should be in the terms of ratio. AI hype versus reality. How much percentage will you give for hype? How much for reality?
Let's have the founders first.
Hype 0, reality 100% for sure.
Okay.
I think there is a lot of hype as well. We don't need to overfit AI in all the solution. So 70 is to 30, like 30 to 40% time AI also, it is just overfitted.
So which one is the hype?
Hype is there, like there.
Is 70 hype?
No, 30.
30 hype, okay. All right, the investors.
So Gen AI more hype than reality. Core AI much more reality than hype.
Arjun?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Rimjim and say 70% real stuff, 30%, just noise or yet to be proven in some sense, right? Of course, we deliver this at scale. I'm not talking about that, but I'm talking about potential. 70-30, I'll agree with Rimjim on that.
All right, thank you so much, sir, for asking a number question. Allows us to ask one more question. We have sir there.
This question is for founders. If you have multiple ideas in mind, how do you finally select that one business idea which, through a scientific process, which you are really sure about?
Low-hanging fruit and also product market fit, how close these are. And then you can also layer it, like we go for first one which is easier but also gives us a better vision and a closer fit to the vision and the closer fit to product market fit.
Abhishek?
Yeah, so I would actually go in the other direction where I think my passion for solving a particular problem is the first priority for me. And then I would essentially look at, do I have the kind of skill set to actually solve that, or I can bring together a team to basically solve that particular bit. I think I would go and look at the market at some later point just to validate that particular idea. But for me personally, being passionate about that particular bit is absolutely important.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would have loved to take more questions. But yes, totally, the panel was amazing, so we can have a round of applause. Would have loved to take more questions, but we have so much more lined up at here, Cypher Day 3, that this would be the end of the panel. Can we have a huge round of applause? Rimjim Agarwal, Ashwin Raghuraman, Abhishek Upperwal, and Arjun Rao. All 4 of them were absolutely amazing. Huge round of applause for them, guys.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Could I request you all to make your way to the center of the stage? A quick picture with everyone would be fantastic. This was officially the last panel. We do have another speaker who's going to be taking stage in a moment. We're going to quickly get this picture. Before that, I am going to give you the gentleman's introduction while we do so. The topic that we're going to be focusing on is status of Gen AI for manufacturing industries. The person who's going to be taking stage is the Chief Data Scientist and General Manager in Tata Elxsi, driving the innovation in artificial intelligence, leading the charge as Tata Elxsi for AI, Gen AI, and quantum computing. He'll be coming on stage, but while they make their way off stage, can we put our hands together once again? Thank you all very much for a fantastic panel. People of the audience, we're going to dull the lights down one last time for the last introduction. This is day 3 of Cypher 2024. Please put your hands together and welcome Biswajit Biswas, Chief Data Scientist, Tata Elxsi, to the stage.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. So it's my pleasure to be on this stage and talk about some of these, the latest happening in the manufacturing industry, primarily in the industry, especially in the AI, Gen AI. Since I come from Tata Group, we work a lot with the group companies who are into large-scale manufacturing, and there is a lot happening in the group to adopt the AI and Gen AI in a large scale. And then I will just give you a few examples of how we are implementing some of the solutions in some of these industries we are operating in, from steel to car to electronics and so on and so forth. And, but before that, I'll just spend 5-10 minutes just to take you through where all it started and how the AI and Gen AI is taking shape, so that you get a kind of a perspective why I'm taking those examples and what the future looks like. So if you look at it, all started with language. So language is kind of, is the core, or there is a lot of stickiness with technology, with language. So it all started with the language. So the entire human civilization, you can actually break it down between, pre-language era and language era. And once the language started, so emergence of language, you have continuum of civilizations, there is a propagation of knowledge from generation to generation, and emergence of a collective consciousness. And that's where, that's the fundamental building block of intelligence. And technology itself has become the 7th kingdom. As you know, I think many of you will know, there are 6 kingdoms, all these, these biological worlds to the animal kingdom, then there are plants, etc. So the technology is the 7th kingdom. I think that's a very important understanding, because the technology is a different way of solving human problems. For example, an aeroplane, an invention of an aeroplane. So birds fly. There are a lot of, humankind wanted to always fly like birds, but how many ever muscle energy you put, you will never be able to fly at that speed, or you can get a 100-ton of mechanical object onto the thing. So this is technology is basically gives you a breakthrough point of things where you can actually make things fly. And so this is one example where technology brings a breakthrough of from your natural world to the mechanical world. So and language itself, or the technology itself, is a different kind of intelligence. The artificial intelligence, which is not like a natural intelligence, which is actually a artificial intelligence. And okay, I can see that. So this is basically breaking the fundamental notions of how intelligence is actually we have still not fully understood what artificial intelligence is and how it works. So the LLMs, now LLMs is all about these large language models you all know by now, and this has become the new operating system. So this is kind of a new kind of a computing architecture, and the LLM is going to replace the way we know the software at all. In fact, you may not even need an operating system in future. The LLM itself will generate its own operating system to kind of build the complete software stack, which will be able to run by itself. So if you see the compute architecture of the future, the LLM will be the center place. And I will not spend too much time on this, because there are quite a few slides there to cover. So, but there is a challenge in the way the current artificial neural networks work. So this is a very static. It is like you build a model, and then and you use that for getting the inferences. Now the problem with this is very static. It doesn't update itself. So, and it is very different from how the human brains work, because human brains work in a continuous feedback mode, continuous dynamic mode. So it is a way different than the way the artificial neural networks have been designed. And so that's why we are now coming, or we are moving from LLMs to large from large language models to large multimodal models to the large action models. So here I bring the word action. So the action is becoming a very important part of the intelligence. And I will little bit elaborate in the further few slides. So from a symbolic AI, we are moving to the cyber physical systems when these actions are getting integrated with the artificial intelligence system. Now, generative AI with action, so there is a famous book that many of you would know, that elephants don't play chess. I think this is an MIT professor who has written this fantastic book, how intelligence has to be perceived. And there, the entire philosophy of that book is no intelligence can evolve if a system does not interact with the real world. A statically built language model, which is just built on a certain huge number of corpus of data, can never be replacing the way the human intelligence evolved. The AGI, or artificial general intelligence, has to evolve continuously. It is never going to be a massive piece of data working on a huge data center and coming out and churning out with a model which is an AI or going to be a Gen AI, which going to be an AGI. It is never going to be possible. So Jan LeCun himself has told that the artificial intelligence system, if it has to evolve to an AGI, the action has to be part of it. So, which means the AI and action, when these two merge together, we have a remarkable breakthrough. We have a solution we have a set of problems to be solved, which is I previously unheard of. So now let's look at I think with this theme, we can just look at the different levels of progressions of AI. So we generally talk, there are 5 levels of AI. So one is the level 1, conversational AI. So all of us are into that era now. So conversation has become the central place for any artificial intelligence system. There are bots all over the place. The second one is the reasoning AI. Reasoning AI means AI should not only give an inference, but also reason itself. So that's the reasoning part. And this is the second most important aspect of the AI which is coming up. There are a lot of us are working on the reasoning AI part of it because people want to know how AI has taken the decision, why it is taking the decision. We all call it in different names. Explainable AI, responsible AI, all of that are basically the part of reasoning AI. But these two are still passive. That means you are doing it remotely, building a model remotely, and then applying it in the real world. It's still passive. It is still not interacting with the real world. Now, the next 3, the autonomous AI is an active AI. Autonomous AI, it is having some starting knowledge, interacting with the real world, updating his knowledge, and then performing his tasks better and better and better every time. So that is the autonomous AI. Like your autonomous vehicles and some examples I'll show, those are autonomous AI. That is the first active AI you are getting into. Next is innovating AI. So innovating AI is little better or more complex than autonomous AI. Innovating AI, that AI itself develops AI. So it's like it knows how to improve itself. It knows how to generate another model. It can possibly solve a problem it has never seen before. So these are innovative AI. We are still not there, but that's the future. And finally, the organizational AI, where everything is AI. There is absolutely zero human intervention. A complete organization, hundreds and thousands of models work together, interact together, share data, share information, and that's how the organizational AI works. These are the basic definitions of 5 different levels of AI. We are pretty good in level 1. Level 2, work just started. Some level 3 signs are still at the very early stage. We are still nowhere there in level 4 and 5. It may take a decade plus or more to get into that level. Now let's look at different types of cognitive architecture. So when you design an AI system, so there are different types of cognitive architecture we talk. The first one is very simple, the prompt engineering. So when the ChatGPT was initially came, first year of its existence, it was all about prompt engineering. Prompt engineering was hailed the new skill of the decade, and It is all, people do not need any programming, etc. Prompting is good enough. English-like statements are good enough, etc. So those were the first wave of your architecture. So that is LLM. Then came the next, the chain, which is like you create multiple LLMs and have chain of thoughts, break it down to further levels. So that is your second type of cognitive architecture. Third is the router, where we have now multiple, hundreds probably, have LLMs, and they are connected in a different configurations. They're routing kind of a concept, so the complexity part of the solution which doesn't understand can submit the job to the other LLM. They collaboratively solve the problem, and then finally assemble the result too. And that's how typically any complex systems work. So divide and solve the problem. So that's level 3. These are called linear acyclic. And then the final two are the agent-driven. So we all kind of hear it that today it's an agent-driven system or agent-driven architecture, which is the future. And that's how the evolution of the architecture is going. Agents are going to take over the paradigm of software architecture and engineering. So agents will be having special knowledge. It will use tools. It will use a lot of special skills. So agents are just like a skilled human being who has a knowledge base like an LLM, and it also has a set of hands and legs which are like tools. Like you have a search engine as a tool, you have a memory query as a tool, query engine as a tool. So these are different tools can be given to that agent who armed with a lot of memory and the LLM knowledge can solve any problem on earth. So that's the whole idea about this next to architecture. So these are two cyclic architecture. Again, this architecture can be very complex. A typical agent today, we have implemented one of the solutions for doing a semiconductor testing, and it's a very, very complex. So we have about 100+ agents working together, and almost everything is broken into agents. Each agent works on different, even the smallest of the task is given to the agents. And then we have different strategy of evaluating which agent is giving the correct result, which agent is not giving the correct result. Then one agent acts as a creator, another agent acts as a kind of a critic model or critic agent. So these two will fight together and then come out with a final solution. So this typically happens all autonomously. So that's an example of a cyclic architecture of agent. So these are some of the examples of AI with action. So you have probably know the Rabbit M11 that there was one product which came out. Of course, it didn't do very well because people started returning the product. It didn't work very well because the product was good, very well designed, beautifully designed, the personal assistant, but it was ultimately a ChatGPT under the hood. So it didn't really take off. But the idea is very strong. Idea is powerful. I'm sure they'll be working on it, making it further better. Internet of Things, robotics, industrial. I mean, there are many of these examples. Autonomous navigation is an example of AI with an action. The 3D printing, autonomous manufacturing, these are all examples of kind of AI with action and AI with agents. So this is another, and there are so many, and many of them will come up as you see. Now I'm shifting towards the manufacturing industry or the industry-specific AI. So it is very important for industry to solve AI, Gen AI problem on edge. So when I say edge means close to the factory floor or close to where the data exists. There is a very limited scope here to send all the data to the cloud, do something number crunching there and send the results. Yes, that technology will be there, but it's better ROI. It's a better solution to have inferencing on the edge with on the hardware which is close to your floor. So this is where this slide. The key takeaway is it is not just Gen AI which solves the problem. You need multiple things. You need conventional AI models. They are extremely important to solve some of the very hard to solve problems. Then you need bunch of anything all over the days. Yesterday we heard a lot about open source tools, etc. So these are all needed to solve a problem. It is no complex problem can be solved simply. Any complex problem you have to solve, you need to think of hundreds of things. There are hundreds of models, agents, open source tools, conventional AI, Gen AI. So there is no single cut solution here, sorry. So that's how the typical solutions are built. And again, where GenAI comes in picture in an industry kind of a scenario, it helps you to give a context. Say, for example, I put a camera here, then it can scan this whole room, find how many people, what is the count, what are the different classification of different types of color of shirts or dress types and etc. So that first level context is very powerful. GenAI can give fantastically. There is no point in wasting time generating those models, working those models. Then your next problem is you are supposed to identify a specific subject of interest. It could be anything. Say, for example, we are working on some of the use cases of a hotel lobby where the camera scans 24 hours and it identifies, alerts suspicious behaviors, or it profiles the visitors based on their type of, how many of their real visitors, how many they have just coming and sitting there, or how much time it takes to kind of to solve his whatever problem, etc. So these are the different types of things can be done. So GenAI is very good in giving that first level context. Then you push the problem to these very specific expert models. So these expert models are actually solving the problem. So for example, you have to find a small, if there is a gap available, is there a gap, or there is a small crack or not, or what is the distance between two kind of holes or number of or pattern of holes, because many of our work happens on the aircraft bodies. So in the aircraft bodies, there are many riveted holes, etc. and all. And the aircraft inspection is one of the most important, and nothing can be missed there. So, and the holes are to be accurately calculated. The dimension has to be calculated. So those will go to you will not be using GenAI for that. You will know, yes, this plate has some 20 different holes and 5 different patterns. This is good enough. Now we'll give it to the other expert model, which will actually count the number of holes or the dimension of the holes or the spacings and the patterns. So that will go to the expert model. So these combinations will definitely work. I need to rush because my time is going. So these are some of the examples of inventory management systems. So there are hundreds of cameras in factory nowadays counting objects at different places. And counting is a big business or big job in any factory, because there are materials moving across. People usually take a note by counting manually, and usually what happens is people do mistakes, they undercount, overcount, and finally, in every company you talk to them, they will have tonnages of material unaccounted, wasted, just because counting is not good. But these systems, when you implement, it's a 99.59% of perfection. There is absolutely no problem of counting. So counting is a big business, and that data goes to the inventory management system, the production planning system, the whole thing gets connected, things churn much better, smoothly. Then we have safety monitoring systems, which is AI-based monitoring of customer side. The first part is not very important. It's a simple job of tracking things over the cameras and how many incidences, but the GenAI comes in summarizing it. So one of the challenge today, many of our customers talk that I get too many reports, too many dashboards, too many alerts, too many notifications. I can't do anything with that because I am lost. There are 100 screens I have to see every day, which is, I always miss actually what should I look for. That is the biggest problem today. People are now, all the people concerned, they are flooded with data. But how to take actions from the data is very important. So this is where the GenAI comes in. It actually solves that summarization problem, and GenAI by miles, fantastic in doing a summarization solution. Anything you give, it summarizes. Of course, you need to check for the validation and other things, but for summarization things, it is fantastic. Assembly line inspection. So again, there are people, and assembly line inspection is a very common thing in any factories. So where people typically, the inspectors or a quality inspector will go, they will note down the snags, they will type it down in a computer, and then it will get updated into the snag list, and then all this. But the problem is, many a times, what they write in the note, they'll put it in the pocket, it will get lost, those snags are gone. So here, the thing is automated. All the guy, now in this system, what this guy has to do, that he has to just keep speaking whatever he sees. this is missing, that is a problem, there is a paint scratch, this part of the tire is not clean, or there is some scratch mark here, there is a deburring marker here, so all that. So whatever he says, it gets collected, it gets pushed to the server, and automatically this thing. So these are some of the examples of, completely automated, zero touch, zero writing kind of solutions. Of course, these are some traffic monitoring systems in the thing. It counts the types of vehicle, it counts the types of like you can actually zonify the whole thing, like this particular zone, how many people are crossing, what type of vehicle crossing, between this time to this time, any vehicle of that type has to be is crossing or not, etc. So there are, these solutions are becoming very, very commonplace nowadays. It uses multiple types of lidars, and any lidar-based AI is a much more different job than your normal video processing stuff, because there is a very different three-dimensional data you have to handle. Yeah, so these are some of the examples. And this is another example of preventive maintenance of traction motors, which are typically used in some of the Indian Railways systems. So what typically happens is, what is the maintenance cycle of these motors? This is always very difficult, because either you overdo it or you underdo it or never do it. So, and today's systems, or many of the systems, people look for vibration, noise, those kind of things. But here, we are trying to do is with the motor current signature. So it's basically you see the variations in the armature current, and from the armature current, you can actually identify 6 or 7 different types of major common types of failure. It typically is the bearing failures, or the brush motors failure, and is there any, if there is any wearing issues inside, some of the insulation has gone in the motor, so that will show up in the flux profile of the motor itself will be completely different, and it will all show up. So you can train the whole model to kind of understand all this and find what type of defects these are. So yes, these are some examples, and so action generation of robot is another type of thing. So where you don't need to, so so anyway, I'll hold it. So, any robotic programmers, how difficult it is to program a robot, do the motion planning, path planning, energy optimizations, localization, slams. So these are very, very complex competition problems. So today, with the advent of Gen AI, we are able to generate actions. So you can just write normal English-like instructions, and it can do all the jobs. So it actually writes the entire code, the entire fault tree. If this robot interacts an obstacle, how it should do, how it should navigate, etc. So these are some examples of how these will be. These are some examples of how action generations can actually help. Digital twin is very much part of any manufacturing system nowadays. So digital twin and AI, they are very closely related, and they always go together, because when you have to digitally represent a physical system, you have to build the models for those. So any of these models, which is kind of, they are all designed in a way that it replicates or it kind of mimics some of the performance characteristics of the device, and you can actually, even before anything happens to the real-world machine or a component, it actually shows up in your digital twin. So you are much better equipped. You have a complete view of a predictive system built, which actually gives a very complete view of what is going to happen in your system. So the digital twin is very important. And there are any digital systems today, a complex system today will have at least 20, 30 different AI models running inside, for sure. Then digital twin for EV battery. In Tata Group, we have one of the very success story of using electric vehicle and EV cars. We are the pioneer, and there is a lot of work happens in the background for the battery, because that is the core thing here. In EV battery, there is nothing other than battery. I mean, I'm just exaggerating a bit, but the battery is the main thing, and a lot of technology and things goes to kind of understand how the battery is performing. So there is a complete digital twin has been built. So, and that any of these vehicle batteries, there are thousands of cells. And each cells will be 1.5 kind of a volt. So you can, if you have some certain kilovolt requirement, so you can imagine how many thousands of batteries will be there. And because of, these batteries come from different suppliers and different things, so there will be certain manufacturing differences here and there. So their charging, discharging cycle will never be the same. And because of that, some cell will go down faster, some cell will live longer. But that creates the maximum problem. So if you have very unbalanced or unequal kind of a charging recharging cycle, so that becomes a potential fire risk. And some points will get overheated and you'll have all sort of problems. So that's why the very important to understand what happens inside a battery, how the charging is happening, which cell is performing well. So battery is not a single monolithic block. So these are micro cells we have to monitor. So you have to do a cell-by-cell monitoring, planning, and data collection, etc. So there are a lot of hardware and data collection system is built around to kind of get those data and kind of push that data to a system and then get all those information so that your car is safe and your battery performance is lifelong and increased beyond your expectation. These are some of the examples of how the complete safety training has gone to digital mode. So there are a lot of the VR training happens nowadays thanks to those VR sets. Today we have MetaQuest and Oculus, etc. Devices. So a technician actually can see the whole system and can actually, I may not have the full time to kind of go through this video, but it is a nice experience, kind of how. Maybe I'll just play 2 minutes. So this is a car showroom. So you can take a virtual drive. Yeah, there are plenty of other examples I'll skip for the paucity of time. This is another example of in a hospital we are working on. So this is an emergency room protocol in hospital. So this is any hospital emergency room. There is a lot of chaos, a lot of very difficult cases come in. So this is one case where if a cardiac patient with almost no pulse has come, so what to do? And sometimes what happens in the emergency room, we'll not have the right doctor, right practitioners who are actually always equipped, because there will be sometimes late night, trainees will be there, and nurses will be there. So they'll not be knowing what exactly to be done with that kind of a serious patient whose life is at threat. So there are a lot of SOPs which are used in the hospitals, like if a cardiac patient happens, what actually to be done. So this whole thing is now coded in the language, and there are a set of couple of cameras which is optional, and a set of audio devices which actually records everything the nurses are saying, and it also gives instruction. Like the patient has a pulse, do this, do these injections, do a CPR. After 3 minutes of CPR, do ABCD things. And then if it is not recovering, then do this, etc. So this whole cycle continues till the patient is recovered and he or she has become stable. So, and then at the end, it also makes a nice summary. So that summary has all the details which has happened. It's kind of almost like a black box of a airplane. What all happened in the emergency room. So the doctor can have a look, and the summarization actually helps to understand what all procedure has taken place, so that next course of medical actions can be taken up. Yeah, so I'll just give 2 point of views, just 1 minute left. So the overall industry outlook is like some of the high impact GenAI use cases are like summarization, of course, I talked about, customer support, digital marketing, inspection. These are like a clear winner. GenAI is doing fantastic job. Copilot for skill intensive. See, Copilot has become a kind of a habit-changing technology. Anything you want to do, you always look at, is my Copilot saying? Even if it is a simple English, later you have to write, you just go and ask. You just give some 2-3 sentences, and it is all becoming a habit. So it's a habit-changing technology. It is going to stay. It may not be that great for some of the areas, but that habit is going to remain. So it is going to be there. 40 to 60% productivity gain is seen for POCs, but when it comes to the production, there is always a drop. So I think that challenge has to be solved. And human in loop is going to be there for some time. So humans are not going to be replaced for quite some time, at least 5-6 years. Going forward, yeah, so this is my summary. 2023 was, year of explorations, a lot of education. Everybody started to learn what is these new terms, LLM, etc. A lot of education for yourself, and then inspirations. 2024 is a lot of use case build up, POCs, lots of spending, some wow moments, and a lot of limited results. 2025, more cautious approach. So going forward, I think the focus will go to robust frameworks, focus on tools, validation techniques, ROI is coming or not, and all that. And then some of the points I already covered, that is going to be the action models, the sovereign AI. A lot of my speakers earlier talked about that, enterprise class agents architecture, autonomous agents. So it is going to be the future of the agents. And with that, I end, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The last speaker of the day, unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. Okay. So in case you do have questions, will you make yourself available outside?
Absolutely.
Outside those doors, if possible.
Sure.
So in case you have questions, you can meet the gentleman outside. Can we hear another round of applause for him, please? Thank you very much. That was officially the last speaker of the day. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. We're going to move on to the most awaited event of the day, I'm told. Is everyone ready for the quiz? All right, super. Do you all want to move forward, the people sitting at the back? It would be a lot easier if you all moved forward. Do move forward. Also, the people at the console, if you could, pull up that whenever you have the time and the chance. Pull up the QR code. I will come to that announcement in a bit. Also, we do have a lot of the prize winners who are going to be announced momentarily. But until then, it is time for us to kick this quiz off in the nicest of ways. This is an AI quiz. Our host is walking into the auditorium, into the stage. Make some noise for Sides Brocha and the house people. Come on. There we go. Yeah, the man himself. Well done. How are you? It's good to see you back at Cypher.
Superb. Thank you so much. This time they're even paying me a little bit. I mean, not money, but they give me pakoras and they're sending me back without having a room to myself, 9:35 flight. So we have to start the show quickly. But I think more people have to come in also. The economy class people who we've not allowed in, can we bring them in also? So they can sit at the back.
Some people believe the economy class and just gone at the back all by themselves.
No, the quality audience is here and we are fixing the answers anyway. So it'll all be you guys. But just for background and what's it called, frame ke liye, we just need people at the back. So if that's possible. We already have the winner coming on stage for some reason. All right. Shall we start?
Yeah. So I will stop being your mic stand. Can we have a mic'd up, please? Would you prefer headset, handheld, whatever's comfortable with you?
No, handheld is fine, but I think we'll be using the podium for the most of it.
We shall. All right, just a few things before we begin. There'll be a total of 5 rounds, with the final round being a buzzer round, which is why all of that is coming on. So 5 rounds, the last one being a buzzer round. We'll kick off with the prelims, where all of you get to participate. So each and every one of you get to be a part of the quiz in the beginning, right? After the prelims, teams will be selected to compete in the next 4 rounds, and that's when we get you onto the stage. All right? So don't focus on what's happening there. Just focus on me just for a couple of seconds. So running through this once again. Total of 5 rounds, okay? The final one is a buzzer round. We kick off with the prelims, which involves all of y'all, right? After the prelims, teams will be selected to compete in the next 4 rounds. That's when we bring you up on stage. And don't worry, the rules for each round will be explained right before we begin. And the man who has the honor of explaining all of this is Cyrus himself. So you're going to be super confused, which is also a good thing. It's part of the quiz. Do we have a deal? For the 3 people that responded, thank you very much. It's a good way to kick the evening off. Okay, people sitting at the back, please do move forward. Please do move forward. It will be so much more nicer and so much more easier to have all of you all move forward. Or not, apparently. So, yeah, we'll just work with this then. Do we have the QR code to be pulled up on the screen if possible? Do we have the QR code? Okay. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, it's cool.
Awesome.
Can we have some like background, like some nice music in the background, like just for the feels sake?
Hello?
Lima?
Yeah. Hello? We're looking for the question.
Can we switch on his mic, please?
Without the question, you can't do the quiz.
Headset.
Tejas, कृपया ध्यान दीजिए. Tejas, can you come here with the questions? Or anybody else wants to fill up questions and give it to us so we can start the quiz? We don't have the questions, and it's an AI quiz, and I'm an art student, a 1-year LLB, so my knowledge of AI is literally A and I. There was a set of cue cards for which you had a 1-hour meeting, and we spoke for 1 hour after that. Those cue cards, for some reason, have not turned up. But I can do a sports quiz. Are you okay with that? I'm very good with sports, right? What is Sachin Tendulkar's grandmother's name? Come on, guys, you don't know cricket award, yaar. Such a simple question. You want to make it more, I'll make it more Karnataka-centric. Rahul Dravid's driver's name. He's got 2.
It's not working.
Ramesh is the right answer. Give the lady in black 10,000 rupees. Tejas. And a big hand to Tejas, who was about to hand the questions and realized it's last year's questions. So we have to wait for another 2 minutes while we figure this out. We are still allowing people to come in up because this is the prelims.
Yeah.
This is where this is not the actual thing. So a lot of people can take part, yeah? For some reason, Tejas wants to wait for 5 minutes. Do you want to wait for 5 minutes? No. We can't be mean to the audience who's already here. So we let them participate as they come in. Whoever it is, the doors are still slightly open. We can go with that.
There was a gentleman who was screaming like a hooligan before. Is that gentleman here by any chance? Because where is he? Sir, please come up on stage. We're going to give you this for being, so he's been a hooligan today, which is great for us, the right kind of hooligan. If you don't mind, just give him this as a token of being an awesome hooligan for the day. I'm told he's the boss. Yeah, both.
1 or 2?
Yeah, both. Just give it to him.
Okay.
Boss man, please come up on stage. Apparently he's not very good with directions.
Sir, come.
Because he's walked all the way to that side, he's walked back.
Yeah.
Just come up on stage, just get this. The first gifts for the evening for being a fantastic hooligan on day 3 of Cypher.
Well done. What's your name, sir? Shankar here. He gets 2 caps because he's male and we have 2 of most things. So there you go. Thank you so much. Just checking. All right, all good. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Oh, you know you're going to get me into trouble, right? When you say these things, they pull me up towards the end and they'll be like...
This is a Bangalore audience. This is the most safe audience in India. It's the only place where we can say anything.
It's true. This is true.
I've done shows in Jabalpur. Very hard. Are we ready for the first set of questions? This is, you got to, answer them ASAP. Are you going to share them with me?
Yes. So we're just going to very quickly pull up a QR code to the screen.
Right.
And in case you don't have the sheet, we're getting started.
It's an AI convention also, in a sense, almost. And so tech is important.
So apparently there's no QR code. You can begin.
All right. Wow, this is the 90s all over again, man. Oh, I love it. There's no quiz. Okay, so no phones? Okay, no phones. Go ahead.
So you have to take your phones. Madam, you're having your phone in your hand. You
As
have
in
to take
for-
your phone and put it away. Okay, just put it away. Okay, no phones anywhere, preferably not even on the table. So if you can put it in your bag, in your pockets, that would be very appreciated. We have people walking around. Unfortunately, this is very strict, and so your stuff will be confiscated and you won't be a part of this quiz, unfortunately. So phones away. You're not allowed to pick up calls, send messages, check anything. Just sing it out loud. Cyrus, over to you.
Yeah, but the main point is this is a very informal quiz, so we will give you the answer also if you're nice. So don't take any tension here. Don't worry about anything. Okay, there are people coming in. Come fast, come fast. Can't wait forever. Vistara has a 9:35 flight, which I've been put on to save money. Okay. No, it's my fault, my fault. Parsi Airline, it might go on time also, you never know. So we're going to start. There are 15 questions in all. Why don't we do one thing? We'll share some. I do all? What the hell? You're getting paid for what? This is, I thought I was the sex symbol. We worked it out. I come here, I'm sexy, you're smart, we work together, bro. It's like Karnataka politics, man. You got two CMs. What's going on? We got two MCs. CMs, MCs, same thing. Come on, we share. What? They love you. You work the crowd all day. You're the local boy.
I'm definitely going to get into trouble. In some way or the other, I have a bad feeling about this. Yeah.
I'm the outsider from the north.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't resist. It's hilarious. Yeah. Okay, we're going to start now. I hope people have come in. The first question, very few seconds for them to fill it in and send it up as quickly as possible. One last thing. Did we mention?
No, I haven't.
6 pairs will be chosen for the finals. And that 4 rounds, we'll explain that later. And the winner gets a Mercedes-Benz worth 91 lakhs. Okay, this Tejas is here somewhere. He swore on his entire family that you will get the color you want also. White is available immediately. Some other colors will take some time. All right, guys, so, ouch. I'm sorry. I'm too old for this. Ready? The first question is, who are you? Only in India, right when we're about to start, they start talking. All right, no problem. He wants his mic back. First question, name the recently launched Ola's AI model built on local Indian knowledge, languages, and data. And you have, there it is, maybe 11 seconds on our pretend clock. Okay, I think that's more than enough. These are all intelligent people. It's a pretty simple question.
It is.
There you go. Question 2.
Question 2. I have to ask this.
Yeah.
What does T stand for in GPT? What does T stand for in GPT? The question is on the screen as well. What does T stand for in GPT?
Yeah. I mean, don't worry. G and P are not important, so don't waste time. Just give us T. You can give us other letters if you feel like S, M, G, whatever, but T is important. Okay, I'm distracting you. Quickly, T. Reverb's working. All good.
It's working.
Yes, uncle. What? Throw him out. It's like he's drunk already. What?
He knows what GPM is. He doesn't know.
That's like you married the wrong sister. What am I supposed to do?
L for love. N. L for something else.
Please tell the esteemed uncle that we are available for private shows. He can GPM me all day.
Go ahead.
Okay, next one. That's you?
Okay. Mark Zuckerberg introduced its first true augmented reality glasses at Meta's Connect event on the 25th of September. What is the name of these AR glasses?
Yeah.
Very simple. People are holding their beards.
It's just 2 days old. The glasses.
Come on, lots of people writing the
This is why I
answers.
said let them keep their phones, so people are more secure.
Don't keep your phones. Don't listen to this man, the sex symbol on stage.
Just the name of the AR glasses.
Yes, just the name.
And it's not AR Rahman, so don't be funny. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. This is the standard. They spend all the money on food. They've got pagodas. Which tech company introduced Claude, an AI assistant designed to rival ChatGPT? This question is so great, it's been on for last 4 years in the quizzes. The same question. Which tech company introduced Claude? AI assistant designed to rival ChatGPT. Claude, by the way, is it's a Pondicherry name. If you go there, a lot of people are called Claude. Yeah? There you go. Go ahead. Name the tech giant. Number 5. Name the tech giant that gave OpenAI its biggest funding. Very easy. Very easy. And no, it's not the Lok Sabha. Oh, but they're very tech savvy, bro. Very tech savvy. Now you can WhatsApp the Prime Minister also. Yeah. Nobody has to actually chat. All right, there you go. This is a simple one. Not giving you long for this. Let's go to 6. Come on, come on.
Okay, I'm supposed to read this apparently. Which Indian actor was recognized in Time's 100 most influential people in AI 2024?
Your hint is he's very hairy. He really is. He really does. He can do like swimming pool shots and all that and doesn't have to wear a shirt because he's that hairy. Yeah. Which is a lot of men. Korak, our other anchor sitting in front, is, you're like me, Genghis Khan's bloodline, we are hairless. Very different. Yeah. Okay. I think that's pretty simple, especially if you're a Bollywood fan. He's an elderly actor. I can give you that much, but whatever. Next one. Who? Number 7, please. Who is the latest to resign from OpenAI's leadership? Latest to resign from OpenAI's leadership.
Don't shout out the answer.
They're looking around at people from the companies here. Yeah.
If you know the answer, write it down. Don't shout it out.
Well, they can. At the end of the day, I mean, it's whatever. Whoever's points tally, that's the one who'll get in.
True. Also, for those of you all walking in, just a reminder, no phones, please. Please put your phones away. Thank you very much.
Old-fashioned messaging. In the Terminator franchise, what is the name of the AI system, this is number 8, that becomes self-aware and initiates a nuclear war? My generation movie, Terminator, or as we say in the north of India, Terminator. Dekha? Terminator, dekha tune, bhai? Oh, what a picture, yaar. Are, it's a Schwarzenegger. You know Schwarzenegger? It's got good body, yaar. It's got good bicep, tricep, quads. Oh, it's got a big, penis. Okay, that's enough time. You're not a fan of Arnold? You're not a fan of Delhi? Okay. There you go.
I can't do this. So you please
Which humanoid robot developed by Hanson Robotics became the first robot to be granted, sorry, it's not funny, citizenship by Saudi Arabia? So they don't give Indians, but the robot got it. Yeah. Okay, I think this is a tough one if you don't know. Yeah. Okay, and it's not Ronaldo, although he's a bit like robotic. Oh, I get beaten up here. All right. Next one.
What is the name of the generative AI platform developed in India that supports multilingual and multimodal capabilities designed to enhance various applications, particularly in the healthcare sector? You gave this to me because there are lots of words, right?
Yeah, and a very boring question. Any question that's over 30 seconds long shouldn't be answered. But just you guys, please, on principle. Have you understood? I'll leave it there for 5 more seconds. I think the gentleman was here today who designed it. Yeah. But then he got his stomach upset. Irony. Number 11, question 11. This is a repeat question. If you were there last year, you'll definitely know this one. We got bored, the team, and said, let's repeat 3-4 questions. In what year did IBM's Deep Blue famously defeat world chess champion Garry Kasparov, marking a significant milestone in the history of AI? But it's what year? So that's a bit of a tough one. Yeah. We can give you the answer. It's not 1947. Yeah.
That's a good clue. That's a great clue.
It's in the between 1990 and 2004.
So why are you throwing this away? We're not done with this.
Oh, we're not done with this?
No.
Okay, number 12. Thanks, bro. See, youth is... Without him, this thing would end very fast. This thing is like my life. I just see it just ending. Number 12, please. Name the upcoming generative artificial intelligence model developed by OpenAI that specializes in text-to-video generation. Now, this model generates short video clips corresponding to prompts from user. Okay. You understood the question?
I understood the question.
I need a prompt, that's why.
Okay, no, that's a great... You did a good job.
Give them 5 seconds. People who've come in late, you can still answer. Because if you get like the last 7 right also, you can still qualify.
Yeah, if you get all of them right, you might
A few people
qualify.
in the front have already lost interest in the quiz, so there's a good chance that someone in the back may finally get through.
Madam, you haven't written anything down. You've just been laughing at his face the entire time. That's what you're here for. Okay.
She's the Mercedes sponsor.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Looks like we're going to go with Maruti again. Damn it. Okay, number 13.
What does M stand for in an AI-driven language model called LLAMA?
Lama. Lama or La Martiniere, Calcutta, if you're from there. Well, just the M again. This is the important thing. We don't want you to answer anything else, so don't waste time. Just the M. Yeah. All right. 14. Question 14. In 2024, which AI company announced a breakthrough in creating a more energy-efficient chip designed specifically for running large-scale AI models? Like a gentleman told me models in the 90s were young girls on runways, and now it's this crap. Yeah. How the
I
world.
think he should be hosting Conmedic.
It's very painful, yeah. You hear models and you think girls, runway, pretty, and this is what we talk about.
I think it'll become the greatest show ever in India. Don't you think? Better job than Amitabh Bachchan?
I think
yes.
I have to go back.
Big round of applause if yes. Yes. Yeah, we'll all vote for this.
There's a village somewhere in Jharkhand where I'm welcome. I'm going back. We've got a very interesting 15th question. Okay, we have to first take a look at this video. This video has been made by Rohit Shetty and on his free time. So let's first play the video and then we'll ask the question.
Audio, please.
Sound.
Just double check the audio.
His digital
We didn't pay
twin.
for audio.
Can we
My
start it
thinking
once again?
And everything I am saying comes from a custom GPT. Hello, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here today. I'm an AI-generated version of Reid Hoffman, his digital twin. My thinking and everything I am saying comes from a custom GPT that is based on 20 years of Reid talking and making content. So I've read all his books, watched his speeches, and listened to his podcasts.
Yeah, this is fantastic. In fact, Reid Hoffman is going through a divorce right now because he was caught with another woman by his wife, and he said this is AI generated, but then she poked the other woman and the woman bled. So to cut a long story short, just be careful what you do with your AI. Reid Hoffman recently discussed his AI generated avatar, highlighting the potential uses and ethical considerations of such tech in professional networking. He's the co-founder and executive chairman of which organization? This, I think, is an easier question for some of the learned professionals in the room. Their take-home salary average of people here is like 17 crores a year. I mean, it's amazing. Fantastic. Just make them feel bad, no? Yeah. If they had stuck to Silicon Valley or the money they'd be making. But anyway, as we say in Kannada, c'est la vie. Yeah, is it in Kannada?
It's Kannada, c'est
It's
la vie.
globalization, brother. Globalization. Everybody's saying Jai Hind. Just go to UK. All right, so that's it. That's the quiz. Now, don't clap. What was clap for? There's no performance whatsoever. So guys, now what's going to happen is that while we tally, our professionals who are running around looking harassed will take the papers from all of you. Oh, it's a manual thing with all the tech in the room. I thought we're like, this is 70s now. This is Muraji Desai is the PM. Girls are walking around taking papers. And I mean, this is going to go on for 3 years. I'm going to call Vistara. I'll walk home. Are you serious? Okay, take your time. We're going to have to tally the points. Please stay where you are. What we will do is go through all the 15 quickly and give the answers.
Yeah, let's go through the 15. Can we pull up? Wait, let's just wait till all the papers have left the tables.
Also, you can shout out the answer, and I don't know if caps are done, but if we find any more prizes, we can throw them into the audience.
Yeah, I like this plan.
Yeah.
We can make people do questionable things as well. Actually, you can make people do, because you can't get fired, I can.
I'm fired. I've been fired already. The first one, you guys remember, recently launched Ola's AI model was built using local Indian knowledge, languages, and data. What is the name? Anyone? Let's see if you're right. Can we have the answer? We're waiting for the answer. Okay, our AI has stopped working, I think. Just check. But you know the answer, are you sure? So you did say it. Somebody said it in this table. That's right. Kritrim is the right answer. We don't have it on the board for some reason.
How many of you got it right? Hands up in the air. Hands up in the air. How many of you got it wrong? Hands up in the air. Okay.
Don't open your fucking mouth again. You know, this is a long day. I mean, that's really the prize for now. Yeah. Okay. What does T stand for in GPT? This is too easy. Everybody knew. Transformer, unfair. Okay, then the Mark Zuckerberg question is the third one. What is the name of those AR glasses that he launched on September 25th? You know everything, brother. Is he part of our company?
He's not, he's not.
It looks like you just come and take one of the positions if you know everything. And the name is, yeah, you're right, Orion.
Orion is the right answer. How many of you got it wrong? Hands up in the air. Okay, quite a few of y'all.
Wow. Next one, number 4. You want to do it?
No, go ahead, go ahead.
No, this one.
Which tech company introduced Claude, an AI assistant designed to rival ChatGPT? The answer was Anthropic is the right answer. Did he get it again?
No, he didn't get it, but everybody else got it. There's some kind of conspiracy going on here. I don't know what's going on. I'm a little worried. People in the back now, they've come for the Sharma wedding. They have no idea. This is just a wrong conference room they've come to and they're sitting there. Sangeet, kahan hai, bhaichod? I can hear him shouting from the back there. Boss, wrong room. They're getting up, they're going, two of them. Yeah. First all-male marriage. Congratulations, sir. That's Mr. Kapil Sharma. He's very famous. Yeah.
I am going to get into trouble.
Next one?
Like I said, he's going to walk away from this. Yeah, let's go to the next one.
Who's against gay marriage? Anyone here against gay marriage?
Name the tech giant.
People have become so scared. Back in the 70s.
Name the tech giant that gave OpenAI its biggest funding. What was the answer? Microsoft was the right answer, correct.
Yeah.
You knew this, right?
I had no idea, but I know Irapalli, Prasanna's first name is Irapalli, for example. So I have some knowledge of things. Sorry, next one.
Yeah.
Which Indian actor was recognized in Time's 100 most influential people in AI 2024?
So he is Harry. You were right about this.
It is Anil Kapoor. He is famously hirsute.
Got it right? Did you get it because of his clue or without his? Because of his clue.
Yeah.
Fantastic job.
No,
Science.
also the word artificial and Bollywood. No, I think that works well too. Look, Telugu.
Oh, no.
I don't know about Kannada. Kannada has done well, but Telugu has left us far behind. I can tell you that. Yeah. Then next one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who's the latest to resign from OpenAI's leadership? This is like a bitchy question, so they should get that. Yeah, that was right. Meera, you're singing like that's your cousin. Meera, she lives opposite. She's very close to me. We play carom when we were children. I've seen her undressed twice. That's not carom?
That's not carom.
That's carom in North Korea. Okay. Terminator. Come on.
The Terminator franchise.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, of course.
great.
Every single movie. What is the name of the AI system that becomes self-aware and initiates a nuclear war? The answer is Skynet is the right answer. It's our childhood coming back.
Oh, yeah, they all like the bodies.
How'd you say Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Arnold Schwarzenegger. You got to swallow the first part of the word. It's like Neil Kumble. Yeah. In the Terminator, oh yeah, we did that. Which humanoid robot developed by Hanson Robotics became the first AI system that becomes self-aware and initiate? No, that we've done. What the hell?
Change the...
I've given up alcohol. Who's drinking? Oh, I'll do it from here. Which humanoid robot developed by Hanson Robotics became the first robot to be granted citizenship by Saudi Arabia? And it was a woman. That's saying something about open society. A woman robot. Oh, do they have genders in robots?
I think so.
I mean, is it rude to check? I mean, you paid so much, you can check, right?
I'm not saying anything.
Brother, sister, yeah.
I'm pleading the fifth on all of this.
Okay. Next one.
Yes. What is the name of the... this is the long one which you gave to me. What is the name of the generative AI platform developed in India that supports multilingual and multimodal capabilities designed to enhance various applications, particularly in the healthcare sector? Ooh.
But he spoke.
How many of you said Indus? Hands up in the air. Congratulations, you're absolutely wrong.
Indus is with Pakistan, technically. We don't have the river anymore. They're part of the world. The answer is, and he did a whole seminar or whatever presentation, Dr. Vishnuvardhan.
Hanuman.
Hanuman kind of familiar with.
Yeah. Hanuman kind. Instagram youth. The Instagram youth is here. No, but yeah, it's Hanuman. H-A-N-O-O-M-A-N.
Anybody got that?
How many of you got that right? Hands up in the air. Fewer people. Okay. Did you all guess any other answers by any chance? Any other? Say. Jay.
I don't know. Young Travis Head, who starts very fast, he's run out of steam. First 5 overs, he was going berserk. And now last, I don't know what's happened. Seems to be distracted by the lights here, Chinnaswamy. He's not able to focus. In what year did IBM... Arey Baba, daru pila do usko. In what year did IBM's Deep Blue famously defeat Garry Kasparov, making a significant milestone in the history of AI? But the year, we need the year.
96, he said 96. He's back once again.
He's back.
He's off by 1 year, but
Yeah,
he's
but I
back.
think we should give it to him. Yeah, 96, 90. India, see, to be honest, we were behind the West at that time. So 97 there's 96 here. So I mean, I'm okay. I'm okay with 96. 96 fair?
Yeah, okay. I'm also okay with 96.
Bro, we've done setting for you. Jai Hind.
But 97 is the right answer, just letting you all know.
Balls, we're Indians, yeah, we do setting, change it. Well, anyway, it's a Russian thing, and Russia is almost like a pariah state now. We can't, it's okay, we've done it. Name the upcoming generative artificial intelligence model developed by OpenAI that specializes in text-to-video generation. The model generates short video clips corresponding to prompts from user, and you knew this answer.
Yeah, everyone's saying the answer. Sora is the right answer. How many of you got it right? Hands up in the air. Okay, how many of you got it wrong? Hands up in the air. Okay.
And what of people who just wrote, shut up? I mean, there must be someone who just write something disconnected. I hope there's someone doing that. What does M stand for in an AI-driven large language model called Llama?
What is it?
Very famous. They all know this.
Yeah, it's Meta. Meta is the right answer.
Meta. Okay. Or as we tell the rickshaw driver, Meta, please. They don't listen to us. We have two more. In 2024, which AI company announced a breakthrough in creating a more energy-efficient chip designed specifically for running large-scale AI models? Yeah, that seems to be a lot of people. People in the back are not even talking. I seriously think they're at the wedding. This is just not their thing. Anyone in the back has got the answer?
All the way at the back.
No, you're in the middle. You're in the middle. You're okay. Right in the back.
He's the hooligan, by the way. Sir, shout once again.
Oh,
yeah, that's him.
Acha, he's a nalayak. Okay, got it. The rascal.
He's a what?
He's a rascal in the room.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Down south, we prefer rascal.
But here's the best part. He's apparently the boss. So, like...
Typical. The worst behaved person has always been the boss. This is Bhargav! Or as I like to call him, bloody Bhargav!
See, you AIM people shouldn't be clapping right now. Okay. We're looking at you. This is all being recorded, by the way, just saying. Yeah. This will be pulled up for future reference.
See, what is the worst case scenario? They don't call us back again. They are only here to network. This quiz is wasting time.
It's true, it's true.
Okay, one more. And this was that sound clip that you heard.
Everyone, I'm thrilled to be here today. I'm an AI-generated version of Reid Hoffman, his digital twin.
We're playing it again?
My thinking and everything I am saying comes from a custom GPT that is based on 20 years of Reid talking and making content. So I've read all his books, watched his speeches, and listened to his podcasts.
All right. This is the place you guys are on all the time as loyal followers of the company you work in. LinkedIn! No, they're all feeling shy because they know. Looking for change. All right. Fair, that's it. Now, do we have the results?
Yeah, we're going to get the results up. We just need 2 more minutes.
There's a young lady putting this, that's the V for Victory sign of Winston Churchill in 1945. Excellent. Why is that? Oh, okay. All right. Everybody, peace out. Just waiting for the things to come in. In the meantime, we don't want to stop the flow that's going on. So shall we invite that winner back to say a few words because we didn't give him time on stage?
We didn't give him any time on stage.
He's not even paying attention.
What was his name? I forgot his name.
Shankar. They want you to come and say a few words while we wait for just for a minute, not more. Oh, one sec, Shankar, don't come. These two young girls are walking suspiciously.
No, they have nothing.
Us. They don't have anything?
No, they don't have anything.
Shankar, please come. Shankar, big hand to Shankar, our man of the match. Go.
He gets walk-up music and all. You didn't get walk-up music.
Nothing. I got a mic not working.
Yeah.
No script. Nobody here to help us.
There was no lights on when you walked on.
Shankar is special.
I would call him special man. Shankar, a few words of wisdom before we begin, please.
Now don't keep quiet, Shankar. Please talk. The fact that you have to say wisdom 4 times means this is a bad question. Can you name your favorite heroine and dance like her? No, it's a judgment call.
Okay. So great audience, great to be here. Cypher 2024, it was wonderful being here. And we got an award yesterday. It was very privileged for us. And of course with Cyrus, it's fun and joyful being here. Thank you so much. And Renault Nissan, I work for Renault Nissan. So I have the competency here for data and AI. So I'm here to collaborate with a lot of people.
Shankar, this is not a Miss India tournament.
And thank you so much for celebrating.
I thought you were going to make fun and jump around like a monkey, but this is no way to behave at a conference like this. But thank you.
You want me to jump like a monkey?
Yes, that's because he's given you your reputation as a rabble-rouser. The crowd wants action.
Kya action करना है?
Some Shankar. They want, yeah. DJ. Superb.
Thank you for celebrating me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shankar. And after 2 drinks, we request the clothes come off. Huh?
It's Michael Shankar.
If Shankar falls, we have LIC policies, so don't worry. Yeah. Okay, we've got the people. Anybody else wants to be in the list of 6? Quickly come and tell them. I'm sure we can do some setting. Yeah, do you? Come. Can we start taking people from the audience to save time? For some reason, they're either unable to read the writing or... Okay. We've come to the final. Guys, give us 30 seconds. One man is leaving. Don't leave. It's going to be much better. Give us a chance. You're treating me like my wife or my suhagrat. Come back. One more night. He also looks like her. She'll never find out, yaar. I'm safe. I'm safe, right? Okay. Ready? They're waiting. They want to drink. It's a Friday. Sorry? There's a tie. You're going to waste more time with your tie. Just don't take this so seriously. Just give one person the prize.
All right, so here's the thing. We have 6 people in a tie. So we're going to bring all 6 on stage.
Okay.
And we're going to have a buzz around.
Okay.
And we're going to take out 3 people from that. So you're obviously judge, jury, everything, executioner.
Okay.
So you have the honor of calling out all of these people onto the stage. So that's the team name. So just call out the team name. When he does call out your name, come on to the stage. We're going to have a buzz around. We're going to put the questions on the screen, and it's going to be a knockout. So 3 people will remain from the 6. Go ahead, Cyrus.
Okay, you might have to help me because the handwriting is in early Devanagari, the Prakriti script, which although I'm a fan of Mahavir Jain and Gautama Buddha, I'm not familiar with all the works. The first name is Bhavna, right?
Yeah.
Bhavna, and the team is called GE Aerospace. Bhavna and GE Aerospace.
Come up on stage quickly.
Quickly.
That's it. They'll come up next.
Okay.
Let's go to the next one.
The next one is?
Yeah.
The next sheet is, okay. I think Ashfaq, please check.
Yeah.
Ashfaq, and it's...
There's no team name.
It's Allstate.
Allstate is the team?
I
That's the organization.
Okay.
Yeah, Allstate
so we'll
is
call
it.
it Allstate for now.
Where are y'all? Can we have the lights on in the audience so we can see them?
Ashfaq and Pawan.
Where's Ashfaq?
Come fast, guys. So that's 2. Then we have... The team is Mosaic and the person is Varun. Varun and Yogesh. Sound like a couple. Varun and Yogesh. That's Varun and Yogesh. Just check it's correct. Then we have the waivers. Waivers?
Yes, the waivers.
Mike and Guneet.
Where are they? Mike, Guneet? Hand up in the air.
Mike for sure is team member 1. Possibly Guneet.
Mike, are you here?
Then we have...
They've left. Mike
then he solved the problem.
Yeah.
Mike and Guneet have gone. So thanks Mike and Guneet for saving time. Now this is my favorite name, Pink Floyd lovers, Comfortably Dumb. Vivek Krishnamurthy and Saket Padhi. So Vivek and Saket. We met Vivek and Saket before.
Yeah. Were you all on stage last year as well by any chance?
Yeah, the police had to be called. They just wouldn't leave. Yes, I Saket. Thanks a lot, man. Then we've got
Kenny for Sohini.
Kenny D. And maybe the name is called Kenny for Sohini. Kenny and Sohini are the two people. Kenny,
She's just randomly shouting things.
I can't, it sounds like my mother-in-law. I just this noise and I'm just looking away, hoping it ends fast. Oh.
Right, so she's in a wheelchair and she cannot get up. How can you do this, Cyrus?
There you go.
How?
There's only one way. Wheelchairs for everybody. Let's be sensitive.
So,
can't we get her up? There must be a ramp on that side.
So I think I have to go there with the mic.
Okay, so Kenny, can you come up? And Sohini can help from there. We'll work it out. There's no way. There's no problem. Come on. Kenny, what are you doing? Why do you go under the table? Okay. So a big hand to Kenny and to Sohini.
Kenny, come up. Sohini, would you make your way here if you don't mind? Yeah. If there's anything you need assistance with, let us know here.
If anybody can confidently pick up the wheelchair and put her nicely on stage, it would be great. You don't have confidence.
She doesn't have confidence.
She's been in rickshaws in Bangalore. She knows what it's like. Okay, fair. We won't do that. Don't worry. But yeah, just be there so you can make eye contact with Kenny, and we can also, yeah. We'll have to give her a separate mic though, when the time comes. Okay, so is that good now? Can we go? We need the first round of the first.
So just checking, Mike is not here, right? Mike?
Yeah, gone, they've gone.
Okay, missing. No problem. Just making a quick announcement. Hari Krishna, are you here? Hari Krishna?
We need the
From All Stake, Hari Krishna, where are you?
questions.
Okay, so you guys are through to the next round. You don't need to be a part of this, so stick around. Don't go anywhere. Apart from y'all, we have Team Non-Tech, Snigdha. Full enthusiasm, full. Okay, so y'all also sit right there. Y'all are into the next round. And last but not the least, Cypher Geeks. Where are the Cypher Geeks? There you are. So yeah, just y'all are into the next round as well. Stick right there.
So, can we start? It's a little confusing. Okay. Okay. The questions are going to come on the stage, but I'm just trying to clarify if this is the first round or the tiebreaker for the first round.
So this is going to be an elimination, so we need to get rid of 2 teams from here.
Okay, got it. Got it.
So y'all need to hit the buzzer, and the person that hits the buzzer first basically gets to answer. Simple enough? Don't keep hitting the buzzer now.
Yeah. Last year the buzzer
Stop it!
The buzzer didn't work, as you remember last year. Just ignore it and continue. Okay. So can we have the questions? Who is the CEO of NVIDIA?
We have green.
Green?
The answer is? Well, can we get mics onto the stage? But for now. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Jensen Yuang.
I'm sure that's the right answer.
Do we have the answer on stage? Like on screen as well?
I think they don't have the answers on screen. We'll just go to the next one.
Yes.
We have to eliminate people really quickly. This is like the pandemic now.
Yeah.
So what is the second one? Second question, please. Who is the CEO of OpenAI? Guys, you can look behind also.
We had them on the right press the button first. They press the button second. They press the button third. Go ahead with the answer.
So you need put your hand up immediately in case he doesn't get it also. We're watching.
Altman.
Say again?
Sam Altman.
Sam Altman.
Sam Altman.
Yeah.
Okay, we will move on to the next question.
Is that correct? Yeah, except it's pronounced Altman, huh? He gets very offended. Yeah. And in Gujarati, we say same. So guess correctly, please. Yeah, next. Who is the CEO of Microsoft?
We had Red press the buzzer first.
Yeah, he did.
Red?
Yeah, they pressed.
Saket?
Satya Nadella.
Is that correct?
He's asking the question. That's the best part.
Maybe that the name is pronounced like that with the question. Yeah?
All right, we move on to the next question. They're done? So these are the 3 moving on to the next round.
There's an objection. Okay.
There is no more questions. So we have y'all who are moving on to the next round. Did all of them get it correct? I'm looking to the judge towards
So
the
who
side.
moves? There's no confusion here, guys. Just relax. It's very clear. Who moves to the next round? Even they don't know. All right. This is like the BMC in Mumbai when I asked why the water is flowing. Sorry? 1, 2 and 5 go to the next round. Okay, so 1, 2, and 5 stay.
No, 6, I
Sorry,
think it's
sorry,
6.
sorry. This is like Bakra. 1, 2, and 5. No. 1, 2, and 6. 5. We gave you bad news when we said you don't have HIV. I'm so sorry to tell you. Yeah, I read the report wrong. So who stays?
So 1, 2, and 6 stays.
Okay.
4 and 5, unfortunately, have to go off stage. Can we give them a big round of
4
applause,
and
though?
5. Thank you. But you have to go. Thank you, guys. Now we'll have the other 3 coming up. That's it? Thank you, Kenny. Well done, well played. Yeah, yeah. In the meantime, we're just trying to figure out the rules now. So who's left? Hello? Grandmaster? Okay, give us a minute. Let me talk to the jury. Who has qualified? We're waiting for the list. Yeah, right here. Okay, there's some bureaucratic mess up that's happening. We have no idea why. Just stay. You 3 have qualified, and we're trying to figure out who else. Yeah. Those 3 that had already qualified have been handed down.
So, requesting team, non-tech, this Snigdha and Bunch, where are you all at?
There's only one person clapping.
Have they left?
No, I'm not saying clap. I'm just it's an observation.
You're not there. Come up on stage.
Come on stage. Come on stage.
Quickly, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Moving on, we have Cypher geeks who are moving on to the next round as well. Please come and take
Can we get
one of the... And last but not least, we have Hari Krishna from Allstake. So just double checking, Hari Krishna, hand up in the air so we know who you are. There, come up on stage.
Okay, now we've got 6 teams. And yeah, one pair to come. There you go. Come on, boys, jaldi. Hurry up. We have to pay for the auditorium. Okay, that's good. We got 6 teams. Okay.
Also, make sure you don't keep pressing the button. So when you keep pressing the button, we're going to get the wrong information there, right? And you have to press the button only after we give you the question, all right? Yeah? So should we not pull on?
If they press the buzzer in the middle, we just stop and they have to answer.
They have to.
It's like that's the end of the question because they seem to know it.
Okay.
Okay, that's like a whatever decision.
Sounds like a plan.
So here are the rules. Round 1, 6 questions, 100 points for correct answer, no passing through, no negative marking. All right? So you can't pass it, so don't bother answering if you're on the other team. Question 1 is for the first team. We're starting with green, since we don't know the names. We're starting with green. What is the code name used by OpenAI internally for its projects related to advanced AI models such as GPT-4 O1 and O1 Mini? You can look behind as well, guys. No passing, though.
Strawberry.
Can I give the answer? You are right. Strawberry, well done. And moving on to the second, Saket, who came 3rd last year. This phone introduced the Add Me feature recently. This new AI feature uses augmented reality to include the person taking the photo in the group shots. Name the phone. No passing, bro, no passing. I mean, you can, but let him fail first. But you won't get points.
Snapchat?
What is it? Did you make a body sound? What is it?
I think this is going to, red or pink, right?
Sorry?
So this is just double checking. Like this is going to the second team, right?
Second team.
Yeah.
Saket's team.
So yellow, don't answer. Yellow. Oh, they don't know the yellow.
Okay, Saket.
Team 4.
Let him answer. Go. Fast.
Pixel 9?
The full name?
Pixel 9 Pro?
No, before the pre-name.
Google Pixel 9 Pro.
Yeah, don't be a show-off. Fabulous. What a talent. Really good stuff. Now, question 3 is for the purple team. Which Bangalore-based startup recently made a significant leap in the field of AI by launching an open-source foundational model that supports 10 Indian languages?
Sarvam?
Ola.
Okay, I'll give it to you. You should say AI also, because that's technically how it's written. But you are right.
All right, just letting you all know, it's going like that. So stop giving the answers.
Baba, if they don't know.
Now it's your turn. Now.
Okay.
The confusion in her face.
The only lady on stage and the misbehavior has been pointed to. Okay.
Ola.
Wait. Ready? Are you ready? Yeah.
Ola.
Oh, are you calling me? Hola. Spanish. No. Is that the correct answer? Damn it, I can't find the question. Is it correct?
So basically, we have to go to the fourth question now, Cyrus.
Oh, okay.
Team number 3 gave the answer.
Correct. The fourth question hasn't come up.
As you can see, this is the greatest quiz on planet Earth. So can we give Cyrus a huge round of applause for the greatest quiz master to ever exist?
So green will go again. Let 4 come up. 4,
That's
please.
Yellowish green, by the way. It's yellow.
Yellowish green, greenish yellow. Okay, which AI-driven technology is the only one I could answer? Has been used in tennis to assist referees by detecting whether the ball is in or out, significantly improving decision-making accuracy and causing tantrums. It's also used in other sports, more familiar to you in India. Come on. Audience, everybody knows. Can we allow the audience? Can we allow the audience?
If they don't get it, I think we can let the audience answer.
Everybody else knows. Okay. Your time is running out. Audience? Hawkeye, don't you watch anything? What the hell? Damn it. Number 5, Pinky. Team Pinky. Okay, look for your question. Which fintech company in USA has recently cut 50% of its workforce and ended partnerships with Salesforce and Workday as it doubles down its own in-house AI-powered solutions? Oh.
Intel.
Sorry?
Intel.
Did you say Intel?
Intel.
Oh, that's not the right answer. It doesn't carry, but audience? Does audience know? Financial tech company. Even I know that, Baba. Bro, we can't keep expanding. This is not like my, father's school and you do what you want and all. Don't judge by the bad organization on stage. The questions remain. Anybody knows from the panel? No one? Yeah?
Someone saying PayPal here.
Who?
PayPal.
Goldman.
PayPal?
Goldman.
No. It's very simple. It's Klarna. I look at the way he's saying like I knew it and all that. Unbelievable. Okay, we have one more. Team Bluey. And the question is, what is the name of the AI system developed by IBM that competed on the quiz show Jeopardy and defeated former champions in 2011?
Watson.
Oh, very good. Well done. So after that scintillating round filled with mistakes by the host, let's see the score. First round scores will come up in a second. Guys, don't feel pressure because there's lots to come and there are many ways to catch up, even if it's like 0, right till the end.
While we're waiting for the questions, can we just check your buzzers? Team 1, just press your buzzer once.
Using only your face, press the buzzer.
Press it on the other side. No? Team 2, just check your buzzer. Team 3. Team 3 means, hello, madam. You didn't, yeah. No, Team 4, press it. Okay, Team 5. Your Team 5. Yeah, okay. Team 6. Yeah.
Second round. Why can't we just have someone saying buzzer from the team? That's good enough. Just shout buzzer.
Okay, no one press it right now. Team 1, just press it again. Someone's pressing it. Okay, just hold on, no one press it. We're just going to reset this once again.
Boys, don't use your legs to press the buzzer. Huh?
Is it reset? Okay, it's reset. So Team 1, only Team 1. Yeah, it's working. Yeah. Okay, Team 2. Wait, hold on. He has to reset it every time. Okay, so Team 2 is working. Okay, hold on. He's reset it now. Team 3. Perfect. Wait. Hold on. He's reset it. Team 4. It's working. Nice. Team 5. Perfect. Okay. Team 6.
Perfect. So it's all working, Cyrus?
I'll tell you what the problem is here as a tech consultant. All the buzzers sound the same. Imagine if all the contestants have the same name. Let's say Arun. Madness. So every time the buzzer goes out, nobody knows whose buzzer it is.
He's taking a selfie on stage, Cyrus.
So here's my
Smile.
point. When you hit the buzzer, be very clear that you hit the buzzer and fight for it. The score so far, turn around guys, look at your own scores. Team 1, rocking with 100. Team 2 also rocking 100. Team 3,
Rocking 0.
little less. Team 4,
You got it right. You got it right.
you got it right? Did Team 3 get it right?
Diversity and inclusion.
Team 3, we're checking. The jury, you are right. And it's good that you fight for yourself because I had no idea. I was going to say you're the worst team ever. 100, 100, 100. Team 4, 0. Team 5, I suspect 0. And Team 6, 100. That I remember. Okay, so that's the round 1 over, but now we have the complicated round 2. Rules are totally different. Total question 6, 100 points per question. Now pass allowed. 50 points when passed, but when you get the pass, the person who does the pass gets only 50, not 100. And no negative marking, so you can take a shot. So let's start again. Let's be very clear. Green, dark green. Here's your question. Okay, first question. It's a sound that you're
What
going to
we are
hear.
referring to as artificial intelligence is a tremendous empowerment. We are on that threshold where human beings could launch themselves to become superhuman beings. At the pace at which this particular technology will go, the transition time that it allows people to catch up is so little.
Okay, I'll give you the hint, but if you know, Green, this is for you first. If you know, you can answer, if you can identify the voice, but I'll give you the details as well to help you. At Salesforce's annual Dreamforce event in San Francisco, which spiritual leader shared his thoughts on the intersection of AI and policy, emphasizing that policies often lag behind tech advancement and urging companies and governments to minimize the negative aspects of AI proliferation. Very famous spiritual leader. And
Team 2, if you're saying it out that loud, they're going to
Okay,
hear
Team
you.
1, if you don't know it, it passes, so decide fast. Anybody else? Team 2. Who do we go with first? There was no buzzer hit. Help.
So there's no buzzer, so you just pass us on.
We'll pass it on to
Yeah, we pass it on
we just
to
pass
team
to the
two.
next question, next in line. So,
Sadhguru.
perfect. Well done.
She's abusing me from there, Cyrus. She's shouting at me.
We know the answer, but we're not getting the chance.
Oh,
No. There's a system. The AI system in place is that the next guy will get the option. If they fail, the next guy gets the option. And we go on like that. Please understand that Elon Musk is behind all this, not me. We haven't designed these games or rules. Okay? Don't worry, you'll get a chance to catch up. Round 3 is fantastic. I'm just saying that, huh? It's all rubbish. Let's go to the next. That's Team Red. Your question.
Well, color me intrigued. Are you about to reveal something about AI? Or more specifically about me as a part of OpenAI?
Johansson said hearing that.
Okay, so Team Red first. Name the famous actress who expressed anger and concern over the similarity of OpenAI's ChatGPT, wait for Red first, voice called Sky to her own voice.
Scarlett Johansson.
Very good. You are friends?
Used to be.
You,
In my dreams.
Oh, in your, please don't take it further. It's a very, very mild audience today. Please don't. We don't want to know. In my dreams. Okay. It's correct answer. So you get your points. Yeah, well done. Let's hear the next sound bite.
I know that there is a lot of hype about AI's need for massive data sets, and having more data does help. But contrary to the hype, AI can often work just fine even on modest amounts of data.
Okay, so I'll give you the, unless you're, are you comfortable with the question?
I already have the answer. So.
Andrew NG.
Very good, very good. One question, do you also see him in your dreams like he does Scarlett? It's okay, yaar. It's an open AI question. Well done. A lot of pressure on team 4, which is the mixed sex
I
team.
want to emphasize that
Team light green,
this is
almost
not
yellow.
Really something that I advocate, or this is not prescriptive. This is simply hopefully predictive.
The voice is known, so don't get excited. See the question. Name the startup by this businessman which launched the Grok chatbot and claims to be building the world's largest data center. It's 3 letters.
Shall we play that for you once again? Do you want to hear the audio once again? Yeah? Can we play the audio once again?
I do want to emphasize that this is not really something that I advocate or this is not prescriptive. This is simply hopefully predictive.
Again, we ask. Hey, guys.
You can't do that.
Guys, please don't. I mean, if you do
See,
cheat,
you can't do that.
do
So
it very
they
discreetly.
got the answer from there, so.
Yeah, but okay, let's see. Can you give her a chance? Team almost green. Can you do
SpaceX.
Who?
SpaceX.
SpaceX, you're saying?
SpaceX.
Why? We gave you all those clues. It's XAI. Oh, it should have gone. We should have passed it. A premature ejaculation happened. We should have passed it. We didn't pass it. Sorry, guys. It's his fault. Please. You had someone telling you the answer which was also incorrect. After cheating, if you fail, now what else can we do? अच्छा, जब इल्जाम लगाना है तो हिंदी में बात करते हैं? Okay, done. As you can see, this is a very, very fair and just system. Moving on. Question 5. Question 5.
The weaponization
Pink.
of AI is the biggest danger. I think that we will get into the equivalent of a nuclear arms race with AI. And if we don't build it, the other guys are for sure going to build it.
Okay, listen to the, read the thing first before you jump. Identify the famous Canadian filmmaker. He's a major figure in post-New Hollywood era, often uses novel tech with a classical filmmaking style, and a director who talks on the dangers of AI. He's one of the first big names to talk against AI. So, I can give you hints. He's very popular, and one of his most famous films is mispronounced in Gujarat all the time. Come on, Pinky boys. Take a crack. There's no negative marking. Bolo, bolo.
Stephen.
Who?
Stephen.
Just Stephen. One word. Would. One minute, who's Stephen? He met a guy at a bus station or something. He's just given me his name. What the? This is a very bizarre quiz. I feel marijuana should be legalized. I can't take this anymore. Okay, it passes to Bluey. Bluey, I've given you all a hint. He's very popular. He's a mainstream filmmaker. He's by no means an art filmmaker, avant-garde, none of that. It's mainstream. Huge global hits. Huge. Not like America-centric. Global hits. Pass. Okay, pass. Greenie. First, back to you. Green. Take a chance, guys. Giving more hints would be wrong, right?
Can we?
Wait. How can you go back now? It's gone to green.
Can we?
And go back.
Actually, we're taking our time to. Actually, we didn't complete our time answer. Can we give it a try?
You're asking me. I'm not the jury. The jury are those 4 young girls who are not even here. Oh, 2 of them are.
Can we?
Can we go back? But that's not fair to green. Decide fast.
Can we?
Or let the audience decide. Then democracy. Audience, let's go back to blue. Sorry. Oh, what a hostile audience. Don't stand for elections, huh? Not happening. Green, come on. It might come back to you. No? Okay. Red?
Is it Steven Spielberg?
Steven Spielberg. In the family, but not really.
James Cameron.
Yes! James Cameron. Haven't you seen that famous picture in Ahmedabad called Titanic? That's the guy. Yeah. Okay, well done. We have one more. Yeah. 6. Number 6, please.
Scientific progress we're going to see. I'm a big believer that real sustainable improvements in quality of life come from scientific and technological progress.
Right? Those are the categories. Take a look and choose fast. Okay, the scores have come. It's team 1-0. Okay. I think my scorer between you and me is 6 years old with mental issues. I don't know where the score is coming from. For now, I'm reading it out. It may be wrong, so relax. Oh, they've given up the score. They've taken the scores off. We'll get back to you with the scores. This is like Soviet Union. We will decide the scores at any point. You keep trying. Let's have a look at the 12 categories, guys. Will that at least come on? No. We've lost confidence in the entire AI of the AV. So here it comes. I'll read it for now, see if you can remember. Your 12 options are India. I repeat, India. Startups and innovation. Startups and innovation. Movies. Movies. Sports. AI regulations. AI regulations. About AIM. About AIM. Green economy. Green economy. AI history and key figures. AI history and key figures. Then AI ethics. AI ethics. Robotics. Robotics. Generative AI, and gaming. And in true synchronized style, I've got the scores at the wrong time. So team 1 is 100, team 2 is 300, team 3 250, team 4, show your face. Don't worry. You know how to tell that kid will never win a race. And team 5 also 0, and team 6 100. Okay? Now, do you remember the categories, guys? Because once you choose the category, they'll give me the question. Okay, that's how it works. So, can we have the categories for them to look at? It's a little tough for me to. I mean, the best I can do is show them this. Oh, it's come. Okay. So 12 categories, each team gets to pick 2 categories. All right? So let's start with team A. Which categories do you pick? Yeah. Yeah, so there are 2 semi-rounds here, so one at a time you can pick. For this question, pick one, and then we'll hopefully have time to... Sorry? Generative AI. Okay. Wow. Give them easy ones like sports. Didn't want that.
Okay, could we request all of y'all to like hold on to the mics and use the mics? It would be a lot better even for Cyrus on stage. So hence the confusion the last time.
So for Team Green, generative AI, which AI model developed by OpenAI is capable of generating realistic images from text descriptions and was first released in 2021?
Delhi.
Say it again.
Delhi.
Like the capital of India, Delhi. Wow, yaar. He's a Delhi boy. Excellent. Kya baat hai? Well done. Let's choose the next one. That's red now.
Movies.
Nice. You want like adult movies? Subcategory? Huh? Okay. He wants, all right. This is midgets in porn. Subcategory. I'm kidding. Behave yourself. In which movie does a young programmer participate in a groundbreaking AI experiment where he interacts with an advanced humanoid AI named Ava, leading to a tense exploration of consciousness and morality? The movie's name
is Ex Machina.
Sorry?
Ex Machina.
Ex?
Ex Machina 2015.
Is that the right pronunciation? He seems to know it.
Yeah, it's the right pronunciation.
I gave him midget porn. This is what he watches. Okay. You are right. Well done. Superb. So this is working, guys. You seem to know your subject. So let's go with number 3. What do you want? Take a look. Look at it again. Look behind. It's there on the screen.
Yeah, Gen AI.
You want?
Generative AI.
What did you say? Generative AI. Again, generative AI.
Is that allowed?
Is that allowed? It's not allowed. They've taken the thing.
Can we go back to the... Thank you.
Yeah. Choose again. Try not to re-choose.
Startups and innovation.
Sorry.
Startups and innovation.
Okay. Startups and innovation. Oh, that was quick. Okay, which company recently received the breakthrough device? Oh, wow. Suddenly it's all working. We gave him coffee. It's excellent. Which company received the breakthrough device designation from FDA for blind? So read it yourself, guys. An experimental implant aimed at restoring vision in individuals who have lost sight in both eyes. Purple? No? No clue. I do, but there are no marks. We should let him answer. No marks for passing. Let him answer, no? Okay, you can answer, but you won't get any points. Who wants to answer? Do you know the answer?
Blue. Blue knows the answer, apparently.
Go ahead.
Neuralink.
You're right, and you get no points. Isn't life unfair? When you knew the answer, we had already moved to green. Now you got it right. I mean, this is terrible. Don't go to the stock market for 2 days, whatever happens. Let's go to, is it green, light green, yellow, whitish, or blue? So it's difficult.
Number 4, number 4.
Number
yes.
4? No,
So which one do you choose?
Which one do you choose?
About aim.
About AIM.
About AIM.
In what year was Cypher the premier AI and data science conference organized by AIM, first established to bring together industry leaders and enthusiasts? Which was the year?
2014.
Say it again.
2014.
So I'm going to do one thing. I think it's fair to give you, because these are tough ones when you ask for date. You're almost there. I can't say more than that.
15.
Yes? Can we give him? I think it's fair. They're struggling, they need a little help here. You know when the kid is backward in the class, then you have to do something, no? Aage, push karke. Well done, guys, you got it. Don't look at me like that, I can't do anything more.
I think you're just afraid of the woman yelling at you and stabbing you while you leave. So, which is why you're just
Firstly,
covering.
You never say the woman to a woman.
Oh, okay.
Never.
Apologize.
Bro,
I
23
apologize.
years of marriage. The woman is in another state, so I can say it. Let's go to pink.
Sports.
Oh, nice. Sports. Sports with a tech theme. Let's see what we get. Which major tennis tournament used? So that's a... Okay, so which tournament used artificial intelligence for the first time to shield players from online harassment? This is... people abuse tennis players, not like India where we never abuse cricketers. So, come on guys, Pinky. Major tennis tournament is your... I mean...
Wimbledon.
Yes, perfect. Wimbledon. 6, blue. Choose.
Generative AI.
Generative AI. But we've done that, right? We're done. And can you take your hand out of your pocket? It's vulgar, yaar. We don't know what you're doing.
Robotics.
He's generating some AI of his own. I'm a little worried here. And women in the audience also. Plus some men who don't like women. So hang on.
Robotics.
Robotics. He just ignored me. He's from my wife's side. Ignored. Robotics. And which robotics company acquired by Google in 2013 is known for developing robots like Atlas, Spot, and capable of advanced mobility and agility? You wanted robotics? Hai koi jawab?
Deep Mind.
What?
Deep Mind.
You're just making it up, no? I'll give you one more chance. Come on, fast. Because you've had bad luck so far. No?
Boston Dynamics.
Huh? I'm getting a heart attack. You're right. Can we let him keep it? They had really bad luck. Audience, let's be a little flexible here. This is a crappy show anyway. Let's give them a chance. You get it. Well done. Well done. See? So life's not that unfair if you have a godfather. Right? That takes us to now the second part of the third round. So we come back. Abhi 6 are gone. So we have 6 left. You have to choose from the 6 that are left, which are, can we remove them? We can't remove them. So we're just trying to remember. Green, look back, decide another subject. Che gaya hai, che ruka hai. You decide.
So which ones are left?
You say, and then the buzzer sound will come if it's been done before.
India is available, right? Startups and innovation, AI regulations, green economy, AI ethics, AI history and key figures. Correct? Gaming.
Is startup and innovations done?
Startups and innovation done, right? Done.
What's done?
Okay. AI ethics.
AI?
Ethics.
Has AI ethics not done, right? Not done, okay. AI ethics. In 2018, a major tech company, look at that, discontinued its facial recognition software sales to law enforcement agencies due to concerns about privacy and potential bias in the tech. Which company made this decision, sparking a broader debate on the ethical use of AI? Very, very iconic name again for the time. Bro, we can't wait forever. Can I give them a hint? Anybody wants to give a hint? Okay. No? It's 3 letters. 3-letter answer. Like FUC. What did you say? Say it in the mic, no?
IBM.
Correct answer. See, guys, we can work together. It's called cogging. Together we can win an exam. Done. Next, red. Choose.
India.
India. They want India. Okay. This India's first AI unicorn is reportedly planning to raise 500 million to an initial public offering. The startup, known for its AI and advanced analytics solutions, expect to pursue a public listing in the first quarter of 2025. Name the company. It's the first AI unicorn of India. I mean, this is a convention for... You want a hint? The 3rd letter of the name is A. I mean, I can't make it that easy like IBM, yaar. Come on. No? Okay. The last letter is L. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 letters. So I give you an A and an L. Huh? More than that I can't give you, yaar. Then I might as well spell the whole thing. Saket is going through, I don't know, a list of girls he dated in his mind. Shefali, Urvashi, Anjali. Done? Okay, it doesn't carry forward, so we have to give you the answer. Anybody knows in the audience? Everybody knows in the audience. Fractal. Yeah. You will get a special prize to audience members who answer correctly, so we're identifying you. Yeah, put your hands up and you'll get your presents later. Okay. Next, purple. What do you choose?
What's left?
What's left? What's left? Green economy is left.
Gaming is
Gaming
left.
is left.
AI ethics, I'm guessing, is left.
The AI ethics is done.
Oh, it's done. Okay. AI regulations.
Regulations?
AI history and key figures is done.
Green economy, AI regulations, gaming, and AI history.
AI history.
You're saying it like, you know, like you got the ugliest date at the prom. Okay, done. AI history and key figures. Look and answer. Which influential AI researcher is known for developing the back propagation algorithm?
Jeffrey Hinton.
Wow. Say the name again. Say his name again.
Say the name again.
Jeffrey Hinton.
I can't hear you.
Jeffrey Hinton.
No, what's his father's name? Pretty smart Alex here, really, all of them. Okay, well done. You got the points. Let's go to lightish green, off-white, blue, pink. Number 4. Which one do you want out of green economy, gaming, and AI regulations? Huh?
Movies is not there, madam.
Movies is already... Are you not paying attention?
Gaming.
Gaming? Gaming, says the gentleman, who is the vice captain of that team. Which AI system developed by DeepMind became the first AI to defeat a world champion Go player in 2016? A game considered more complex than chess due to its vast number of possible moves. It's a very famous name, although I've never played it.
Are we going to give them a clue?
Yeah, AI system. Very well-known name. I mean, what else can we say? Anything else, you'll get it. That's why. Guys, but you can, I mean, once they give up, you can try, but no points. She's feeding him a Golgappa. They're just doing their own thing. What are you discussing, guys? Either you know it or you don't know it. You can't make it up. It isn't like a name for your child. Kaun sa?
Yaad nahi hai.
Yaad nahi. So you think by giving this answer, we'll find some sort of draw. Like neither won nor lost, somewhere in the middle. Is yaad nahi okay? Diplomatic answer.
Can you give us a clue?
I
Use
can, but
use the mic, please.
It's a very, if I give you a clue, you will get it. Because how can I? Okay. It's something to do with a traffic signal. Slightly complex clue. Still no?
Shall I give them a little slightly better clue?
Well, how many more clues to give? I'll just give them the answer.
She's looking for me in the audience.
Okay.
She wants to yell at me again and threaten my life.
Okay, come on, give fast.
Okay, so the answer, part of the answer is in the question. Part of the answer is in the question. She's like, I know. I didn't need you to tell me this. You man.
Come on. He's giving you a very, guys, you all know it now.
I actually give you 2 clues.
I think
right
the
there.
only team that doesn't know the answer is now our team. This is the same thing as like when you read the ticket to see the seat number.
No, she's saying no. Okay.
Giving up? Okay, anybody else? Go. You have no points.
AlphaGo.
Everybody's saying AlphaGo. What is this acting? I said traffic signal, stop, go. He said go hai isme. He gave you the word.
I also said man. I said man. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Remember, the Olympic spirit is about just taking part. And then, of course, being shamed by your country later. Now, that's done. We have only green economy, AI regulations. Boys, pinkies. Green, yeah, AI regulation. AI regulation, green economy. Both are AI related, so you decide.
AI regulations.
AI regulation, please. The question is, which US state's governor recently signed a bill restricting the use of AI digital replicas in film and television projects? Come on, this is, I don't want to give hints. It's like okay, it's the most obvious, yaar.
California.
See, AlphaGo also we helped, so I feel bad. We had to. Okay, right answer, California. Other participants are very unhappy with the spoon feeding that's going on with the weaker sections of society. Guess what? Again, bad luck. You don't have a choice. It has to be green economy. So here's the question. Which company announced green energy powered data centers for AI in Jamnagar, which is one of the states in the United States of America now?
Reliance Industries.
I mean, this is a ridiculous question. I mean, all of them had a challenge. And this guy gets like Jamnagar. For what, 1 month the internet was only about Jamnagar. It's not fair. I say you give back the points on principle. Okay, let's try and get the scores while we go to the 4th and final round.
By the way, the 4th and final round will be the buzzer round, and there will be negative marking. Just double check. Yes, there'll be negative marking.
Okay.
Yes. So just in case you hit the buzzer and you give the wrong answer or you don't give an answer,
Okay.
you will get negative marking. Okay? So letting you all know, so don't randomly hit it.
Also, due to a glitch in AlphaGo, we can't show the scores immediately. We'll show it towards the end. So we'll go straight into the buzzer round. We're waiting for the questions. And this is negative marking, right?
Yes, negative marking.
We'll get the rules. We'll just read them out. Can we have round 4 ka rules?
Okay, so now do not hit the buzzers right now. Don't keep checking it because we can see who has hit it first here, okay? And yeah, that's about it. Cyrus, over to you.
Yeah. So we'll have 12 questions, 6 and 6, reverse. Buzzer round, correct answer, you get 100. And negative or wrong answer, you get minus 50. So you can try, but you get minus 50. Okay, so it's just hitting the buzzer, and then obviously hitting the buzzer next gets the option. So first question in the buzzer round will come on. Oh, we got them here as well, okay. Go, guys, take a look. The OpenAI co-founders, new venture, Safe Superintelligence, secured $1 billion for Safe AI. Name the founder.
Yeah. So number 2.
One second, did you hit the buzzer?
Yes, they did. Number 2.
Okay, go ahead.
Ilyas Sutskever.
Oh, you're too good, bro. You know, I thought you were a pornographer, but you're much more than that. You're much more than that. I feel you're going to win this. This is my personal feeling. Okay, next question. Remember, anybody can go. What is the name of the CrowdStrike cybersecurity platform?
Ooh, number 6 got that.
Bro, now we can't complete it.
CrowdStrike.
All strike.
Now let me check. Can I complete it for the others? I'll complete it for the others.
Okay. Platform name.
Okay, so just in case they don't get it, do we pass this on? Yes, we can pass this on.
No,
So
they have to hit the buzzer, whoever else wants to.
The rule said there are no pass on.
Does anybody hit the buzzer?
Yeah.
You'll have to, whoever hit the buzzer next.
No, just hold on. But if you don't get this right or you don't answer, you get negative 50. So are you going to answer?
Is it Falcon sensor platform?
Yeah, here's the problem. He's already answered incorrectly.
Oh, he's already answered?
Yeah.
Then it's negative marking. He gets a negative 50 then.
Now we've got a huge legal issue here. Let me explain to the August audience our problem. He's already answered wrong. Somebody else should have got a choice immediately to answer, and one or two people were ready with it. I think 2 teams were ready with it. But we went back and let him go again, and now he got it right. So in the words
so it's negative marking.
of Hassan Sadat Manto, what the do we do?
Okay, so negative 50 is what they're going
Okay,
to record,
but
negative
we can't
50.
pass it on because
No.
he's given the answer.
So there won't be any passing for this round, unfortunately.
Okay. Question 3, buzzer. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, what is the name of Tony Stark?
Number 2 hit the buzzer.
Jarvis.
Jarvis? Very good.
Jarvis is the right answer, yeah?
Jarvis is correct. In Marathi, we say Jarvis, but that's good. That's good. So, looks like red is sailing ahead. Team 4, light green, please, you can still win. Question 4. Rahul Dravid recently announced his partnership as the first ever brand ambassador for which global company?
Number 6 has hit it. Yes, give us the answer in the mic.
Think, you know this.
Salesforce.
Very good.
Please,
Very good. Very good. So I think Team Blue is good. It's just that they've not negotiated properly when to answer correctly. That's it. But you got it. Well done. Question 5. Buzzer is gone. Question 5, please. Which telecom company in India has launched a groundbreaking high tech that automatically detects?
Number 2 has it. Yes, please.
Airtel.
You have the answers? You have the answers, be honest. You're sure, no? Show your hands. Huh?
I just got a message from Airtel today morning saying that this.
Oh, okay. Correct. As long as you have a system, it's like AI only. That's good. Well done. 6th question. 6th question of 12. Which AI hardware startup founded
Number 3 has hit the buzzer.
Grok.
My God, these two are going to, the others can leave. Okay, done. Grok. Question 7.
Madam has a problem with them not reading the question out loud. She has a problem.
One sec. Madam, you have a problem? Okay. All right. Okay. Question 7. Quickly look at it. Rather than hear me, look at it. You could read faster than I talk. Question 7. COVID.
No buzzers so far.
I think Team 4 should get a prize for acting. I just like the way the body language, the pain, the shame, the agony. You know, it's like a Satyajit Ray film. Lot of emotion.
Okay, number 3 has hit the buzzer.
Not very sure, but is it AlphaFold?
Is it?
AlphaFold.
No, Baba. Minus 50. And you were doing so well. Minus 50. So if not sure and you're leading, why do you take a chance? Chalo, theek hai. Anybody else?
But this is for no points. It's just...
$1,000. Well done. So now divide by 3. Well done. Thank you very much. Let's hug. Okay, the winner, the gold medalist. Ladies and gentlemen, come in the center, guys. Saket was here before. You were also here before? So they've repeated. They've repeated and done even better. The winners! Deep red.
Big congratulations to the team. Make some noise. These are the winners of the quiz at Cypher 2024 with our fantastic host. Make some noise for the man himself, Cyrus Brocha, ladies and gentlemen, people of the audience. While we are on and in the spirit of giving things away, AI Amigos, the first prize,
well done,
wins a JBL Wave Flex earbuds. Radha Rathor, are you here, Radha? Please come up to the stage. And Pranita Yogesh.
If y'all could quickly make your way to the stage. Cyrus,
Thank you guys. But let's just say thank you to the others.
if you could give these away to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
ladies walking up on stage.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very
Ladies.
much.
And a big hand to our other participants who didn't win but put up a okay fight. Well done, guys.
The
Ladies.
second prize is Noise Buds N1 Pro. The people walking away are Shreyans Mishra and Kashinath Patikar. Are you here? Kashinath Patikar, are you here? Y'all are not. We're going to go on to the next winner of the treasure hunt. The first prize is a JBL Go 3 portable speaker. Your winner is Saumya Gupta
Sorry.
and Chaitanya Thapiyal.
share it?
Thapiyal.
Share?
Hold on. We're seeing if they're here. Are you all here? There y'all are.
Chaitanya.
Y'all are the winners of the treasure hunt, correct? Treasure hunt. This is the JBL Go 3 portable speaker.
Yeah, please, two. Go two, right?
These two go to y'all. Congratulations. The second prize, win an AIM goodie bag. Rahul Agarwal and Praveen. Are you here? There you are. Hold on.
Again?
Back on stage once again. Please do take both. Give it to the other person. Be nice and share. The third prize, you walk away
Where's the
with.
second guy? The second guy went home, so let's give it to anybody else.
Requesting Jitendra, Meena,
What? He went
and
home, he doesn't get it. No.
Karima
He should stay
Makar.
here. Yours. Well done. You've done very well.
Jitendra, Meena, and Garima Makar to please come up on stage. Are you here?
Garima and?
They're not here.
They're not here.
Jitendra, they're not here? No. Alrighty, we're going to move on to the next. This is for Neural Buzz. The first prize is an Apple AirPods 4. Okay, the winner is Vignesh Kumar V. Are you here? Are you sure you're Vignesh? Or you're just a random guy walking up on stage? Cyrus, do you want to check his Aadhaar card? He doesn't look too sure that he's a Vignesh.
No. He spent the whole evening watching the show. He deserves something. Come on. Well done, sir.
Winners of the quiz, stick around. Winners of the quiz, stick around. I'm hoping you are actually and truly Vignesh Kumar V. In case you're not, we're gonna find you. We're gonna hunt you down. The second prize is an Amazon Echo Dot. The winner is Kamal. Kamal, where you at? I think he also won an award last night. Kamal? Kamal is absconding. Kamal is not here. All right, that calls it to the end of all the giveaways and the goodies so far. Thank you very much. Cyrus, I think you should just keep that. Yeah. Can we get the team from AIM to please come up on stage? Team from AIM, come up on stage quickly. The winners of the quiz, stick around. Winners of the quiz, AIM, come up on stage quickly. If you could go join them for a very quick picture.
Quick picture. Team AI.
AIM,
Well
he has to
done.
leave, so on stage quickly. Come on.
Come on.
We're wrapping things up at Cypher 2024. The few people in the audience, show everyone some love. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Make some noise, Team AIM. Make some noise, Cypher 2024. In the house, Cyrus Brocha, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for him, please. This is Team AIM. These are the people that made Cypher 2024 happen. One last time, Team AIM, make some noise! Not very enthusiastic, are you? I said make some noise, come on! There we are. Make some noise for Cyrus in the house. Come on, put your hands together for Cyrus Brocha. No noise for Cyrus Brocha? Okay. One more quick picture with y'all. We're not going to do selfies. If you don't mind, we're not going to do selfies. Very quickly, can we have the winners of the quiz come up on stage? Winners of the quiz. We're going to do selfies later. Winners of the quiz on stage. Quickly. We're going to give Cyrus a little bit of space for the next picture. Cyrus, this is the last picture of the evening. Madam, we have to let him go. She doesn't care. He doesn't care either. Winners of the quiz, can we quickly get in for a picture? Winners of the quiz with him, Cyrus. Picture with them. Yeah. Cyrus, come on stage. the winners of the quiz. That is your quiz master. Apparently, I'm joining in on this picture as well. Put your hands together for the winners and the greatest quiz on planet Earth. It's true. It's true. If you have any problem with that, genius apparently works out. That is a wrap. Cypher 2024. It's been an absolute honor. My name is Vineet Vincent. I shall see you all in 2025. It's been an absolute pleasure. What a fantastic event. What a fantastic end of 3 mind-blowing days. Please, one last time, put your voices in your hands together and make some noise for yourselves. Thank you very much. Clap for yourselves. Come on, come on. Guys, I'm looking at you. Clap. I said clap. Yeah, clap. Well done, well done. We shall see you all later. See you in 2025. A fantastic way to wrap up Cypher 2024.